said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. But don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your turn and time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even wanna play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to wanna stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes. Game
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give me, Can't run away, baby. You gon' pay.
Hello everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Radiant Star Chaser Showdown. I'm Ash, going to be your host for today, and we can't really get this show on the road before I introduce the lovely analysts and casters that we have on deck as well. Lemon, Kiwi, and Lawler will be joining me. Lemon, how are you doing?
I'm good. I know we're all still waking up because we got us Americans up early today for EU, but hey, we're gonna try and transmit that energy to all of you guys in chat through osmosis. But I'm super excited to work with you both. It's been a while.
It has been a while, and I think it's quite literally been forever. I don't think we've ever worked together, so I'm excited to cast you
at Worlds. You were like a little coach with your coach hat on. Now you got a mic.
I mean, I don't know if that consists us working together, but like if you talk about the energy through osmosis, I'm all about it. I was there. You were there. We were both there. It was great.
And today's going to be great too, right? It's going to be a pretty intense day. Obviously, a single elimination bracket here. And let's actually take a look over at that as well. So for the schedule, going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be a long day for me. You guys only here for the first half, though, for the EU playoffs. So we'll be kicking it off with both semifinals. And then we get a little bit of a break in between there, heading down to that disco bracket for the teams that didn't manage to qualify for this main event. And gives that break also for the teams before heading into those grand finals as well for that main event here. And then we also have to talk about that prizing as well. There's a lot of money on the line here, Lawler.
$15,000 is no joke. Unfortunately, I don't get any of it because I stink at this game.
Wow,
so we're gonna look past that and move on to the fact that we get to enjoy the whole prize. And again, we reiterate there is 2 like brackets going on at the same time. There's obviously the main event that we're watching, single elimination, best of the best. But for the ones that didn't qualify for the main event, we do have that disco bracket and are giving some cash that way too. So 10 teams actually walking away with money today.
And I just think it's cool that we have a disco bracket because I had never heard of this before until I did this tournament. And it's the fact that, we get to give money to teams that didn't make it, and instead of calling it like the battle of the losers or something way more negative, it's called the disco bracket. So they have a dance off or something.
No, it's pretty sick. I think especially, with the fact that it's a long esports winter, right? This off season is tough as far as the fact that you don't have as many officials to look forward to for these teams, for these players, and it just gives that additional opportunity to compete, look to gel, and even try out some of the new rosters that we've seen actually forming here within the marginalized gendered scene for Rocket League. But as we discussed that as well, Lawler, you were here yesterday, and the EU games were pretty intense. I'm thinking especially about that Endpoint versus Guild Academy matchup was really, really close to get that last spot there here for that playoffs.
Yeah, the driving narrative throughout the entire day was that, hey, we're in an off season, we're in this esports winter, and because of that, a lot of roster iterations are changing. In the past, when Women's Rocket League was starting to come through, we didn't really have enough teams to field in both regions, so we enabled the ability for these people to play. Like, if I'm a European player, I can play in North America and stuff, so we can field out these rosters. And now that we've started to kind of build that up and we have this community, this is the first time that people are region locked. They have to play where they're based.
Yep.
And because of that, we are seeing a plethora of new teams. And like, you see CPS, you see Guild Academy, some choosing to stick together while different iterations, either way coming through. It has been pure chaos, and it's been absolutely fantastic to watch. Guild Academy taking down both Endpoint in their matches twice to qualify.
Yeah.
So poor Endpoint had to be on the receiving end of Guild Academy, but it was awesome to watch.
Oh my god, and the fact that there was a game 7 between Witch Please and Guild Academy, if they get to meet up again, I mean, the script writes itself, Ash.
It really does. And I think that's the craziest part when we were thinking about the changes that were happening over this offseason, things that were being tried out as far as these rosters go. And the most surprising one, I think, to everyone was the fact that you did see the previously Williams Resolve roster actually look to split up. Crimson and Ducks sticking together, and then Steven shifting over towards CPS and trying things out with a couple other friends. But looking over towards this initial roster here in Witch Please, with Ravina also actually heading over and switching over towards this EU side here, Lawler.
Yeah, that's been the conversation, right? Is we got to sit down and talk with Crimson. By we, I guess just me. They were there, but I was the one doing all the talking. But we got to sit and talk with Crimson. She talked about and addressed like, hey, we've got plenty of options. There's so much talent available to us. And we played with someone last tournament and won the whole thing. Now we're trying out Ravina. We're probably going to win the whole thing. So it seems like they can't do anything wrong, which is pretty awesome. But this roster in particular is the favorites. They've looked absolutely perfect throughout. But despite saying that, the fact that Guild Academy brought them to 7 is something you cannot take lightly.
And, you know, they either bounce between Ravina or Sophie or aka Steven. So they've won tournaments with Ravina. Crimson and Ducks, such a close duo. I mean, what have they not won? You have Supergirl Gamer Pro, your Guild Esports Boost Championship. Like, they've been through it all, including the Women's Carball Championship. But they actually took second there. This is like a roster that you thought was dominating for so long, and finally they didn't win something. And they got, I think they lost to Gen G, who are 2/3 in NA, but Cloudy is on CPS, so don't know if that rivalry exists, but it's less of a question of who is Witch Please gonna win, but who is gonna beat them. They seem like the team to win the whole thing.
Especially with the fact that they've barely been together for all that long, right? But we also have to talk about who they're going to be heading up against. This squad in Emishore Lawler has been together since the very beginning of Season 5. Before that, even as well, has had a lot of time to gel over the past year. And that's also something that we have to take into consideration.
Yeah, as Kiwi just mentioned, you talk about that Cloudy addition to CPS was kind of the bearer of bad news for this Emishore roster. Started off really strong with a 4-0 clean sweep yesterday on the back of Freya, who's been absolutely superb, but ran into a really tough game. Very back and forth. Probably one of the favorites that I had all day yesterday, getting to watch both regions firsthand. But it was awesome to see that in most circumstances, statistically, in double eliminations, when you are the team that's losing in uppers and drop to lowers, you tend to concede. And in both of our matches yesterday, that was actually proven wrong. So for Emishore to bounce back and have the results that they did, I think shows that litmus test of, hey, we are sticking together. We're trying to build upon what we have. and it's paying off.
And these two teams have gone back and forth in the past. They've met in that, women's Carball Championship, etc. But what's important is just recently they faced, I believe, in the Guild Esports Boost semifinals where Witch Please swept them. They were playing with Steven or Sophie instead of Ravina, but we'll see if past repeats itself, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be a big question mark on that kind of end, seeing what these new rosters can bring to the table. And again, I don't want to focus on it too much, but that Supergirl Gamer event that had just happened as well. And again, it wasn't Ravina who was playing with Witch Please at that time, but they did take down Genji Mobile Black in that particular event, which I think says a lot, especially considering everything in the grand scope of things. But this first matchup is just about ready to get underway. So Lawler, Lemon Kiwi, take it away.
Let's get into it. I'm so excited, Lawler. Oh my god, we have our semifinals, game 1, start of day 2. I hope everyone is awake. I hope our players are warmed up. We've got Witch Please versus Emma Shore in this best of 7. The winner moves on to the grand final.
Yeah, a whole lot to talk about here, Lemon Kiwi, between these two rosters, especially after yesterday. Again, for anybody who's unfamiliar going into this final bracket in single elimination today, it is the 1 seed from one side of the bracket versus the 2 seed from the other side. And then we'll do the inverse when it comes to the next match. So Witch Please is the number 1 team coming out of Group A, while Emma Shore is number 2 coming out of Group B. But with that all in mind, that doesn't really give us an inclination of how good Emma Shore really is. We've got a lot of different teams, a lot of different iterations. So familiarity between these two, while it was there in the past, is no longer the case because Ravina has come over. And that's been the talking point. What is Ravina's impact going to be? How is she going to be implemented into this team? And it has been smooth sailing the entire time, Lemon Kiwi. There doesn't seem to be any double commits. There doesn't seem to be any problems. It is Ducks dominating in the midfield, and then everybody else reigns free. So it has been ridiculous to watch Witch Please, but Emma Shore does have a lot of talent, cannot take them lightly.
Yeah, Ravina has always been an addition to the Crimson Ducks duo. And I say the duo because they've just been competing together for so long. Even Ducks herself has been playing since 2019 and won the very first Women's Carball Championship, like 3 years ago? So the players on Witch Please have been dominant for so long, and Emma Shore have a challenge ahead of them. So let's start our game 1.
Looking forward to it between these two rosters. Obviously, a best of 7 for everybody here today. Should be a lot of fun here on out as we have 4 series to go for you. But the first one probably going to be the most impactful. As a good play on the outside, demo on rotation. Love to see into the midfield. I'm kind of looking to see who can control that pace out of the gate. We've seen a lot of demos on the behalf of Witch Please as they put a shot on target, easily challenged. Can they sustain it? They were able to do it pretty easily yesterday, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, it was a great touch also from Ravina. You got demos, physicality coming out of Witch Please, and good touch from MJ. Qualifier has gone well for both of these teams. Witch Please being at the top, as you mentioned. Emma Shore being on the other side, so they haven't faced each other until this moment. When it comes to this tournament, but Drea hits the tap from the back wall, and Emma Shore are up first.
An important one as well. You're talking about the speed and the intensity of Witch Please to start the game, but it's actually a beat in the midfield from Emma Shore. Able to put over the top and slap it away. So 1 goal lead here in the first 50 seconds. Fantastic start for them.
That's up there. I thought Witch Please were ramping up on this offense. I talked about kind of the demos and the really good setups. We talked about that chemistry, and what is that difference between Ravina and Sophie? But I don't think there is one, because Witch Please have been just a successful team. Now starting from behind, Crimson takes a shot, and that came in with a lot of power. They tie it up.
Again, we talk about Ducks' capability in the midfield, shutting things down, but a fake flip reset and then called off. So the entire defense left isolated, waiting to see what's going to happen, and they tied up. Low latency goal here for Witch Please.
And that takes a lot of trust when you got a nice setup going. You go for a flip reset.
No,
someone
there's no
goes
way that's happening in
run.
Red Kiwi. It's not. Like,
Witch Please are already putting on a show at least. But hey, that's an open net. Nazara just has to tap this in. So Emma Shore take back the lead.
potentially a little bit of pressure, Lemon. Obviously, a lot of things on the line here. We're talking about a $15,000 prize pool, line share going to that first place. And again, it is single elimination here. Do or die, you have no extra lives. So maybe a little bit needing to settle in, and that's pretty common, I would say, in game one, where everybody just kind of sends everything. They try to feel things out. It's a little bit more timid at times as well, depending on which side of the ball you're on. But as of right now, Amateur seems to be playing pretty clean.
Yeah, that crossbar is pretty clean too. Catching that ball, stopping that from going in, and your Witch Please, you don't want that lead from Emishore to get any further. Now this is going to bounce in front of the box, but it has quite some height to it. Ravina just wanted to get it down, and Crimson cleans it. Oh, this is such a back and forth game one.
Yeah, really smart play by Ducks on the right side. Denies the midfield boost, and then kind of just trickles across that midfield line, just surveying everything to happen. Benefit to that is even if those shots don't go in, you have someone in support able to follow it through. So again, positioning starting to clean up, but again, tie game. It's 2-2.
Ravina came in swinging. Ducks, there's a lot of boost and just try to get on top of this ball, but somehow the defense of Emishore stands tall. Now Crimson fighting their way through the box. Demo from Ducks removes some of this defense of Emishore, but looks like Emishore still able to break through now on that blue half. Midfield, all for Witch Please. Azara trying to go for the cutoff. Crimson flicks it up to the corner, over to Ducks. Dodges the one defender, gets above the second. MJ off the back wall, gotta be careful. Good push from the Zara just to not let this loom too much in front of the net.
There's been a lot of demo emphasis already by Witch Please. Now, I'd actually like to see that from Emishore. There's been a couple times where you see Crimson or whoever is waiting on the ball, and if that third-person rotation on their way back would go for a demo, stuff like this couldn't happen. Crimson with the solo.
She's got the K-bus. She's just flying. You had Drea ready on the wall, MJ going for the pre-jump, but who expects us to be so perfectly tucked into that upper corner like that?
A great play put across to the other side. And hopefully they can continue that. It's a hard aggression on the kickoff. But in the corner, free shot on target, and it's a good save. An epic one at that. On the back end by Emishore as they try to clear the ball out.
MJ, you hero and you demon. How did she save that? And, well, you're not out of the woods yet. Ravina not being allowed to take that shot. Good defense from Drea. Azara has to take it up high. You see Witch Please heading for the hills, but Ducks challenges, lands the ball in the midfield. Ravina now takes back control. Witch Please in the driver's seat, looking like they're trying to set this up using a lot of height. A lot of aerials to just get past Emishore, and they're just fighting to stay alive.
Able to break out, though. Really good bump play in the midfield. You say Ducks challenges, tell me something I don't know, because that seems to be the thing that happens every second. As they control the midfield, absolutely crucial for Witch Please. Starting to look like them former selves, but it's a pre-jump over to Ducks, almost able to connect. Shot would have been on target, but Ravina there. It's a good lofty shot and a save. Luckily for Azar, plenty of boost to work with. As teammate comes sweeping through, MJ trying to find some midfield boost, maintaining supersonic whether they can. Till it goes in the midfield, it's off the back up. Ravina should be able to play this to the left, decides to keep it solo.
A lot of speed from Witch Please and Emishore. Just when you think you're comfortable, just when you think you have the ball, Witch Please, they demo you, they bump you, they challenge, they do everything to shake up your confidence and how comfortable you are on the field. Emishore, 43 seconds to look for that tying goal. It's not over yet. They just need one and maybe now two after that beautiful goal from Crimson.
I think you really emphasize it well, though, Kiwi. You talk about that displacement, the ability to cause disruption, and it's where Witch Please does best. Not only are they fast and aggressive and have all the aerials and the sustained offense, but what they do so impeccably is that bump game. They're not afraid to go a little bit risky and put themselves out of position to cause that disruption. It allows them to keep sustaining and denying that boost, and with that, you know, we now have 3 unanswered and pretty lofty lead here in the final 30 seconds. Trying to close it out. Going to take some from Emishore. Expect them to go for some risks of their own if they want to clear this up in the final 20 seconds.
Even when Emishore are taking shots, kind of these quick ones from the midfield, there's still someone there from Witch Please on that defense. Ravina was able to save that last one, which could have made things winnable if Emishore got that in. But now with time slipping away, it will be Witch Please taking game one. And even after that open net goal that Emishore got, Witch Please never made that same mistake again. And they started to take more and more control. 4-2 is how game one ends.
Yeah, right there with you. Started a little bit interesting, I guess is the kind way of saying it. A little bit feeling it out, but again, something that remains consistent. Crimson doesn't miss. 4 goals. has every single one, doesn't tell the tale of, hey, it's been set up and supported by each one of the teammates. But as we take a look at the replays yet again, it started off strong. You know, there was a good beat in the midfield. Dre comes in and smashes it away. And then after that, which really starts to find their form. A big mistake, but at the end of the day, there's so much time left, it doesn't matter. The final 3 minutes of this game was just pure witch please.
There's Crimson, Ducks, they're always there when you least expect it, to go for these challenges, to take shots at these corners, and then they just play so fast that it's hard to kind of reel yourself back and be ready for anything that Witch Please throws at you. And I kind of told you on the pre-show that it's less about do I think Witch Please is going to win and who do I think is going to be able to beat Witch Please. They've been dominant for so long, and it's only at the Women's Carball Championship Finals that we really even saw this team be flustered a little bit.
I mean, the reality is that, right, as time goes on, a team that is new together, which they are, this is the first week they've played together, as they get more reps, especially in a competitive environment, they're only going to get better. They're only going to get more comfortable. They're only going to have a better familiarity with each other. So as this ramps up, again, the competition is as fierce as it gets, but for Witch Please, as they get more time together, I expect them to get more aggressive, to go for more chaotic things. But early iterations are still dangerous. They're still doing good disruption. They're still controlling the midfield. The speed and the intensity at which they're playing with is something that there has to be a level of comfort with, because you can't just inherently go for these challenges without any questions. But then you still see the team plays too from Crimson and Ducks, where there is that familiarity built in after innate chemistry and also years of playing together is what it feels like. So I think that fake was almost like a statement piece of like, we still have the synergy. We're not as new as you think we are. And Ravina's been a wonderful addition. So on the other side of that, you have Emishore, who, again, came out of the gate swinging, which I think is what they need to lean into. They have to be the aggressor. And if they can't be because of how fast Witch Please plays, you got to find a way to control the pace. Is that with break checks? Is that with slowing it down? Kind of tough to do, Lemon Kiwi, when you're constantly being demoed.
Yeah, and it's how does Emishore react to that? That's what we're kind of brewing. You have one player reconnecting, by the way, everyone. So, game 2 will start very shortly. But Emishore, if you're constantly getting challenged or demoed, you got to know how to expect that. Do you have to play closer so that if you do get challenged, you lose the 50? How quickly can you recover and keep that momentum rolling? Do you match demo for demo? Do you go for passes quicker? I don't know, but it was like Emishore were trying to swim and Witch Please were trying to drown them the whole time. And it's like Emishore started off on the right foot and then tripped over their laces and never got back up. So Witch Please, how long can they keep kind of the grip on Emishore? It's going to be tough to tell.
100%. I think they find solace in the fact, though, that they were able to score. A lot of teams remain scoreless against this Witch Please roster. Not the case for Emishore. So the firepower is there, but can you do it consistently? That's the question.
This goes back to the corner. MJ hacking the ball, setting up a Zara. And how did that shot go in? But Witch Please, seeing if they can salvage this moment to get out. Ducks losing the ball, but more just kind of surveying what Drea is up to. Ball is left almost unattended. Witch Please going for a bait play? I'm not sure, but Witch Please are still trying to move and transition down the field. Both teams are just waiting for each other.
Yeah, there's a little bit of connectivity issues, I would say, on Azara's end. Trying to combat it to the best of their ability, but I do like the permanent faking, going in a circle, driving disconnect. Like, it's actually just a massive mind game where you're like, you know what, I'm just driving in circles. I'm totally not here. Just kidding, I am.
Witch Please, we've had 2 close calls from both teams. Witch Please just all committed to getting that ball across and still not enough. A shot from Drea saved at the goal line by Ravina. Here's the follow-up shot. Ravina sends it away. MJ couldn't get the second touch. Ravina with a powerful one. And that's saved again by Emishore. Both defenses have leveled up. And as Emishore just try to carry on through, Azara with a nice setup, but the rest were heading back for boost.
Been a slugfest so far. Both teams taking their chances, but a double touch opportunity. It's a little bit low, but the follow-up and a double commit still lands on it. But it doesn't matter. Witch Please has the positioning and the follow-through. It's a first goal here in a minute and a half.
What a setup from Ravina, but that initial save from Drea to be applauded, but that was the only person in the net, and as you're kind of mid-air, there's nothing you could do to the follow-up. So that's how suffocating Witch Please can really be. Now the midfield being battled through. Ducks receiving that as 2 trying to go for the challenge. great control, great decision making, but she gets demoed for her efforts, and this goes back to the orange end.
Oh, it's such a smart play from Ducks. You're the last person back, and rather than trying to commit to it or do anything silly, a delayed challenge. You force a 50, draws in that defender, and then on the other side of it too, you still keep possession. And when you're out of boost, just a cooks or pinch on the sidewall. Doesn't matter if you get demoed. The ball's on the other side of the field. Did everything that was asked of you. Incredible play from Ducks.
Ducks over to Crimson. Still trying to work their way through, but I like that Emishore is intercepting a lot of these passes. This is trying to be potted in. It's not going to work against a team like Witch Please. Now Ducks coming in with a lot of speed, and again, Emishore are slowing them down, and this is probably what they talked about going into game 2, and you see that it's taken a lot more work for Witch Please. This is a carry dribble. Ducks, knowing that there's a defender in the net, fakes it out, sends it to Ravina, but it's off the cross.
Just a tough play there for Ravina. Don't know if they had the flip or not. Again, you're seeing the decision-making from Witch Please in the midfield. Rather than choosing to boom the ball away, they have that confidence. They're able to slow it down, go for a dribble play, which just makes it so much tougher for Emishore to read. Despite that, Emishore doing a good job of sustaining offense here. They try to find a challenge in the midfield. No one's there. They're going to play it a little bit delayed, and that's the change-up that I'm actually happy to see. A lot of times you want to beat Witch Please to the ball. You want to challenge them and everything, but it just actually dries out your defense. So in this case, let them go for the first touch. They're probably going to beat us to it anyway. We just got to make sure we're in position for the second one. And so far, they've been able to do that multiple times as Drea rushes back to make a save.
A lot of threatening shots from Witch Please. I like that earlier. Emishore, which is taking up a lot more real estate, trying to push Witch Please backs against the wall. Now Crimson threatening the net, double third touch, and Ravina slams her head against the wall, and that's still not enough to get a more comfortable lead for Witch Please. Now a minute 16 left. Crimson over to Ducks, pops it up. Not sure if intended, but Ravina was in position to clean it up. So Emishore still go for a counterattack because now they need a tiebreaker, and there's not a ton of time left.
Minute remaining. And a good flick past one, but not a whole lot of boost, so just got to loft it into the midfield. Good challenge back and rotation near post for Emishore. As you can see, Witch Please being patient. They know they have the lead. They don't have to force much, so completely backing off. Plenty of boost to control, and they want to draw out this defense. No need to go so direct towards the net. Right where it's due. Witch Please is playing this field really, really intelligently.
All these touches have been for Witch Please, and Azara thought she was okay to get out of the net when Emishore could breathe. Witch Please just suffocate them again.
It's that mix-up yet again, Lemon Kiwi. I talk about, hey, we've got no pressure. There's nothing on us. Let's take our time. Let's draw out this defense. We'll go for a solo play. We'll dribble it around. We'll have some fun. And then immediately after that 50, it's a shot on target. Back post, nothing you can do. It's so smart.
It just feels like when Emishore have the ball, it's because Witch Please allowed it. It's just all these midfield touches from Witch Please to slow down Emishore, to read what they're up to see where they're set up, and then when Witch Please attack the ball, it's with intention. Azar with a shot, saved by Ravina, who I feel like Ravina has gotten all the saves for Witch Please. She has been a superstar on that back line, and even lobs this one in. What can she not do?
You were tall and you're like, yeah, defense, you're great. Oh, you're in the back. No, I can shoot from here too. It's fine. A bump on the front side too from Crimson opens it up. And at this point, it's just a formality. Witch Please, a 3-0 lead with 1 second left. Going to secure their second game of the day and in this series. But my goodness, it has been pure dominance from the roster. And that's not due to Emishore trying. A lot of the decision-making is really intelligent. I pointed it out, Lemon Kiwi. Hey, we can't beat them to the ball. They're too quick. So what do? Let's put ourselves in a good position. We'll let them get that second touch. And we'll be able to receive after that. But the problem is it's not in a flow. You're not able to maintain your speed, so you can't just continuously after that challenge be in a position to follow it up. So it's been very difficult, but overall, the decision making is right. It's just Witch Please is too much.
I see Drea and Azara pulling as much weight as they can defensively to come diving back when the play gets flipped on their head, and then you think about the Witch Please offense. I think there was maybe the most threatening offense they had when they were taking up all the space on the field. When they finally had Witch Please on the back foot, you saw MJ and Drea both jump up for the ball, and you just can't have these double commits. That just kills your momentum. And then who is going to be there to receive the setup? I don't really care about double commits, but at least have somebody to go for the shot. And as soon as that play whiffed, then that's when Witch Please took back all of the control. So it's just a bit of chemistry issues for Witch Please, but defensively, I still think they could be getting scored on a lot more if they weren't just putting in that much effort saving these shots.
Yeah, jumping into game 3, I want Amateur to continue what they're doing, but there's one slight adjustment. They've got to find a way to disrupt. So if they're going to be the second to the ball, that means they have plenty of time to actually move around and play disruption. So if they can pair it with some demos, if they've got someone that's like, hey, we're not going to go for this first challenge, I'm actually going to fake it and find a demo on your second person, Which Please no longer has a follow-up. You have one less player on the field, and now you get possession back in your favor going the other way. So again, one key piece that I think they could use, but again, you still got to find a way to demo Which Please, which again, very tough to catch up to.
And Emma Shore, they're not even able to have quick counterattacks like these long clears because there's always someone from Which Please in the midfield having a quite impactful touch to slow down Emma Shore. Near a missed touch there from Drea. MJ still touching it to the side, hoping that Emma Shore could get another shot at it, but it's Which Please on top of the ball first. Ducks over to Ravina, gets past the defender, and the ankles are just shattered.
You're going to see it potentially right before. No, it doesn't show on the replay, but Azar's the last one back. There's actually a double commit right before that. So left isolated, retreating back towards their own net, and you do the right thing. You play it into the corner where it's safe, but because you have no players with you, it's just a pass right back into the midfield, and then a heads-up play from Which Please. Ravina knows, hey, I can break check this. I got a fake and a wide-open net. So a good play to start. Those are the risks that come from going for those demos. Almost as if you have to play perfect against Which Please. A shot like that is actually going to go in. What a break check.
I have to watch this replay again. So I've been not a fan of these low shots from Emma Shore, but when it's sent right back, you got this sort of dunk situation. But Ducks thought that they were safe again. It just gets thrown back into their net. And finally, Emma Shore is picking up the pace and now catching Which Please off guard.
Such a smart play by MJ. Sees Ravina coming in to challenge so aggressively on that goal. Just plays it short, sets up the teammate behind, and then a strong shot on target. That's the big difference too. A lot of these shots have had so much power on them, but far and few between. It's going to come down to efficiency for Amateur. As it's Ducks on top of the ball, and it's a musty top right. Luckily for them, it's off target.
Which Please still trying to recover this. Ravina flies up high, beats the defender, but it's not on target. Now Ducks and Ravina trying to figure out who should step up, and Asara barely misses that demo. Trying to relieve that pressure. I like the ideas coming out of Emma Shore, but the ball is still in the hands of Which Please, and Drea almost saves it, but almost own goals. Ravina goes for the killer, and Which Please have the lead again.
It's just so annoying. I can't imagine being on Amateur and being like, I don't know what to do. There is some games where you just feel like, you know what? We're in it. We're close. I know it's 2-1, but the storyline does not tell the frustration of how difficult it is to play Which Please. We made a kind of a comparison yesterday where there's certain players over in the EU scene where they talk about going up against the BDSs and the Carmine Corps, and they're like, when we're down by 1, it feels like we're down by 5. It's just suffocating. Everything we do, we put in all this effort. And if we don't get a goal, it feels like what are we? We're just deflated. Which Please has that same type of notoriety to them. A lot of credit given to them and their results, but Amateur is still putting up a phenomenal fight.
As long as you can keep this within 1. Oh, Crimson almost just pierced through that net. Emma Shore's defense now can kick back. This goes to MJ, and almost Crimson helps align this a bit better, but now with that powerful bounce, Ravina was the one who read it the best. Sends it back to the orange end. And Emma Shore now kicking themselves that this counterattack when you had Which Please on the back foot. Couldn't get them more, but hey, a demo onto Which Please. Emma Shore fighting for this ball. Ravina with a save. And Which Please recover.
It's a good shot on target. Unfortunately, no follow-up, and That's kind of been the difference. Which Please has had sustained offense, able to put in multiple shots on their offensive drives, but for Emisher, it's kind of a one and done. When it's on, it's perfect. The saves have been there for Which Please. Can they find a way to sustain that offense? It's a clear into the midfield, met immediately by Ravina, trying to go for a second touch, maybe a bump. A high play from Zara puts it in the midfield, cut off again by MJ. On the sidewall, Crimson. Slow touch, gonna go for the 50 and follow up instead for Ravina. She's gonna go for the boost and come back in.
The Switch plays are not making kind of these exploitable mistakes. It feels like Emma Shore, like one whiff and it's immediately found by Witch Please, who take the ball and stuff them back on the defense. Minute and 5 left. It's only a 1-goal lead, and oh, MJ just tried to guide this towards the net, but that post in the way again. As MJ couldn't get high enough in the midfield to slow down this attack from Witch Please. As Azara giving her team a chance, but these touches in the midfield from Witch Please deny so many opportunities out of Emishore. But here comes Azara hoping to connect with MJ, but Witch Please intercept again. It's Crimson with the ball. 2 defenders in front. Drea with the pre-jump that misses, and Witch Please don't get anything.
Yeah, and it's that threat from Crimson. It's a 1v3 and has the capability to slow play, go for a fake, and almost a shot on target. That's that threat I'm talking about. You need so much to stop just one, and there's 2 more left to come through that rotation. We get into the final 10 seconds. Luckily for Emisher, it is still a 1-goal game. They can play into that 0-second time. As a challenge in the midfield. They have to try to keep this one up. It's in front of the net. They can't pinch it, and it's actually going to be a forced own goal by Ducks, who gets rewarded for the effort.
Just before this play, it felt like Drea just was unsure and is hesitating a lot. And the more you hesitate, the more Witch Please are gonna keep shoving you. They're gonna keep bulldozing you and bullying you off the field. We now have Witch Please on match point, 1 game away from going to the grand final. And it feels like as the games go on, Lawler, that Emishore are just losing more and more steam and more wind in their sails.
I think it goes back to that statement I made when you're playing against a team where it's like all hope feels lost. It is one thing after another. When you look at this replay, there's certain things that Emishore does incredibly. That was a prime one. MJ with a break check. It forces a low 50, and it pinches out to the teammate who can put a shot on target. But a lot of these other shots, they're just kind of one and done. We get a breakout, we put a shot on target, it's saved and immediately cleared back into our own half. And now we're spent retreating. We're having to play defense a bunch again. They're having a really difficult time trying to sustain that offense, and it's not due to their fault. A lot of credit given to Witch Please in the way that they're performing. But the biggest credit to why they're able to do that is the way they work the field. It is a little bit too direct sometimes for Emishore. If they can work those cross-field passes, if they can find somebody on the other side of the field to put, a one-time shot, that stuff is going to spread that defense thin. It's not going to make it so Witch Please doesn't have all the boost in the world, because that's the number one thing behind all of this. Witch Please is dominating the boost game. They are collecting the hundreds to such a ridiculous degree that, like, there is a reason why Emishore is spread thin, is because they are collecting pads or pennies, whatever you want to call them. Like 90% of the time, they just don't have the 100 boosts of their own to work with. It's being taken left, right, and center.
Yeah, when you have all of that boost, you can go for those high touches in the midfield that have been killing Emishore's momentum when they do want to go for these counterattacks, when they even want to try to get long clears downfield. They're just stopped. They're tripped up every second of the way. Now Emishore have to hope that they do pull off a reverse sweep in a semifinal to keep themselves alive in this playoff bracket. But you got to stop Crimson first. Now towards the net. Good send away by Drea, but again, the midfield, Ravina to Crimson. The shot is off the post, and Azara can't reach up high, giving Ducks a shot on an open net while Emishore's missing in action. Witch Please with another lead.
Emishore, you know what? It's on me. I talk about, hey, we got to work these infield passes. Witch Please like, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do that too. And they just launch it midfield, put a great shot. Of course, Crossbar remains undefeated, but the follow-up is there. It spreads that defense thin, and then it leaves a wide open net.
Emishore couldn't recover fast enough, and you got the initial save. That's the first save is always easiest for Emishore, but the second, the third shot, Witch Please do not stop.
It's a thing of art. Like, we talk about how football or soccer, depending on where you're from, is the beautiful game. Rocket League encapsulates that so perfectly. When you see a off pass or an outlet pass, and it's just one time top right bar down ski. Like, how do you not love seeing that? It is so pretty.
Now, which please?
Another infield.
Putting on a master class. Ducks.
Oh,
Bar down ski. You just had to speak it into existence, and Ducks pulls it off.
like that's a thing of beauty. You put pressure to draw out the, like, it's just, whether it's intentional or not, it is a thing of beauty. You draw out the defense with that first touch, you force them to jump, and then the return, rather than taking in another immediate shot over to the person in the infield, they can pick whatever corner they want. It's perfect. It's just perfect.
You talk about that hopelessness that is just facing a tough team. Before, it was Emma Shore starting to put up less and less shots as the games went by, and Witch Please ramping up. I mean, Lawler, it's only been a minute, and they got three goals.
Oh, no. I was like, yeah, we've probably got like a minute and a half left of this. No, it's been a minute and a half. All right. They're averaging a goal every 30 seconds. That's pain. That's Spain without the S, for sure. I think at this point, if you're amateur, you just have to send the house. I think there's the understanding of we've got nothing left to lose, and sometimes that is enough. Where teams realize, hey, we have no consequence anymore, and it all of a sudden kicks into this next gear. The difficulty, though, is Witch Please is not going to make that early, because obviously their challenge game has been impeccable, and they continue to be in the right position. So, who's secured by Crimson in the corner, and is just going to slow this one down, which is exactly what they need to do. They've been playing fast, they've been playing aggressive, and now let's play control. Oh, there's a bump play.
Oh.
Hey, Drea, way to be there.
Just kicks it in, and you see that Emma Shore are a little bit more prepared on what to expect out of Witch Please. And now to be able to receive that ball and already have a fellow teammate in the opponent's net to receive that pass, Emma Shore are more prepared and more they're planning more for what they want to do.
Again, you got to take those risks. I think that one came across where Drea was actually looking for a demo on the back end, and now the follow-up. And what was 3 in a row is now 2 the other way.
Okay, Emma Shore with a lot of momentum. First, this is off the cross, which Ducks jumped up, just in case. But Emma Shore, we talked about how they needed to recover and find the rebound quicker, and they're learning. So now they only find themselves down by 1 as Witch Please. Okay, they're done playing with their food. Crimson is coming in like a bullet. Ducks going up the wall, but misses that. Gives a chance for Azar to send it all the way back.
A little bit of a wake-up call with those 2 goals. Lemon Kiwi, as we now officially are at halftime. No, I thought if those goals would have been spaced out a little bit, maybe Witch would have been lulled into something like a sense of security, but 2 back-to-back, I think they're like, oh, okay, this isn't over yet. We are still playing amateur. This is a team that is very talented, and we're going to increase that lead yet again.
Wow. The way Witch Please set each other up is just so cool to see. Now, Ducks pinching it off the wall, crosses in front of the net. Crimson's already in the air, ready to take the shot. Like, communication on point. You have to, Witch Please demand perfection when you go up against them. And Emma Shore, we're going toe-to-toe at some point. Once that first minute of death went by, Emma Shore started to wake up, but Witch Please are here to bury them.
Reiteration of Crimson's interview, there's just so much talent in Europe to pick from. We don't know who we're going with. I'm just going to put my vote out there. I think it's Ravina. I think that's who you go with for your roster next season.
Yeah. How can you not? Defensively, offensively, Ravina has been such a fantastic flex player. Now this is sent all the way down there from Emma Shore, not on target, unfortunately for them. They still fight to recover the ball. MJ is heading back, so this gives Crimson a chance to maybe set up Ducks, but she's a little too far behind. Drea knows she has to go for a touch to deny that opportunity out of Witch Please. Now, 90 seconds left. Witch Please with a 2-goal lead. Crimson trying to increase this even more with a few more touches. Ravina now takes the helm, and Emma Shore, no, they got to get out of here.
You can just tell the difficulty that Emma Shore is having with this pressure, and they're doing it intelligently. Obviously, the pressure, Witch Please, we got to find a way to get people involved, work the ball around. But it's taking 2 players to get it to midfield, and by the time they get a possession back, someone on Witch Please is just sitting there waiting. They're like, yeah, you can go for the secondary touch, you can go for this clear, but we're going to be in position to throw it right back at you. All that boost expended, and it shows for nothing. So, again, difficulty here, as Ravina is able to secure that corner boost and play it in the midfield. Crimson with 100. looking to rotate through. It's a good 50 yet again by Ducks and met well, but over to the side. Unselfish play thrown back in the midfield. Could have been a shot. The pressure is sustained. A chance. Emisher. 20 seconds left. Have to find a goal quickly.
Yeah, it's match point for which, please. Are we looking at our first grand finalist? The Star Chaser Showdown. It's up to Emishore to deny that. Look for these 2 tying goals. You gotta get 2 in the next 10 seconds. It's not looking good, especially when Ducks already has the ball. Ravina. Oh, almost gifting one to Emishore, but it ends in a sweep in favor of which, please. They head to the grand final.
Congratulations to which, please, in their fashion of dominance. They continue as they find themselves in the grand finals and a little bit of a break beforehand. So it's not over yet, but my goodness, was it convincing. The roster just, it quite honestly looks perfect. Like everything they decide to do, the pass plays, the disruption, like I think that's my biggest appreciation for the Which Please roster is it's not just a one and done. They're not just super fast with mechanics. Yes, they are super fast with mechanics, but they also disrupt. They work in pass plays. They are unselfish. They break check. They play slow. It's the full package. It's fantastic to see. And unfortunately for Emishore, that means going home. 4th place finish, 3rd, 4th place is something definitely to be proud of, but Which Please on the way to yet another victory, it feels.
Just after that first minute when Which Please were just scoring like 3 in a row, I was starting to think, did Emishore give up? But as soon as that 1 minute went by and they were able to talk to each other in game, you saw that Azara was starting to pull through. A lot more effort was thrown. They fought as much as they could. They didn't care about if it had to be a reverse sweep. You gotta, I'm sure you're a coach. You see, you always treat the game like the series is 0-0. You never give up, and that's what Emishore did. They put on a show, so it was great to watch them play, but it's Which Please that move on to the grand final. But who will meet them there? We got another semifinal around the corner, so don't go anywhere.
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No.
Ooh, what an intense first semifinals to see there, particularly looking at that performance coming out from Witch Please, that 4-0 sweep to land in that initial first grand final spot here for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. Again, I'm Ash, and I'm here with Lawler and Lemon Kiwi. Lemon, I don't know, was there anything that Emissure could have really done by the end?
I think that they tried to do so many different things
Yeah.
to adapt, overcome, whether it was, okay, we got to do quicker counterattacks. They were more easily able to get to that blue side of the field compared to how the series started. But then it was maybe like accuracy and chemistry issues on trying to complete those passes quick enough where Witch Please weren't trying to intercept you and weren't trying to challenge you off the ball. So it was Emissure trying to pick up the pace, but then, you know, it's harder mechanically to pull off those things. And Emissure, you know, had to reel back their defense a bit when Witch Please would randomly turn the play on its head. Like Lawler, there was just, Emissure tried a lot of things, but Witch Please adapted, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate too that, you know, this is the last we get to see Emissure for this Star Chasers event. I think there's so many things that they do well. You know, when you're against a team like Witch Please that is just on a dime, on every single touch, every shot is there. You're seeing like flip reset, ceiling shots from Ducks to pinch off the wall to set up a pre-jumping Crimson. Like, I hate that that's a sentence that I'm saying because it's ridiculous, but that's the quality. This is probably like one of my favorite shots. And then they followed up with this one right after, which is even more like, that's what you're going up against, where they purposely spread the field. So they go very direct with their attempts on offense. And that's just to force your defensive hand. And then you have all the space in the midfield, and rather than going direct again, it's an offlet pass, it's a free shot, it's quite honestly whatever they want to do. And I think the difficulty is when you're trying to get adjusted to that, you're trying to adjust to something that's always evolving, always changing, which is tough to find your footing. So when you're playing back foot, no, there's nothing you really can do. And then the reality is, like, how do you catch up to that pace? And the answer is you can't. Like, you got dealt the bad hand. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Witch Please is that good? See you in the finals, you know? It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they were getting boost starved as well on the side of Emissure. Like, Witch Please were really doing well with that control, just really not giving any of that space overall. But now, I guess, looking into the fact that they are heading into that grand finals and whatnot, I know we have another semifinal that we're about to get into as well. So, taking a look over here, it's going to be CPS and Guild Academy after a short break, you guys. But just one last thought here, Lemon. Before we even get into the next side of things, who do you think Witch Please might be facing up against in the grand final?
I'm feeling like Guild Academy. Just because, yeah, they have well-known players, but they seem like the Witch Kryptonite. I don't know what a Witch Kryptonite would be, but that's what they are, because they are the only team that were able to really make Witch Please sweat. They took him to a game 7. So, but how Guild Academy matches up against CPS is a whole different story, because CPS have Cloudy, who was on Gen G, who was the team that beat 2/3 of Witch Please, or most of them, in the Women's Carball Championship. So both teams have the capabilities of going to the finals, but Guild Academy are probably the ones that can make them struggle the most.
Yeah, I think the next one is going to be really interesting. So again, big thanks over towards Radiant and Psyonix as well for being able to put on this off-season event here for Marginalized Rocket League. We're going to send over to a quick break, and right afterwards, we'll be back with CPS versus Guild Academy. The time has come to figure out who our second grand finalist will be here for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown over in the EU region. And last matchup that we just saw was a sweep there for Witch Please to land themselves in that initial spot, that 4-0. But we're expecting this next match, Lawler, to be quite a bit closer between CPS and Guild Academy, whether it's like scoreline or even just like what we're seeing there on the pitch.
Yeah, I look at CPS as a really stable team. Like, that C in CPS probably stands for consistency, I think, if I had to guess. It is just solid. Like, they don't make mistakes. They play really clean. Witch Please usually gets the nod because of the offensive firepower. And I think that's what makes this one exciting, because you look at the guild roster, and that's what they are. Like, they literally have a sniper in the team. Like, it is a whole lot of offensive firepower versus a clean team overall. But you look at this roster with Steven and Cloudy. Cloudy's coming over from the Genji roster as a sub, world champ. You've got Steven, who has been on that Resolve roster forever and is now trying to find that new thing. And Pads is just good. Like, straight up definition of the word.
Yeah, but amazing. Let's add amazing
Ooh,
to that.
I like that.
Like,
That's a good
yeah,
adjective.
individually, they're just incredible. Like, but
Yeah.
this is their first tournament together, so maybe they lack the chemistry that a team like Guild Academy has. But Sophie used to be on that former Witch Please roster, so you know she's got so much accolades to her name. And Cloudy, is she the Witch Please kryptonite? I'd love to see that kind of rematch, but going up against Guild Academy is gonna be tough. Top 4 at Supergirl Gamer Pro, top 5 at Boost Championship, top 6 at the BCB Championship. These girls are amazing.
Yeah, the Guild Academy roster, I mean, if you even look at the results just from this tournament alone, you're talking, hey, we got 4-1 over Endpoint. A lot of people was like, oh, okay, I see you. And then they take Witch Please all the way to 7. That, to me, was a statement game, because the fact that it goes down all the way to 7, you're talking 2 overtimes, a bunch of 1-goal games. Like, there is something here. There's something special about the concept of staying together, building with what you have. I think this Guild Academy team has gained a lot of respect from the widespread audience.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. These teams also already went head-to-head once in the qualifier, actually, into the main event. That was a 2-1 for CPS. So Guild Academy, we've seen them before in WCB. When they do have that revenge kind of arc going for them, they really know how to turn things up. And even in that first game that they played, it went 5-0. So the big question, I think, is if Guild Academy will end up being the enemies of themselves again. You can see them kind of getting frustrated at times on the pitch as well. And then things start to fall apart from there. Or throughout the offseason, have they kind of solidified things overall? But Lawler, Lemon, I'm just going to send you guys right onto the pitch right away. And let's not wait any longer.
Thank you so much, Ash. Yes, let's get into our second semi-final. CPS versus Guild Academy. Who is going to go up against Witch Please in the big final coming down later today? Thousands of dollars on the line, and both these teams are so good. Lawler, we said this was going to be the match of the day.
Yeah, I think obviously the grand finals, Denise, you want to be like, that one's the best. I like that one.
Yeah.
But I think this match has a lot to really go for, just because of the consistency from both rosters. You know, you're talking building long-standing pros. Like, a lot of these names are very notable in the community, which is always great to see in our final day. So I think outside of that, the only thing that's going to make me lean in one direction is if I get that audio back. Like, shout outs to production. That music has been popping. So I would definitely, if I'm one of these rosters, I'm putting that. Vibes are immaculate. There's nothing we can do to lose. So, hey, oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. This is amazing.
I know. I got the vibes going. I don't even want to talk. I feel like I'm interrupting the good part.
Yeah, right. People are like, just start
see
the game, and now everybody's like, we can hold off for a little bit.
when the breaks are actually appreciated. Casters, don't start the game. I'm jamming. But I'll be jamming to whatever happens in this match. Another best of 7. Guild Academy. See if they'll win behind the chemistry, or is CPS, the individual superstars of women's carball. How will this end? Oh, wow. Already an early attack there from CPS. Recovery on the ball. Pads over to Cloudy. Waits in that midfield. Trying to keep that going, but see that Guild Academy are not going to just lay down and let this go. Cloudy. Oh, and here comes April setting this up. And Jonah out of nowhere below that defender. The first goal for Guild Academy.
I was a little bit surprised by this one, if I'm being honest. There was a soft touch on the side wall, and there was no follow-up. Both teams looking a little bit reserved here out of the gate, and I think that's an opportunity here for Guild Academy. We saw Ash mention it. The first time these two played, 5-0 to start for Guild Academy due to the offense. Maybe we'll get a little bit of that here. As April, make underneath, has the wave dash, trying to get the flip reset. Where's the third to follow up? A shot should be able to come through. It's staying patient. Again, it carries over. Just making sure we're not making mistakes. We don't want to overcommit. And I assume that's going to be the narrative here for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, to bring up that scoreline again, CPS winning 2-1 in that qualifier. Kind of tells me that Guild Academy, they start off strong. They come in swinging, but CPS seemed like a good team at adapting. That's off the cross, and Pads couldn't get there to clean it up. Good awareness out of Sniper, who's still trying to break out of that blue half. Joda will have to assist, and CPS are not going to make it easy. Oh, but April with the shot from the midfield, and that gives Guild Academy a bigger lead.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge for Steven in the back end. Collecting pads of her own, trying to get to that one, and April just has the high ground, so it ends up pinching into the back of the net. Good challenge in the midfield, and that's really where this game is going to be won. That midfield challenge, who can sustain the offense. We saw Immature just a series ago have difficulties as Joda able to get around it. Hopefully it passed back down. Is the shot there? No, it's intercepted.
Yeah, CPS crossing over. Good defense thus far, but Sniper to April to the left and not saved. Guild Academy can't be stopped.
Again, the follow-up is there. This is something that I was curious to see. In the beginning minute of this series, so passive. Everybody's sitting back, just watching for things to develop. And that might be part of the game plan of, hey, we know they're going to play fast. We know they're going to play aggressive. Let them. We're going to be in a place to make sure we punish. But that space is being provided. And it's a great adjustment here for Guild Academy. 3-0 lead, a minute and a half in. Joda brings us into the corner. A pinch into the midfield. Could be 4. Getting around to it. It's just a little bit too late.
Sniper almost cutting that is scary, though. Guild Academy feels like they've been on this relentless offense. Pads showing some signs of life, and lacking, though, a lot of power to try and cross in front of that net. Steven helping out, crossing to the right side. Pads can drop in front of the net, but Joda's not going to let that happen. CPS wait for their chance to strike. This goes right to the feet of April. Guild Academy, save after save. CPS are not giving up. They still try to go in front of this net, but Guild Academy are building this box in front of the net that CPS can't seem to set up in.
Yeah, it's been a little bit difficult, though, for Guild Academy and could be punished. Usually the rule of thumb is about 2 to 3 clears denied. You now have offensive benefit with denying those corner boosts, but Guild doing a good job. Something that Emissure failed to be able to do because of the speed of which please, but secure their own corners. So they've been able to secure and sustain on defense, but after a certain point, this pressure could be a problem. As it's a flick past one and play back to the outside, almost a midfield challenge. Smart slow play here from Sniper. No need to force it, no need to flick. It's a fake on one side, it's a 50 on another. Clear out in front of the mid. Should provide a shot, and it's in. Smart play set up by Sniper, but put away by Joda.
Yeah, just initially, the second touch from Sophie gets salvaged there by Pads. I like that CPS have each other's backs, but because you needed 2 players to kind of clean up that play but make sure it's not in front of the net, then Guild Academy first to get on the ball. And going into the second half, 4-0 for Guild Academy is quite a statement to make. It almost deja vu that game 1 from the
I was gonna say, Kiwi, I'm like, are we in the Twilight Zone? What's going on here? Like,
that game ended 5-0, and we still got 2 minutes left, so it could be even worse. Pads, though, finally gets a chance to cross in front. Usually, Guild Academy have had these walls on the side of the net, and CPS finally got an opportunity.
yeah, it's tough on the back end there. I think it was Ape. No, I forget who was going for the challenge in that corner. But no boost pads to work with, so just have to hustle to the top side. But it's played around and in front of the net. It's a good play by CPS to respond. And like you mentioned, still plenty of time to work with, so don't count them out just yet. Shots, a little bit of a fake. It's slow roller, bottom left, easy save. And it's going to go back the other way. A good 50. Cloudy able to just stand tall in front of it. Launch it back into the midfield. It's actually a mistouch and now cleared away. So Guild Academy happy to bring this the other way for a counter.
Yeah, just 50 50 after 50, but it didn't benefit CPS at the end when they were just so close, inches away from maybe starting to claw their way back. But how many more chances are they going to get? Because they don't got a lot of time left to get those 3 goals. It's taken a lot of effort. Just one mistake to get that one, and here's a 5th goal available, but with all the demos through the fire and the flames, Guild Academy don't have the ball in their hands. Sniper passes it. It's a little too long though, so Joda doesn't get the touch she wants, or at least the shot she was hoping for. And Guild Academy still winning these challenges in the midfield. Gives them a chance to move forward, but now it's CPS that fire back, and that pass to Cloudy almost went through.
Good save on the back end, and if Guild Academy at this point is happy to just kind of turtle up. They have a 3-goal lead. All they got to do is hold on to it, so you're seeing a lot higher clears, and the way the clears are being done are intelligent. You play them to a safe spot, an open field, and if you can, loft them up high. Force the other team to waste that boost. It's a good fake challenge, but unfortunately not able to turn back into it as Cloudy. So as the clock ticks down, just a formality. As 3 goals isn't going to happen. So Guild Academy, just like last time, like you said, a little bit deja vu. An aggressive start, a ton of goals to show for it. Can they make it 5 and make it the exact same? Not going to happen. As that went in the midfield and finally dropped down. So what started as a passive start, I would say, became a bit more aggressive, and it was enough for them to hold on.
You got this like happy tune going when you lose 4-1. It's we were talking on the break about having some music to make games like this not feel so bad, but what we can at least hope for and cope for is that in that qualifier game, CPS, they grew, they overcome, they learned from their mistakes, and they actually shut out Guild Academy in the following game. So I have no doubts that CPS can bounce back in some way.
Yeah, I think it was great from Guild Academy. You know, the first 30, 40 seconds in that goal that we got was, hey, no one's challenging, no one's really going for it. Everybody's just kind of happy to sit in position and wait. And Guild recognizes that, you know. 30 seconds after that, they put a really aggressive challenge in the midfield. It's the April over Steven shot that pinches in, and from there, they continue on. So I think this is where CPS gets scary. CPS, we've seen this numerous times. A little bit of a slow start, a little bit waking up, and then when they get into a groove, it becomes very dangerous. So my expectation is CPS is going to come out very aggressive here. Very likely going to be first to challenges, trying to do everything they can to win the midfield, but Guild has the talent to continue to control the pace. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, finding your groove. This is what this tournament is all about. Guild Academy leading the series 1-0 in this best of 7 semifinal. And CPS just needing to connect and win these 50s, and Sophie just dunks on him right in front of him. And CPS get the lead first.
I've never been proven so right in my life, and it only took 6 seconds. It was great. Right off the kickoff, super aggressive, disruption on the back end. That is the CPS that I've come to accustomed to. Like, that's the one that I've seen all day yesterday. Here's if they can continue, because Guild has the momentum and the ability to still bounce back. They need what we refer to as a low latency goal to neutralize the momentum that CPS is trying to build.
CPS trying to attack the ball, but April will not be shaken, will not be stirred until Sophie shows up. Now the midfield's a slow grind there for CPS, who want to keep up that momentum that they've established at the start of game 2. They kind of wait for their chance in that midfield. Cloudy and Pads work their way to the left, but April with the challenge sends it all the way back. And CPS just need to keep that truck rolling, because that's what really killed them in game 1, as they get so close to that finish line and fall over.
Side wall. Control touch on the corner and gonna pinch with the teammate. Actually ends up dunking Cloudy on top. I do like the follow through. Something that Cloudy does really well that a lot of people, even at all levels, kind of have a tough time is, even if you don't have boost, I know obviously you and I both come from like MOBAs and stuff as well and have a lot of familiarity there. But something that I learned is like, hey, you've got cooldowns, you've got the ability to be pressure. I don't care if you have low health. You stay in that fight because it's the intimidation factor. And Cloudy carries that through really well in Rocket League. I may have low boost, I may not be able to make a big play, but by just being here, you have to respect me. And by being there is going to put a shot on an open net.
Yeah, I respect the heck out of Cloudy. The way that she just dominates the center of the field. The way that her presence is impactful. Like you said, you don't need boost, you just need a chance. But 16 boost, she gets the second goal in for CPS. And it's taken a lot of work for them to generate this, but this is, again, kind of deja vu of that qualifier game, of the way that they were able to choke out Guild Academy. Once they were able to bounce back, Guild Academy cannot loosen up their grip on the wheel, but Pads slides in a third one.
Such a good follow through by Steven. That first touch easily saved. You've got an aerial above, Sniper's in the right spot, but that additional effort to push it past. Now Guild has to respond. They've got to find something. Even if it is just to prove to themselves, you know what? We are not just a 5-0 game one team.
Yeah, we did say this was the match of the day, which is how close this could really be, and we were not kidding. And
There you go.
April just dunks on him like that. Okay, Guild Academy are alive and well.
Yeah, it's a good challenge in the midfield. Again, Sniper's just trying to play that off the corner to throw it into the midfield. It forces a challenge. You see this entire defense of CPS having to rotate back, so it's not in their favor. Good response. As the win for boost does go to Joda. And off the side wall, another follow-up. Can't find it, so good defense by Patch. Should be able to clear this one away. Just going to stay close to it. Ends up working out. Bump on the defense as well, and a chance to play it off the ceiling. To the top of one, drops straight down. Shots there, and it's a beautiful save.
Great save and almost a dangerous touch there by Joda. Pads round 2, and Sophie tries to tuck it to the upper 90, and she apparently has enough time to drop down and clean up her mistakes. CPS 4-1.
A really good recovery again. It's the one tip that pros don't want you to know is how do you recover quickly. On that power slide key, continuing to maintain your momentum. No friction on the car when you do. That's just a good mechanical recovery. Able to drop down, use that flip, and get around as a redirect from Cloudy. Puts some pace on it, bottom right.
Huh? And then this didn't even touch, oh yeah, Cloudy did ended up getting credit for it. I mean, I couldn't even tell. I'm sure Guild Academy couldn't either. It just perfectly bounces over both of their heads. Even in a down low shot like that, CPS get away with murder. We continue on. Sniper, shot on target, a little bit soft. Joda from the left, got CPS looking left and right. Joda trying to drop it down, but shoved out of the way there by Pads as Sophie takes back the reins to move forward to the blue end. Pads with a dribble, bumped out of the way. This goes now to April. CPS won't let this go by easily, but Cloudy was hoping to set up Pads there in the box, who was disengaging from the situation, so CPS lose that momentum.
Yeah, smart play on the defense, though. That transition is coming at you aggressively. And Steven decides, rather than trying to control it and bring it the other way, which is probably just a 50 they're going to lose, decide to redirect it back to the corner, play it off to the teammate, and carry that momentum through. So smart play allows them to transition back the other way, and only that, it kills a lot of clock. 4-goal lead at this point, just trying to do exactly what Guild did to them last game.
CPS, shot after shot, they're kind of relentless. They've been here for a while, and Guild Academy kind of ward the storm. Looks like Joda had to go above and beyond physically, metaphorically. And CPS head for the hills. Now be careful for the shot from April. Pads guiding this dangerously in front of the net. Sniper couldn't keep up, didn't have enough boost, and Guild Academy have a chance to take a shot. Sophie was almost too slow to the pitch, but Sniper didn't have it on target. Guild Academy are down by so many goals, and there's only a minute left. They would have to be perfect from here on out to even make it close.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the nail in the coffin. That shot should have been there. They played it perfectly. They go across one, and then it hits post. That's now go the other way. It's basically a 2-goal swing, and CPS going to run away with this one.
What a turnaround. I wasn't expecting a deja vu, but we are literally getting that. CPS bounce back in the biggest of ways. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. Their mechanics are good. And Guild Academy may slip up. It's just these fast reads that have sometimes surprised Guild Academy and have let CPS get a few more goals tallied up. Now it's CPS just kind of padding the stats at this point, and we'll have a tie series here in a bit. 15 seconds, and see CPS are looking for the Brazil. And Guild Academy doing everything they can to chase this out. They've been stuffed in this blue end for so long. And this will end 6-1. Okay, 6-2. No Brazil today. Guild Academy having some signs of life at the end, but not the dominance they were expecting after game 1. We're all tied up.
Yeah, it's just a good pass play as well. Sniper brings that direct to the field, forces the defense to go up for some challenges, and then following through. And that's kind of been the reality of it for Guild, is when they're on, they're great. They force a lot of issues, and it's about that displacement, not in the sense of like demos and everything else, but by them having possession or them controlling the pace, it does force this CPS team to play to them. And that's been the difference in this game. I talked about this is all going to stem from who wins the midfield. And you see that urgency from CPS. They have someone in position when the clears come out, and you'll notice it throughout all these replays. First to the ball, and then the follow-up is there. Cloudy, again, perfect position to put a shot on target. Every single one of these is either a +1 effort, from primarily Steven, but a lot of it is that follow-through and that follow-up. Dominating the midfield is going to be the name of this game. It continues to be, and who can do that with boost is going to be the winner. So that shot's just dumb from Cloudy. That redirect I did not expect.
Just everyone from CPS getting 2 goals each either. Like, yeah, Steven, aka Sophie, looked like a star. The mechanics on display, the way she was able to so quickly recover shows her experience. But then there's someone like Pads, who I think had a big turnaround in game 2. She only had, what, 1 assist, no shots, no goals in game 1, to getting 5 shots, 2 assists, 2 goals in game 2. And just her Pads being able to be louder on the field, I think helps CPS a lot, whilst April has had to dial back. She had 5 shots, 2 goals, 1 assist in game 1, and then was only
dialing back with those stat lines. Okay. Like,
yeah, like yeah. April can only pop off so many times.
Though, Lemon. Like, I think that summarization is perfect because of what it says. Like, when I talked about CPS just being a really solid team, everybody is involved. It's not just one highlight player. While yes, there is certain players like Steven who are the ones that usually do the setup, the additional mechanic to create some opportunities, but everyone is there. Everybody's taking shots. Everyone's making saves. And when you have a really efficient team, when people have an quote-unquote off day, it's still taken care of because the involvement is not reliant on just your star player. And I think that's the exciting thing, is this roster, everyone is a star player for them. So when they're clicking, you can tell. That's why they score 6-2 last game.
And I think that's, you're seeing the difference in chemistry. Not the difference, but just why Guild Academy were so successful in game 2. They're all helping each other out. We highlighted that already, but everyone is getting a piece of that offense. As Sophie trying to set up Pads, heading back to maybe take the shot, but April in position in time. Guild Academy's defense still afloat, but now getting demoed. Has them maybe stuck on this blue half a little bit longer, as CPS now have Cloudy and Sophie in position. Sophie with the second touch, not on target, but she got April diving for it too. You see Guild Academy are a little bit worried right now.
And good follow-up by Sophie. Shot off the ceiling. Not able to connect with the ceiling shot, so the power's not there. It almost got faked underneath even. It's a lot of sustained offense. Again, challenges in the corner. Zero hesitation. This one's lost in the midfield. Usually CPS has been there, able to control it and put it right back, but it gives a chance for Guild Academy to break on out. It's not for long. Luckily, Joda's smart play. Demo on that first challenger, but need to be careful to follow up, and it's a beautiful read to clear it out. And what was supposed to be a crossfield pass back to Sniper is now to the back of their net.
Finally, CPS scored what feels like 25 shots on the net, and I think it's only accuracy that's been hurting them at the end. And good attempt at the save, but the ball tipped right below, killed the power. Good switch up from CPS. Finally, for all their efforts, get rewarded. As Guild Academy with this kickoff reset find themselves on the back foot again, but that mistouch gives a chance for Joda to come in for some speed, have the ball almost cross over. CPS were quick to rotate back and not let Guild Academy get away with too much, but Guild Academy are still attacking this net, but this clear from CPS relieves that pressure.
It was a really good play actually there by Guild Academy. One mistake leans into 3 different shots, 3 different angles, but the defense of CPS is just that good. Answer for everything, as a fake challenge on the side wall causes a double commit. That aggression for CPS is no joke. Just trying to find something to apply that pressure. Cloudy going to stay patient on the side wall. And again, just staying close. Allows the teammate to sweep on through. So quick redirect, but back in the midfield and shoved right back into the offense. Side wall, it's lofted high. Can Cloudy get there? No, they're off the backboard. No follow-up. It's a shot. And Sophie's is saved somehow. Great rotation by Sniper.
The fact that Guild Academy could stop Sophie not only once but twice. Once on a dribble, second when she was just trying to tap it in, and even when Guild Academy are in this panicked situation with CPS putting on so much aggression, Guild Academy still find numerous saves. Like, it takes CPS to have rebound after rebound just to get the one goal. Guild Academy just need one chance to find the equalizer, and that mistouch from CPS gives an opportunity there for April. Sniper with the setup to the back wall gets demoed, so someone else from Guild Academy had to step up, giving enough time for CPS to rotate in to stop the shots. Joda fighting in the midfield. Now the ball left unattended. Sniper buys himself some space. Joda mistouch. CPS recovers, and with a minute left, CPS are just barely holding on to a lead.
Yeah, Sophie's been doing a really good job with the game IQ. Something I always want to emphasize is it's tough when you've got players that are challenging really aggressively. Knowing when to slow it down and buy your team time is crucial. A lot of that comes to communication, but sometimes it's just a heads-up play, as this one from April is going to be exactly that. Redirect off the nose. This one bounces into the midfield. Unlucky bounce for CPS, but perfect for April.
Yeah, just the read, misread, and the better read on that bounce gives Guild Academy the tying goal after it felt like CPS were controlling this entire game. I'm going to be interested to see like the shot count after this, but Sophie wants to add a second one, give that lead back to CPS. That's denied. Now Joda creeps up through the right side. Sniper from the right. It's in her name. She gets it done.
That's an important goal as well, but it's all set up by Joda. Secondary touch off the side wall, and then just an aggressive challenge following through. It ends up pinching off the defense. With 31 seconds left, a chance for Guild Academy to bounce back.
Well, every sniper needs their assistant. I've watched enough military movies to know that at least, but 24 seconds. Guild Academy have only a 1-goal lead with 20 seconds. Who will take the lead in the series? April looking for some insurance, and Joda receives the pass, and 3-1. Is this enough to seal the deal?
That's a statement piece as well. CPS playing so aggressive, so a quick counterattack, lofted downfield. And all it takes is one setup off the backboard. Joda's there to beat him first. A 2-goal lead, 14 seconds left. It's going to have to happen quick, but it's going to be another one, a 3-goal lead just like that.
Oh, when it rains, it pours. Guild Academy just showing us that game 2 was just a fluke. Picking up the speed, picking up the confidence, and that CPS just, I'm sure after that 3rd goal was just thinking about the next game, game 4. It is a best of 7, so we got plenty more Rocket League to go as both these teams trade blow for blow. So according to this trend, are we going to have CPS bounce back in the biggest of ways? We'll have to find out, but for now, game 3 goes to Guild Academy.
Another 1-4 game and in favor of Guild Academy. You look at the goal differentials too. This game has been very, very tight. You're talking 8 goals in total for CPS, and on the other side, 10 for Guild Academy. So again, when the teams are scoring, it is floodgates are open. But the big glaring thing there, Steven, 6 shots, no goals to show for it. Again, I think that's the difficulty. Is a lot of the setup is coming from Steven, but the follow through, the ability to really put them away. Credit to Guild Academy. You and I saw multiple times where it's like, how did they make that save? How did Guild get back for that? So count your blessings, because Guild's counters have been absolutely lethal.
It has been lethal. Just when Guild Academy, I wish we had the save stats, because I'm sure those would be just in the double digits. It feels like for Guild Academy when you talk about how Steven has 6 shots to her own name, and my jaw was on the floor that Guild Academy could even stop her, because in game 3 it felt like this was the Steven show or the Sophie show. She is incredible, and Guild Academy finally found the solution to slowing them down and slowing the entire team down, and finally being able to bounce back.
It'll be interesting to see how this one plays, but you know, we set this one up to be successful of, hey, the one to look out for. Obviously, grand finals is going to be exciting, but we knew this one was going to be close. And I think the crazy thing about it being close is I'm usually, when I'm expressing that, is like, it's 3-2, it's 2-3, it's, you know, one goal. No, it's close because the series score dictates it. That's it.
Just how close both these teams are in terms of experience and success in the women's scene. Now Guild Academy looking like they're dealing with this pressure well-ish. Now Paz just sneaking up, and now April looking for a response. Guild Academy coming in with a lot of speed as this pinches off the defense, and Joda's racing to not let CPS get away with too much. Looks like both teams just kind of feeling each other in terms of play style. 1 minute gone by, not too much threat has been generated.
A little decision making on the back end too from Guild. Seems like they've really settled in. Primarily Sniper on that play. Just surveying the midfield. A lot of times people want to just aggress because they can, but very choosy about the challenges they're going for. Allows them to sustain this offense.
Now Joda getting chased around by Pads, now killed, and Cloudy takes a shot. No saving that as CPS are on the board.
Yeah, it's difficult in the corner. Credit to Pads applying that pressure and getting a demo for it. When you've got two in the corner facing the wrong way, you got to go with that north and south. And one of the players you were on the backboard. You're doing everything right. And then it bounces across away from you. And you just say, oh no, as it goes to the back of your net.
Oh no. How does this work? CPS. Looks like they had good control there at the start of this kickoff. Lands in the midfield with now Guild Academy taking up good real estate as Joda goes for the fake, and it has a good bounce to it, and CPS couldn't recover or find out what was going on before Guild Academy scored.
Such a good response here from Guild Academy. The importance of saying, hey, we know you just scored off of a play, a demo. We're going to neutralize that immediately.
It is, I mean, the score neutralized too, 1-1. It's only been 90 seconds. It's Guild Academy. We're really good at shutting down Sophie in the past. Now she's taken more time to be creative. CPS back on the defense. Back and forth we go. Now this is a decent clear, but look who's waiting. Sniper to bring it back. Guild Academy trying to keep up this momentum on the offense, but not really pushing their luck. They're doing a lot of waiting and seeing what kind of valuable touches. Less quantity, but more quality when it comes to these opportunities.
It's kind of how it's been successful for Guild as of late, but I mean, you're talking just a game or two ago, the difference from CPS. Having 6 goals, tons of shots on target, follow up with the solo plays. You can really tell Guild has adjusted quite well to the intensity of which CPS has played, but again, trying to control that pace in that boost game has always proven difficult. It's trying to go for 50 to set it up. The follow-up is there, but again, Sniper, 2 challenges, almost 3 in a row to break it down. It's a big mistake in front, but Jumba able to cut back in.
Joda has had these touches that make you hold on for a second because you're like, oh no, that's going in front of the net. But Guild Academy back each other up. When one person makes a mistake, the other one makes it look like there never was one. And CPS are getting aggressive. They smell blood in the water. They're harassing Guild Academy a lot more, trying to shake up that possession, but Guild Academy hold on. They throw it off the back wall. It's not centered out. It's not something Guild Academy can work with. So with the power of that bounce, CPS were able to travel all the way to the blue half. And Pads creeping up. Maybe could have gone for a bump on a player because there was just so many cooks in that kitchen and not enough gaps for CPS to find.
Smart play though. Again, they're inviting in those challenges, but immediately push back the other way. A lot of times we see this boom ball play where it just gets cleared really heavily downfield, but for Guild Academy, they've been doing a good job of following it up. Primarily, April is there to go for a dunk or some sort of challenge to make sure it stays on that half. As both teams just trying to find a way to get a good shot on target. Challenged again immediately, trying to play that one down in front of the net.
Oh, April getting robbed. Here's Sophie almost forcing the own goal. This is going to drop in front of the net. What? A tuck away there by Sniper, but it's brought back by Cloudy, who makes it rain. And it's CPS with the lead.
You're wondering if it was going to come back to bite them. CPS, a lot of challenges in front of the net, and Guild just cannot clear it out. All it takes is one mistouch. It goes in front of the net, and all of a sudden, what should have been played away to safety is now thrown back in. So a 2-goal game here. Swung in the opposite direction.
And CPS hoping to tie this series if they can hold on to this lead for 37 seconds. Guild Academy all jumping up in the air to look for that aerial shot. Now losing off on resources, and the dunk from Showdown. The 50 favoring Guild Academy ties things up with 30 seconds left.
It's a great beat on that first touch by Sniper. When it trickles down, it's enough to play it on offense, and then Joda, an immediate turn after that midfield. Securing the boost, winning those midfield challenges, again playing favor. And just like that, it's tied up yet again.
It's not over. 22 seconds now with pads on the ball. It's going to hit the back wall, not with a lot of power. It's a difficult angle. Sophie still goes for it. Saved by Guild Academy, who have kept their eyes on Steven for as long as they can. Now the last 6 seconds, and it's April and Guild Academy with the ball, but it's being stopped step after step as April's ready in the box for a pass. Joda going for the solo, has a flip reset, Sniper for the bump, but no, the ball's on the ground, and we go to OT.
Looked like a chance there from Joda, but I don't know if they got the flip reset or not. Chance to actually get underneath that and pop it high, but it's a shot on target. This is a really good spot for Guild, as it's a demo in the midfield. There's no follow-up. Can't get there in time. It looked like it would have been a goal.
Oh, Joda almost does it all, but actually scores. It's Sophie coming in like a rocket. Stopped right at the line. And Guild Academy successfully clear. Now adding player after player, inch by inch. Now to the orange half. Joda up the back wall, double tap, not on target, but April there. No, saved by Pads, who guides the team out of this hole as CPS still live on.
I have no idea how they keep that out of the net. It's a double touch chance and then just pings around multiple times. A body just happens to be in the way. CPS holds on, but for how much longer is Guild back on offense? April flick over the top. It's an open net. April's gonna clutch it up and put them on match point.
After what, like double tap, this and that, everything but the kitchen sink thrown. It's just a simple flick, a flick of the wrist by April to get the winning goal in OT to give Guild Academy the game. Was it game 3? Oh, man, the game win.
It has been chaos here, but again, the story persists, but this time it's on the opposite end. Look at the stats. A goal apiece for April, Sniper, and Joda. Everybody getting involved, and that's exactly what you need to see. We talk about the high-flying offense and all the capability, but you can tell Guild has really settled into this series where midfield play, we're not being overzealous. We are very controlled in our decision-making, which quite honestly has stopped CPS dead in their tracks. The high-flying aerials, the hey, we're going to spread your defense thin stuff just isn't working anymore.
That was CPS who had a lead, right? 2-1, and then Guild Academy forces OT, and Guild Academy wins. They put themselves on match point. That was game 4, by the way, which this has been so back and forth. We go to game 5 to see, will it be Guild Academy returning to the final, or, well, returning to face which academy, or which academy, which please. Maybe turning them into an academy, but those two teams went to a game 7 in the qualifier, and Guild Academy want to fight their way there, but CPS were the ones who had a lead and just lost it. So can they stabilize now in this next game?
Yeah, we talked about those low latency goals, right? The ability to respond quickly, and Guild does that not once but twice, where hey, there's only 20 some seconds left, you're in danger, and all of a sudden they're like, no, we're tied up, it's fair game. So if they can continue to do that and show that resiliency, it's going to prove well. Curious on how they can really run away with it. We've seen Guild Academy's offense. Game 1 was a prime example, 4-1. Game 3, prime example, 4-1 as well. So you know they have it within them, but CPS, tough hill to climb. Has multiple saves yet again until they can finally clear it out. 30 seconds of offense here for Guild off the kickoff. And shoving it right back there.
Just to highlight what you said earlier, just in the past 2 games, Sophie gets 5-6 shots to her name alone. Her team gets double-digit shots and they only come out with 2 goals and losses back to back. So it's incredible the type of defense that Guild Academy has to put up to just even make this game winnable. And it surely is when Guild Academy are on match point. As Cloudy trying to sneak below. April making it real tough to cross. Sophie, double tap opportunity, saved again!
What is Sophie supposed to do? You have so many shots that are just impeccable, but they're still saved. After a certain point, you gotta hope, hey, follow up something as off the backboard, and Joda playing it intelligently. Could have challenged in, but probably would have been dunked. But the attempts are there. Just cannot find the back of the net.
You shouldn't need a follow-up on the disgusting mechanics that Sophie has. That double tap should have gone in. What a save yet again from Guild. And now they head back. The offense ready. April has the ball, already getting shoved off. Goes for the demo, trying to keep CPS in their place as April robs them of the ball. Guild trying to go for a shot, and they're just shoved off the ball. But it's Guild Academy always having possession and going for demos to assure of that.
That's a really good play actually by Cloudy, trying to sweep on through and grab that midfield boost, but even better from Guild. Hey, if we can't secure it, we might as well demo the person who has it and completely neutralize it. The biggest thing I'm noting probably over the last 2 games from Guild and why this narrative has switched so much, pay attention to how little the ball spends on their half. It's not due to the pressure that CPS is providing, but there is a clear decision to make sure that rather than try to play it slow and smart, just blast it downfield. We'll figure it out from there. And they've been doing that for a while now. Big clear, followed up with challenges in the midfield to sustain it. And then the offense, it's a lot easier to play defense when the shots are not in front of your net over and over and over again. So Guild Academy, great adjustments here.
And when April can steal the corner boost like that, it keeps CPS anchored longer on their half. Guild Academy, we'll get to finally see some defense. No, Joda's already up in the air, slamming the ball all the way across. And Joda has issues carving through that right side. But at least Guild Academy with their, was position in the midfield, they bought themselves some more opportunities. Hence why you didn't really need to see Guild Academy on defense too much. Finally, they're overwhelmed and CPS are on the board.
Yeah, just really difficult positioning on the back end here, and credit to CPS just sending the house one touch after another, and you see both April and Sniper in net there. No one able to go up and challenge, nobody with the correct booster positioning. Felt like it was only a matter of time, so CPS able to get the goal lead here. The Guild has responded nicely the last 2 games. Can they do it again?
Ooh, almost a good setup there from Sophie, and instead of going for solo plays, CPS try to connect, but again, this is their first tournament together. They don't have the time under their belt the way that Guild Academy do as a squad. But they're doing their best to set each other up. It's CPS, though, with only a 1-0 lead. As Sophie or Guild didn't even get that touch, and now
So many
CPS are
demos.
getting demoed just for trying to get on the ball, giving some breathing room to Guild Academy to move down to that orange half. Joda steals the corner boost, goes up to the air. CPS with the long clear buys himself some chances to get more on the board.
Yeah, it's been a lot of smart plays. Again, we talked about those big clears and everything else, but if it's brought back immediately the other way with a couple fakes from Cloudy, just waiting for the follow-up from Pat, and a double touch saved, but the follow-up is there. Now they need to clear it out. CPS has been doing a really good job of causing disruption and going for demos, so they can't really get anything free-flowing. The secondary touch and a free clear. No one seems to be getting a touch on it. It's been pretty awkward here in the midfield, and if anything for CPS, it kills a bunch of time.
CPS forcing the defense to just panic a little, and this has been 2 back-to-back setups from Sophie where maybe CPS just trusts Sophie so much that they think she can make the magic on her own, and when she sets things up, there's no follow-up, but hey, who cares, I guess, when it only takes a 1-goal lead to win a game, and CPS are holding on to just that. 1 second left. Guild Academy keeping it in the air, but it's Pads hoping to land this down. Sophie with the tip gives CPS game 5.
Only 1 goal and yet another consistency for Sophie. 6 shots again.
Wow.
It is a very interesting one. That entire last minute and a half was just a discombobulated Guild Academy. No one threw rotation, and it's due to the pressure of CPS. Clean rotations, a lot of shots on target, but just not able to really find a form or a flow to their defense where people are rotating through back post and making a clear save. And when the touches aren't there, when you're not able to clear it downfield, it's just going to further extend the difficulty of playing against CPS. So again, it's only a 1-goal game. They held off as long as they could, but eventually bent and broken.
I'm sure if you're a CPS fan, or fan of these players, I should say, you're still not in the most confident, comfortable position when it's only a 1-goal differential, 1-goal game that got you the win. When it felt like Sophie could have used a lot more help. Like, yes, she's a superstar. Yes, like a double taps like that should be going in. But when I saw 2 setups from her and kind of no one, or maybe a bit of hesitation on who should be the one to assist Sophie, I want to see maybe more chemistry out of CPS, just so they can get more insurance, because you never know what Guild Academy are going to do.
Yeah, it's been pretty problematic. Just trying to see, hey, I'm putting on all these shots, I'm doing all these crazy double touches, but the follow-up isn't there. And quite honestly, it's ended up working out. Even though we see it sometimes in the RLCS, Rule 1 was a prime example at World Championships in Germany, where we've got 2 players that are going to just kind of sweep through and make some chances happen. As that one looked like it was going to be kept down, but it is actually Cloudy that's going to go around the world before it goes in.
And the demo is what just had my jaw on the floor. Like, no one even knew where that ball was, but that was supposed to be saved just originally before the player got demoed, and somehow this just bounced in after hitting every post, like you said. Holy cow, CPS. But you see Guild Academy hoping for their response. It's April directing this towards the net. Sniper is off the cross. Guild Academy definitely applying that pressure, but then losing it immediately. Good space creation by CPS, who find themselves on the back foot, and a couple of missed touches gives April the open shot.
A lot better response from them this time around. 2 players try to dive to make a save, but it doesn't matter. Following through on the own shot, is able to put a shot on target. And makes it easy as Pads can't get it to quite in time. So first 45 seconds, 2 goals to show. As both teams are battling, don't forget, this is match point here on out for CPS. They're facing the wall and elimination. So fighting for their lives and tournament lives on the line as another response. Again, back and forth we go.
Finally getting a goal. Well, yeah, Sophie got a goal last game, but after 6-7 shots, like, she should be getting away more. And gets her roses at the end. CPS have a lead. But remember, it's match point for Guild Academy. And as soon as they had that 1-goal lead at the start of the game, Guild Academy closed that out, and redirect there by Sophie, passing it over to Pads, who gets overwhelmed already. CPS hammering this wall, and Joda trying to guide this out. See some boost lacking there on the CPS side, and they find themselves on the orange half with, I guess, a free ball. Never mind.
Good fake by April on the back end, but it doesn't matter. Cloudy's out for blood.
CPS. Oh, that's dangerous for Cloudy. At least she kept her car nice in front of the ball. That just couldn't go above her head too much. Guild Academy. Back passes. Now over to April. Crosses to the right where CPS weren't, but who's waiting for her is Pads, Sniper, and April. Now to Joda. Onto the tip up, trying to redirect this towards the net. And Sniper, but an easy shot right towards Cloudy, who follows through on the left, but slammed back in. Guild Academy are not letting CPS get out of their own end.
Been difficult to break out. I think Guild's starting to recognize that. Where, hey, the play style that we once had, the one that we commended them for in game 3 and 4, played a little bit slower, to be a bit more passive, wait for these decisions, and then sustain. They're getting beat to the ball and the follow-up, so now it's just going to be free reign for CPS as Cloudy just makes a good decision to put a shot on target.
Cloudy getting away. You thought Sniper was going to get there in time and actually gets demoed off the play when she was trying to cut off the ball. So CPS with a 2-goal lead now. I still wouldn't feel comfortable or confident about this with just how terrifying Guild Academy are. They went to Game 7 against Witch Please, and I'm sure Guild Academy could fight their way back there again. Now Demo's removing CPS, and now they just tap this one in. April dives in time and now tries to respond with a shot of her own. Both teams having their defenses tested and removed by force if needed, and somehow Guild Academy didn't score there.
I mean, it's been the difference maker for CPS, I think, in the last probably 8 minutes of gameplay, where towards the tail end they started working in a couple more demos, but it really carried through in Game 5, and they didn't have the goals for it. They only had one, but the ability to sustain on offense, to make it awkward, Guild wasn't really able to find their footing, and they're carrying that through here. Primarily Cloudy, as it's a fake underneath and a good challenge. Happy to play back to the own corner where it's safe.
It's a good thing Cloudy was there. So many more demos. Guild Academy, I thought that was going to give him some level of control, but not when Cloudy has the mechanics that she does. CPS hoping to shake this up. Joda getting denied, kind of crossing in front of the net there by Pads. Good position. Sniper popping it up. It's just such a floater that CPS have more than enough time to adjust and send it back.
Yeah, a lot of these touches just haven't really been the threat that they were hoping. And even still, it's challenges in the midfield. So low boost and on their own half. Guild Academy in a really tough spot. The chance one-on-one April can maybe make something happen here, but can't get it quite in time. You can tell that the boost deny is definitely there, as Joda with the solo play is going to fake one out and get a goal.
Just assisting this bounce through. I have to watch it again. Yeah, the demos are always going to destructure CPS. Guild Academy have been much more physical, and just being able to shove this ball through with the bounce and changing up the speed caught CPS off guard. 38 seconds. Guild Academy only down by 1, and it's their match point. As Joda
no way.
sets up Sniper for the equalizer.
Threes across the board, Raidiant and Weep, as it is a kickoff play and a great touch that pinches off the wall. The efforts off that kickoff and the follow through from Joda, many would be selfish and go for the corner boost there, but no, needs to score and sets it up.
3-1 lead is now gone, and a kickoff. Oh, denied by Joda at the last second. CPS needed that. CPS don't look too threatened until April's the one who catches the clear off the right. Puts a shot on target, has CPS's backs against the wall. A Sniper with no boost gets pushed. Now to the corner, Guild Academy still carving and piercing through that right side, but CPS with the long clear. Pads is there, brings it up the wall. Cloudy ready on the right, but Sniper might have just tipped it away. Either way, CPS have a chance, but the ball is on the ground, and we go to OT to determine if Guild Academy are going to the finals.
Everything on the line here and a chance to close it out. All it takes is one, but so far it's been CPS with momentum, but Guild has been able to neutralize. Here's what the pressure is going to apply as this one lofted high. It's a big clear. There's someone there. Sophie able to control it and play it back the other way. First 20 seconds of OT are always really scary. All it takes is one weird pinch, but seems like both teams have settled in as it goes back and forth. And Sophie with a shot on target. Joda's there for yet another save.
Joda, oh my God. How does she keep doing this? Sophie is probably so frustrated, but Cloudy almost has her back, but this is right to the defender. April with boost, just popping it up, seeing the challenges out of CPS, reacting accordingly. Guild Academy reading this bounce, the attempted clear. Guild Academy hoping to stuff them, going for bumps and demos, and CPS barely dodging them. A minute now gone by in OT. Sophie with the ball again. Will she be stopped? She's off the back wall trying to just bulldoze her way through. Pads towards the box, but that's a long clear for Guild.
A scary position as well. Luckily, nobody downfield as well, as CPS has been doing a really good job of applying this pressure. So the pinch that goes flying the other way. One there for Guild to follow up, and a little bit of boost secured, but no real successful clear until April comes through, and then it's put right back in. A bump play and a follow from Pads, and the save again from Joda. Chance for Guild to finally breathe as they play it past midfield, but how long can they sustain it? Pinched away. Can they find a 50? No, it's a soft play over the top. This is back and forth.
Joda can't be saving everything. You need to see life out of this Guild Academy offense. The threat has to be there. And almost a touch. Getting in front of that net. Pads with the send away. Sniper bumped off the ball. Pads with possession. Flip reset available, but 2 defenders pitched out from April. Great play from Guild to stop CPS from generating too much lethality on this offense. Pads with some time to set it up off the back wall, baiting out the defenders, but there was no follow from CPS. And now Cloudy almost overwhelmed. A lot of speed from Guild to try and bully them.
Been so many individual moments. First with Pads, only 20 boost. That flip reset threat sets up so much for the team. Where Sophie's able to deny a boost, but then it goes the other way, and you're like, Cloudy, you're in a solo spot. It's actually Joda. She does it on both defense and offense. How do you find that?
It was Sniper that put it to the corner. She knew she couldn't take a good shot, so she set up her team for success. Joda, that star on the defense, shines on the front, and Guild Academy take OT, and they go to our Star Chaser Showdown Finals.
Such a massive play from Sniper there. Joda on defense was absolutely clutch and finally gets one dished up as they're able to move forward on threat. Congratulations, Guild Academy. You get your rematch in the championship in the grand finals up against Witch Please. But wow, what a series that was. Lemon Kiwi, we talked about how it was going to be back and forth. Not the way I expected, but so much better.
Wasn't it? Maybe I'm dreaming, but I thought that CPS had a lead again that they lost. That's two games, at least in this series, where they had a lead that they lost, that Guild forced 2 OTs and won them at the end of the day. What a series this was. That must be so frustrating for a team like CPS, especially a player like Sophie, who is so incredible. But Joda has just been her kryptonite. These goal line saves have my jaw on the floor.
You want to wait to like really assess like how close it is, and I usually look at goal differential. What are goals being scored? How close is it back and forth? And even though the series, like, we had games that was 6-2, 4-1 numerous times, it's a 1 goal differential. It's 15-14. It is neck and neck throughout the entire series in very different ways. And then when you look at the eye test of being actually on the field, it is jockeying for possession. It is constant battle, demo setups, and everything left. And that was a good series. That was really exciting to see both these teams put something together. And you're talking narratives of like long-standing building and growing with what we have versus a new summary of teams. And the long-standing one wins. It's incredible to see here that teams that are deciding to stay together and build for the future are being rewarded.
And Guild Academy get their revenge from that qualifier match where they had lost that in that game decider against CPS. That went back and forth too, but only one team rose to the competition, and that's Guild Academy facing Witch Please in our grand final. But before we get to that, we have a little appetizer, something to get the hype going. It's our Disco Bracket Finals that'll be going on after this break, so don't go anywhere.
like every time I get ahead,
I mean? One unique, one special fight. No matter where you're from, all around the world, it's one unique, one special vibe.
What a nail biter of a matchup there for that second semi-final. Now we've got both our grand finalists, but we got to get a little recap in first here. Lawler, when it came down to how guilds were performing on that pitch, I know CPS, when it came down to the shots on goals, they were putting out those numbers, but guild were like an iron wall.
Yeah, it felt like eternity ago that we saw this first game where it started off really passive, where there wasn't aggressive challenges right out the gate, and Guild took advantage of that. They're like, you know what? If you're not going to challenge, we'll bring it to you. And that seemingly was the narrative throughout the entire series. Whichever team could really control the pace and be the one to control the boost and everything else, I thought that was going to be the answer, but it wasn't the case. Guild even proved that and disproved that in games 4 and 5, where, hey, we're going to sit back a little bit more. We're going to keep it super competitive. And then they were getting victories and responses. Yeah. And it was just like, this isn't the Rocket League I know, and I love it.
Yeah, Guild came out firing in that game 1, where we were just kind of giggling that it was kind of really similar to that qualifier where CPS were able to bounce back and adapt as time went by, and man, did they fire back. Like game 2 was 6-2 for CPS. Then Guild Academy, we're like, okay, we're done playing with their food. Took the next couple of games. But what was so crazy is that it was CPS had leads that they lost, where Guild Academy just had just enough time to force OT and then won both of them, which gave them the series win at the end. But just wondering like what CPS could have done more to hold on to those leads, but I know it's hard when Guild Academy's offense just like never stops.
I think too, just like being able to have that kind of clutch up factor near the end of game as well, coming out from Guild. But now that we know that Guild will be heading up against the likes of Witch, please, they're into the grand finals. I mean, Lawler, I think it's undeniable that they are playing their A game to be able to go head to head with the other roster.
Yeah, I think it's that resiliency that's really commendable. Again, when you're talking a back and forth affair, it does come down to a coin flip sometimes, and in this case, there was 2 of them, both going in favor. So tails never fails, I guess. You pick tails both times on that one. So I think the credit is where it is due for Guild Academy to say, like, hey, out of the gate, we are swinging. It's going well, and we face some adversity, but then you get into those overtimes. It's tough off the kickoff to make sure that it doesn't just eke through. So there's that back and forth, and then they settle it in. One was the flick, I think, that we saw at the end, and then the other one was a phenomenal team play. You saw pressure, and rather than being selfish and trying going direct, Sniper slams it off the corner and sets it up for Joda, who's been god tier on defense. Again, it's that unselfish play that I think really makes me excited about Guild Academy, where it's spreading it around, everybody's pulling their weight, and that's not easy to do. It really isn't.
No, it's pretty insane, but we actually get to speak with Joda herself. A little pre-grand finals interview for you guys to be set up here. Joda, how are you doing?
My nerves just about settled down. Heart rate's almost back to normal, but now I'm doing really good. Yeah.
Oh, well, I know that you're definitely going to take the time to chill out, kind of reset. There's a bit of a break between grand finals happening here, but I was curious, as far as you and the guild roster, one of the now longer standing rosters here within the marginalized gender scene, especially with some of those changes going on for other teams, what have you guys been working on? Like, what have you been cooking ever since WCB ended? How has it been going?
Well, two very different questions, to be honest, because how's it been going is not good in results. In results, we've been struggling, but we've got a system and a plan, and we've just been working away at it. And you know, sometimes it gets repetitive because it's after every practice we're looking at the exact same things to go over and just set up the system. But it means come situations like this that we can just trust if we play to the plan that the goals are going to happen.
Love to hear that. And I also, okay, within this series in itself, and not even just this one, we've seen it time and time again here for Guild Academy. You guys being down within a game and just being able to make that comeback in such a short amount of time. I think it was, you got like, what, 4 goals in game 3 in the last 90 seconds of that matchup. I gotta know what's going on with that dynamic for you and the team to be able to just clutch up so well when it comes down to the wire.
I think it just comes down to the amount of Rocket League we play together, that once you've played that much, you're going to lose some games from really far ahead and you're going to win some from really far ahead. And once you've done that many, you're sort of like, okay, we've been here before, we've won some games from this far back, we just stay on it. And you always sort of know in the back of your head, if you get one, that the other team's going to be more worried than you are.
Hey, that's totally fair. You got to put that pressure on the pitch, right? And I do have one more question before we go, because I do want to give you guys as much time to rest up and prep up for that grand final as well. I need to get your thoughts heading into this last matchup here for the grand finals of EU in the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. How are you feeling going up against Which, please?
Well, we lost to them in the group stage in a game 7, so we know that we're close to them, and we also know it's gonna be hard because they push really fast. They're really mechanical players, but for us it's not too complicated because, as I said before, we've got our system, we play it, so we're just gonna try turn up and play the exact same, and we know it's gonna be really tough, and we know that they might get a couple games ahead, they might go a couple games behind, but the series isn't going to be over until the final goal goes in and the whistle's blown for full time.
Absolutely. I love that energy that the thought process that you're taking into this, and you and the team as well. So again, big congratulations in this win here up against likes of CPS. Joda, I'm going to wish you all the luck heading into grand finals, and can't wait to see you guys go head to head, kind of like that iron wall of Guild Academy up against that very aggressive tip of the spear coming out from Which, please. So take care and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Whew, okay, so it was lovely to be able to hear from Joda in that last interview, but we have a lot more Rocket League coming in. It's going to be a bit of a break, an appetizer, if you will, in the words of Lemon Kiwi, before we head into the actual main event grand finals. We're going to give you guys a different grand final, so stay tuned for the disco bracket. We will be seeing, I believe it is Astronic Petals versus the likes of Flying Kitties. I had FKS. I had the acronym up in front of me, and it's a lot of words, guys. I'm not too great with that, but I will see you guys on the other side of this break.
been on yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jump.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the disco bracket coming up next here for EU. Again, this is the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown, and these are the teams that weren't able to make it to that main event here. Strong Petals versus Flying Kittens. And Lawler, we're talking about it a little bit in the green room. Not too much recognition as far as the names on either of these rosters. The Strong Petals, they've changed their roster up a lot compared to what we saw in the regular season for Rocket League there. So now taking a look at what we've got here, it's this opportunity for new talent to show their stuff.
Yeah, I think my favorite thing about this, though, is exactly what the narrative is while they're unfamiliar to us in the grand scheme of things, that's exactly what we want for the women's and marginalized scene. We want to see more players signing up. We want to see more players able to compete. And the fact that they're doing it for money as well, like, that's a real experience that not many get the opportunity to play with stakes on the line. So for the Strong Petals team, I think this is something that no matter the circumstance, you get to go home and take that home and be like, you know what? I did play in a tournament with money on the line, competitive, casted, like all that stuff. think it's a really cool opportunity, and massive shout outs to Radiant as well as Psionics for putting it together.
Yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to you for mentioning steaks, because now I'm hungry. I just
sorry.
swallowed my Pop-Tart and almost choked on it as we came back
It's
from
like the same thing, right? Pop-Tart, steak, close enough.
You know, if you think about it, maybe you can imagine the steak. But hey, Astronic Petals going up against Flying Kitties, Aura, Melody, Rexy. Maybe you guys at home know who these players are, but hey, they're starting their careers here, and like Lawler said, it's an amazing chance to showcase your abilities with friends, or maybe you're just here to have fun. But that fun also is giving you money, so I love getting paid to have fun, and I'm sure these players are so excited to be casted, so we're gonna be as nice as we can, aren't we, Lawler?
Oh, 100%. Also, clarification, Sparrow is not playing. It is Laura. Laurasaurus Rex will be playing, so keep that in mind as we do have that full roster fielded. I know a lot of people in chat are looking forward to that as well, so don't worry, not being let down. Everything is as normal. It's on us, and I'll take the blame. It's my fault. I did
It's your fault. Yeah.
Everyone put it on Lawler. All good.
No, I'm the worst.
All good, all good. But when it comes down to this Disco Bracket as well, just to clarify for you guys, because you might have seen some information on it, I know Disco Bracket typically was supposed to be a best of 5 all the way through, but because in EU we don't have as many teams competing who sign up for these events and whatnot, it is going to be that full best of 7 for this grand final. And I think it just really is great. Again, shout out to Radiant and Psionics for being able to put on these off-season events here for these squads. But overall, I mean, I'm just excited for this next matchup to get started here, Lawler.
Yeah, I'm here to advocate for anybody who is an EU player that wants to sign up. I'm just saying all you have to do is win one best of 5 and you get money. So like, if you've ever wanted the time to sign up and play in these, now's your time. If you're a European player and you're trying to get involved, you're literally one series away from being in the cash. If that's not incentive, I don't know what is, Lemon Kiwi.
I love getting paid to do stuff, and I think these players would, you know, I think we could all relate to that feeling. And
Yes.
imagine playing silly car soccer for money. I mean, that's pretty cool. And Astronic Petals versus Flying Kitties, we got the branding on point, okay? So maybe new players to the scene, but already better branding than most, so I'm down.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this one goes off, but again, a lot of the similarities here. Technically, these are teams that did not make the main event. They're like our 9th, 10th overall, so I'm very interested to see on what it was. I mean, I look back at strength of schedule as kind of a learning curve for both the rosters, and like, again, putting up a fight, taking wins off of some of our top tier teams like the Emishers and stuff like that is not an easy thing to do. New Era suffering losses to some of these rosters. So again, I'm very interested to see what it is, but high flying from Flying Kitties, living up to the name. It's a shot from Rexy.
I was so looking at the Scooby-Doo band that someone is sporting, and then I missed Rexy just flying through the air like a star herself. So Flying Kitties on the board first, great to see. And since you wore that coaching hat last time I saw you at Worlds, I'm interested to hear Coach Lawler come in, because I'm sure this is going to be different skill levels than your Witch Please and your Guild Academy. So go crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of it too is just as a general rule of thumb, coming into these matches, there's only so much you can control, right? It's very difficult to kind of go against the grain in these, where you even see that in like the bubble scene, I guess is the best way. The teams that are kind of trying to push into that main event, you have to play your game. You have to come in with this is our standard way of play. We're not going to try to make adjustments. We just need to make sure that we come out of the gate playing comfortable how we want to play. And then you make adjustments from there. So I'm hoping that both these teams are doing just that. We're trying to get comfortable. We're trying to get our foot in the door. We want to make sure that on the other half of this, that there's pressure on the line. This may be a new situation for us where I've never been casted or been in a professional tournament. So I think easing those nerves and that tension right out the gate is the primary focus. And so far, so good, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, kind of Flying Kitties were taking their time, assessing what Astronic Petals were up to, and then sent it, cleared it. And then look, Astronic Petals doing almost the exact same thing, almost able to get on a breakaway. Rexy has been such a good flex player for Flying Kitties, available and aware on the offense and defense. So Astronic Petals now trying to cross that path and getting cut off midway.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression there from Roxy. Got to be careful. There you have a player in position as well. I just need to carry the momentum and moving through, but don't want to cut off your teammate. The way pressure is there for Flying Kitty. Should be a follow-up, and it's a shot.
Ooh.
Rexy with 2 on the board.
Yeah, is Rexy smurfing? Like, she's popping off today. Flying Kitties. It was a great setup by Aura, too. And just before that ball could have, because that was probably going to have a huge bounce to it, Flying Kitties came in at the perfect moment. Good attempt, too, from Astronic Paddles to defend, but now you have a 2-goal lead pretty early. Melody already stealing some boost. Good tip towards the center where Aura and a defender kind of collide. And Astronic Paddles, these touches are good, but they're a little heavy, giving some time and space for Flying Kitties to set up, and this almost drops in the box, but good chance by Laura to send it away.
Yeah, on the other side, too, a little bit of a double commit on the back end. Luckily, pressure not there, but something to pay attention to. And in the grand scheme of things, 2 players being sent means twice the chance of a save, and even better when it pinches the other way. So as long as it's communicated and it gets cleared out, not too big to worry about. Just got to be careful to follow up afterwards, though, making sure you both can secure boost and make the play for it. Is Laura able to get past 1? Rexy's there. Follow-up shot high from Melody. Curious on how this touch is going to go. It's an awkward way to stay patient. It's actually a fake challenge as well. So again, utilizing the space that's being provided, and actually draws in the entire defense and leaves for a wide open net for Aura.
Wide open opportunity, and I think you kind of described this well as the fake challenge, and then when you have kind of 2 players being able to just drive all the way down the field, have this open net, Flying Kitties are running away with this game 1, but this could be a situation just like our last series where Guild Esports start with a game win, or Guild Academy, I should say, start with that free win. And then game 2, you have this bounce back once the opponent has time to adapt and to read the situation, also have a break to talk. I'm sure it's very hectic to try and communicate strategies and discuss these things in the middle of a game. And not everyone is capable of talking and playing at the same time. So Astronic Petals, though, they haven't given up.
Yeah, it's something that I wish we had more insight into as well, even in, the RLCS and everything else, is being able to listen in on comms. I think it tells you a lot about, where the players are at, where their mentality is, how are they feeling. Because you hop into some comms for teams and you hear their comm videos and it's just chaos. It is word vomit galore. Everybody's crazy. And I'm like, no wonder you guys are so stressed. It doesn't have to be like this, but I'm curious to see kind of that contrast as we see more development in the women and marginalized communities of how they approach it. And there is some comms that are different where people don't call for, left, right, center. They call for who's next in rotation. And again, the communication meta is something that has yet to be challenged. It's always kind of been the same way. So very interesting to see different approaches from different mindsets.
And the mindset for Rexy, at least, has been dodge challenges, score equals profit, I guess, if that was an equation for her.
Skipping step 3 on that one.
Yeah, that's all the steps that she needs. She also has a hat trick, so Flying Kitties better be paying her pretty good. That dinner better be on her, but Rexy might get overwhelmed now as Laura can't make the save and Astronic Petals are on the board.
Yeah, great play by Iva. Able to play it around 1. And then unfortunately for Aura, who's on the recovery, can't get in front of it after coming off the ceiling. Easy follow-up and a good shot on target. So 1 on the board, I think, is a good confidence boost as well. It shows that, hey, we can score. We are capable. But that continues. And as a moving clear, it's a high one. Making sure it doesn't hit ceiling is a great play. As they're able to turn right back on it. Pass into the midfield. Good 50. Sora's just hunting for blood, trying to find some sort of demo to create up some space.
Keeping it to the corner, but not having any boost. It's a tough situation for Laura to be in, but even managing to get a demo there is huge to slow down Flying Kitties, but they had reinforcements, and Astronic Petals don't have time. 6 seconds left in game 1. This is about to end 4-1 in favor of Flying Kitties in our Disco Bracket Finals. Still a best of 7, and I'm sure lots of time left for Astronic Petals to learn as they go.
Yeah, a lot of adjustments to be made. But overall, I think there was some good things to find. Obviously, the high flying and the aggressive play is definitely there from Flying Kitties, as the name states. But on the other side of it, you can tell the space being provided is a little bit better. The positioning from Astronic Petals is there on the back end. Being able to clear it and bring it down the sidewall and get a couple touches past the defender. That's honestly where it starts. Those are the things that you need to do, is kind of just beating the person in front of you. And once you do that, the rest should follow through.
maybe keeping your eyes on Rexy a little bit. If you can give her the Sophie treatment of just locking her down, making sure she can't get away with too much. Clearly, Rexy is the threat on Flying Kitties. And when you're coaching teams, if there's that one carry player on a team, do you tell your players to target them, or how do you adjust to one player doing way better?
So there's a level of respect that's given. Like if we have a hard carry, right? Say we're going up against Justin Season 5, and we know he's hitting a flip reset before flip resets are a thing. That's a player that we go, hey, you got to respect him. You know he's capable of doing the thing, but don't give him the space to do it. Challenge it aggressively. Go and force that challenge. In most cases, you want to challenge low and force it high, because the backboard is not a goal, and you should have someone there to make a save. So I think that's kind of the approach. If you see, Rexy with the ball or is doing anything, challenge it aggressive and early and make sure that is the intent. And again, like you said, disruption's great. Demos on rotations. If you go and you make your play, you're rotating back through like, oh, hey is here. Find a demo on a player. Just like that. Go hunt that. Like, it will create a chance eventually. But again, don't be too overzealous about it, because you will put yourself out of position. Yeah. It's a tough balance.
Balance between how do you stop Rexy but also enable your own team. Even see Flying Kitties trying to pass to Rexy as much as they can. Nessus goes to that orange half. Little backflip by Rexy gives a chance for Laura to set this up to the corner, but no boost. Didn't get the bump on the player, but I guess everyone is looking at what Laura was up to and not, oh hey, who gets the first goal for Petals.
Yeah, all it takes is one mistouch, and then it's actually two on the sidewall. Can't find the control and knows, hey, I'm in a tough spot. So that play, which is supposed to be a dodge to the other side, ends up flipping the other way and creates an opportunity. But credit where it's due. Petals are in the right place. Put it in.
That's all it takes. You gotta just overwhelm Flying Kitties. Commit more players. Just risk it for the biscuit, I guess, as they say. But Flying Kitties now working their way forward. Rexy being disruptive there in the box. Open shot there by Flying Kitties. Now the follow-up. Popped up at the goal line. And the Astronic Petals just panicking to take back control from this corner. But Rexy faking things well. Flicks it above the one. But now Astronic Petals know they have to commit more tension, more members to Rexy to take that ball away. And almost an opportunity there. But missed there.
Yeah, a couple shots coming in and could have been dangerous. Luckily, that one does not connect. Rexy on the ball, aggressive challenge. Love to see that in the midfield. Make it two, and different look here to Astronic Petals. A little bit more urgency as this one's cleared across field and beaten again in the midfield. 3 challenges in a row to keep it on the half.
Oh, Laura is hoping to connect there with Iva, and eventually this bounces back to Ohei, who gets her second goal on the board.
That's 2 in a row. And again, just playing cleanup. There's nothing wrong with that. Staying patient in the midfield, just making sure that nothing gets past you. And when the chance is there, commit. Because by the time you do, your teammates should be able to rotate through. And now a change of events. What was a pretty dominant game won by Flying Kitties. Complete antithesis now.
Never too late. Flying Kitties. Bit unlucky, but that's an unlucky touch. And, I don't think I have to explain what's going to happen next, but I think that ball's going to go in the net. We have a pause coming in, though.
Echo says no.
And then that's about to be 3-0 for the Petals.
Yeah, I think there might be potential tech issue or disconnect and stuff. We'll try to keep you guys up to date on what is happening there. But again, it gives us a chance to show love and attention to the people behind the scenes that don't get the love, whether it be Techo, whether it be the Radiant staff, or everybody else. There's a lot of people here that are trying to make this show happen for your entertainment. So again, always when given the opportunity, much love and attention to the people behind the scenes that make this all happen. Shout outs to Radiant, shout outs to Psionics for also providing support so we can make these community events happen, as without them, this doesn't happen, and me and Kiwi have to do something else on the weekend. So very appreciative.
I'm just appreciating the people that come here to also support the stream, support their friends, and support players, marginalized genders who are trying to either start their career, extend it, grow it, whatever it is. And it's very stressful to play in these high stakes matches when there's tons of people watching, there's lots of money on the line. It's not easy to play in front of all of these eyes. So thank you all for being so positive and supportive. These players definitely appreciate it. And please continue to support these players in all of the tournaments that are happening in the scene. Just the support is also very encouraging for the players to take that next step to maybe mixed gender rosters, or maybe this is just for fun for them, but I'm sure the community aspect is just so nice to be in.
Yeah, I think it's awesome just overall, you know, between women's carball and Radiant and the activations they're doing with Ally and everything else. Like, I mean, you're talking just a week ago, the ability to go to something like TwitchCon, where, you know, again, a very overwhelming thing. And then you see a brunch being put on by the Radiant team. And it's people that you recognize, people that you've come to grow with as a community, as a family, which is, I think, always exciting when you can go and show up to an event or something that, you know, you might be a little bit nervous your first time going to, and you're like, I recognize these people. I know these people. And that carries through both in, you know, the Rocket League community as well. Having communities that are built that you can go and feel comfortable to compete and kind of get your dipping of the toes in your introduction to this. Like, again, we don't know the exact history between Flying Kitties and Astronic Petals, but if this is their first event, you know, to put yourself out there, to put yourself in front of the scrutiny that comes with being public is commendable. I think it's awesome.
And it's probably just such a huge difference between playing on the ladder and playing in a tournament like this. Like, how much does a tournament like this affect kind of the way you play and the way you approach the game?
Well, looks like we are back in the action. Also, as an update for everyone, there was a little bit of a game crash, so things are all squared away. They are not going to count that third goal because Rexy would have been in the pathing to save it. So, still 2-0 lead for Astronic Petals, and hopefully that little bit of a hiccup isn't going to be enough to stop their momentum. But Flying Kitties, a chance to recorrect what the wrongs were and see if they can bring it back. It's going to be a tough quarter, but plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, 2-0 lead, and now he also had a second to breathe and not panic too much. And maybe for someone like Flying Kitties, just bounce back mentally from sort of a deficit that's been created, a mistouch defensively. Flying Kitties aren't there to tap it in after the bounce. Here's Laura harassing the net. Iva too late to the punch, and Flying Kitties successful with the clear, and this is a long bounce in the infield that Flying Kitties couldn't get to.
A touch in the midfield and a good cut by Aura, able to secure the corner boost, and no one there for the challenge. But again, these players, we talk about the chess match and kind of the reactionary play. Aura actually cuts back to the net. They're like, oh, we're not going to get this possession. What do we do? Go back to the net where it's safe. But because of the whiff, now they're both out of position and it's a free ball. So again, Rocket League, not an easy one to adjust to. Both teams trying their best. Laura's shot, almost the double touch. It's in front of the midfield, and a shot there followed up just a little bit wide of the post.
Astronic Petals, that was good hustle. Just once accuracy is worked on and improved, I'm sure they're just gonna rack in even more goals. It's Flying Kitties though, still working on their first one. Now the bounce almost in front of the net. Good stop from Astronic Petals to not let that cross over. And Flying Kitties now try to head back because two of their members just don't have boost. Rexy still tries to make a touch away from the net. Flying Kitties almost barely have time to get boost when the Astronic Petals are just always on offense.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication, but a beat pass too. It's gonna be down to Iva trying to control and delay time for the two to get back on defense. And they do, so ends up working out. There's touch in the midfield, trying to find a player who can pick it back up. And it's gonna be a shot on target, a little bit wide. Again, cut in the midfield, shot there, and it's gonna find it. A little bit too much space being provided, but it's a difficult spot in net as well, as Izohei, who just happens to recover and then be stuck in the position where they just gotta jump and put a hand up.
Yeah, Astronic Petals just needed help to try and clear that, and Melody at the perfect place at the perfect time, and a beautiful high shot too. No saving that, even if you were in position, and almost the second one, the tying goal available for Flying Kitties. Now trying to relieve that pressure, the demos coming in. Astronic Petals working their way through that orange half. Melody missing that chance, but Aura
No way.
defending this well. How does this go? Aura recovers, and there's the tie.
It's a beautiful pass across. Checking back to the ball and an underside, just soft enough to play in front of the net. Because if that hits too hard, it bounces too far out. But again, the follow through is there as well. Way to tie it up. 25 left.
Holy cow, 21 seconds. Laura diving for it, pinches over to Ohei, takes the shot. Is anyone home? There's not. Ohei, the hero of Astronic Petals.
You thought there was momentum, and it's completely shut down. That's now a hat trick for Ohei. Some similarities here, Kiwi, between both teams. Last game was Rexy with a hat trick. Now it's Ohei. Two players to pay attention to.
Flying Kitties almost came back, and I mean, 14 seconds, it's not over. And shutting down Ava there, or Iva, was very important. He now looms on that left side, going to that blue half, couple more seconds, and that save from Ohei. Is that the nail in the coffin? Chance for Melody to score. It's off the cross on the ground. And Astronic Petals tie the series.
Oh, it's a little closer on the end. I thought we would have had a 0 second to tie it up and bring us to OT, but it is going to be the Astronic Petals that are able to hold on. That third goal proving so important. But the unsung hero for the team, Lorosaurus Rex, 2 assists, setting up both the teammates in goals. It's been tough in the midfield. I think the biggest one is there's a lot of, I would say, overall hesitancy where I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think they're just trying to make sure, like, hey, we don't overcommit. And the times that it's worked out for Astronic has been exactly that. Patience in the midfield, but when Flying Kitties get going, when they have that kind of next touch mentality, beating to the ball, they do control a majority of it, but it does force them out of position every once in a while.
Oh, we're being told, too, that Laura and Iba actually have competed in women's carball before back in Season 5, so great to see that while they're existing outside of this one tournament, they've been working together for a while, so there's some chemistry there between Laura and Iva. We go into Game 3, all things tied up 1-1 after Flying Kitties came in swing and came in flying even 4-1. You thought that the series they were gonna rob it away, but it's great to see the adaptations that have come in from Astronic Petals.
Again, not a one-sided affair. Both teams going back and forth, and again, it was difficult to try to find. You know, you look at the results, like we mentioned, of those main event qualifiers, and both teams definitely had their adversity they had to go up against, but were able to take wins and victories off some of the higher rosters. So I think it's really difficult to really find like who's the favorites in this. We thought, you know, out of the gate, hey, Flying Kitties, we see what you're doing, Rexy. I got you. But then the immediate response. So again, expect a back and forth, and both teams absolutely fighting for that victory in the disco bracket.
Yeah, Rexy went from getting a hat trick to just dominating all of Game 1, what it felt like, to
fake.
Game 2 being slowed down, and Game 3 definitely being watched a lot more. Good fake, and now that I think Astronic Petals know that that's kind of Rexy's style, a wait and see, a fake, now Astronic Petals are kind of using that against her, or at least being a lot more aware of it.
All follow-up is there. Good save on the back end. And the fact that it's pinched all the way away. LD smart to cut across and put a shot on target, but should be swept back into the corner where there's a 100 boost to pick up. Tries the lead for the teammate, gets past one, and should be banged right back downfield. By the way, definitely taking more of a defensive approach on the field. So something that, like, it's really difficult to start to learn as you get into the higher level of gameplay, where you have to kind of play that that assumption, which can be detrimental, right? Like, you have to have the trust in the faith that, hey, my teammate is going to hit this the way that I want them to, and it's communicated appropriately. So in order to stay one step ahead, we have to play like that. You have possession of the ball, you're going to clear it downfield, so that's where I need to go to. But both teams definitely focusing more on the smart play. You know, the way that I play in ranked, where it's like, I don't trust you, I'm going back to defense.
Sometimes you need that assist, you need that trust.
Yep.
Sometimes the first shot doesn't go in, and oftentimes the first shot doesn't go in. You can take advantage of a weak defense if you need to. Flying Kitties unable to cross over. Good challenge from Laura. Setting up in the box, though. Melody shoves it to the corner. But Ohei is ready. Actually driving up into the net. I hope she's doing okay. Either way, Astronic Petals attacking the net, and now this is an open opportunity, but Rexy, the ball got away from her, so it's going to take a second to align this up, and that's enough time for Astronic Petals to get back.
Yeah, good soft touch here in the midfield by Aura. And another control. It's a flick in the midfield. Can't connect with Melanie. Not quite ready for it. It was the right idea. Good controlled play on both sides. And seeing it again in the midfield. You got two players retreating, so deciding to grab boost, taking it solo off the ceiling. It pinches awkwardly the other way. Gonna have to retreat out, but pressure here from Flying Kitty's looking pretty solid.
Now, somehow this is still a 0-0 game. After how many goals we had in game 1, game 2? Defenses have stepped up a lot. Flying Kitties, though, still harassing the net. Melody now disengaging. It's up to Aura to set up her team. Now Iva touching, back passing this to Laura. Make sure you get that ball away from Flying Kitties, and so they have. Almost a whiff there from the defense of Flying Kitties gave Astronic Petals the ball back, and Iva gets the ball stolen from her. Rexy comes in with a lot of speed, and you see that Astronic Petals are looking to challenge her more aggressively like you suggested before.
Yeah, tough row hey there. Red Idea gets the first challenge, but the second one you want to play that one a little bit delayed. You're essentially just trying to bait in that defender as the last one back, and a delayed 50 should allow it to go around, but no boost to close the gap makes it difficult. Right positioning so far. Has a chance for a shot. It's met well by Rexy. Has the boost as well, but lobbed back down the other way. Whatever pressure they had is now going to play defense.
53 seconds or not. We'll get a pause here in a second, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't know if that's on our production side or if that's players, but yeah, probably going to be coming back to us on that one. So a little bit of a hiccup here on the connectivity side of things. So seeing if we can get that all sorted for you all here in just a bit. But overall, 54 seconds left, 0-0. There's been a lot of aggression from Flying Kitties, but haven't been able to put it in the back of the net yet. So very interesting to see who's going to be the one that just has that one moment or that one mistake that gets punished.
And when you're in a situation like this, do you, like, if you're a player or you're talking to your players as a coach, are you going for a more conservative play style because you don't want to take risks and get punished and then just be down a goal with no time left? Or do you try to send the house, as you say?
I think it varies a lot. If I'm talking about myself individually, I'm a nuisance. Like, I am not good, but I bully. I go for the intangible stuff, the boost and eyes, the demos, the things that open up opportunities, and pride myself in being in the right position and just hitting the ball on target. You're not going to see me hit a double flip reset. Probably not going to see me hit a flip reset, but I'll hold my own. So I think from that perspective, I try to cause disruption and create opportunities. I prefer to be the one in control. So I say a little bit more aggressive, but it's intelligent aggression. You know, make sure you're not overcommitting, making sure that if the ball is lofted into the corner, there's no point in me going up and challenging that on offense because it's just going to drop straight down. Like, let them go for those. Be intelligent about the way that you play, but most definitely we want to be on offense. We want to make sure we're winning in the midfield. We're doing all the things that make it so when the opportunity is there, we're shooting from their half in their net, and we still have a chance to retreat.
Yeah, I kind of like the style that Rexy is going for. Like, if you're just constantly being watched and challenged, maybe it is just a wait and see and punish the other team's mistakes, or see if you can dunk them like you saw in the previous series, whatever it takes. Rexy's got to think of something. Went from the big hero to now just getting slowed down a lot more. We'll get it back into game in a second. Series is tied 1-1 if you are just tuning in, with a 0-0 score in this game 3. With what, like 52 seconds left?
Well, I hate to break it to you. We did get an update from production. It is now 2-1 in favor of Astronic Petals. If we can get some information about how the goal happened. But in that time, there was some technical issues, and Astronic Petals did close it out. We're not going to take that away from them. They played to the fullest ability, so we do apologize for that. But they were able to close it out. So now up 2-1 and 1 away from match point.
Crazy what happens in 52 seconds. When the casters aren't there. Oh, okay, less pressure, no more nerves, nobody's watching, send the house. And maybe that's what Astronic Petals did. Congrats on that game 3 win. We're in game 4 now, still best of 7. You can tell that both teams are playing with a lot more confidence and going for more touches. Now Melody up the sky. Who's gonna meet her though is Iva, wins that challenge, and good thing that Flying Kitties read that bounce. I think that was Rexy to stop that from going in the box. That could have been an opportunity for Astronic Petals to turn the play.
Still a lot of aggression here from Flying Kitties, hoping for a third follow-up, but and Rexy happy to stay back and be a little bit more passive. Plenty of boost to work with. Good wave dash off the side wall and utilizing the space being provided, but that 50. Iva able to get behind it and clear it back the other way. Top of one, make it two. It's a double commit, but can they push it into the midfield and have a shooting chance? Oh, Iva going to completely shut it down.
Iva's got good control of the ball. Like, she was able to dodge and flick above one person going through that orange half. Now kind of summoning the assistance of Laura. Weren't able to bully their way through, and what a flick from Rexy down from the midfield and in. Flying Kitties with the lead.
Yeah, just a good trap on top, and as you see, both cut in. I think the understanding there from Astronic is right. Hey, you can't give them space. They've got control, and if they just create a challenge here, it'll force the hand. The difficulty is that hand is perfect. It's a royal flush into the back of the net.
Flying Kitties putting it all on the line when they were the ones leading the series in dominant fashion to climbing their way back. Great goal by Melody.
Yeah, it's a smart play and set up there. As it is, Rexy off the ceiling, doesn't have the ability to catch up to the ball, so instead they just smack it against the ground and kind of go for this bounce shot. Ends up being secured by Melody, so good team play, good follow-up. And a very different looking Flying Kitties.
Plenty of time. Rexy with the dribble, trying to dodge the one. And good shove by Ohe. Even got plenty of boost to turn this into a speedy counterattack. Not without Melody. Beautifully guiding this out, but it's flipped on its head. Laura was ready.
It looked like it was going to be a great clear from Melody. You know, that second touch over the top to the side wall, but talk about that person who's just kind of surveying the field, playing it intelligent, going to the right place, and Laura just takes a crack at it.
Flying Kitties only with a 1-goal lead. Rexy setting up the offense. Melody almost passing it right back to Rexy. And that's the type of connections that I think Flying Kitties are going to be really good at as time goes by. You can tell that they have a lot of chemistry, and Astronic Petals find themselves on the back foot. Rexy still has the ball. Laura, though, has been just her kryptonite at just stopping everything she's doing and almost throwing it back in her face when it comes to scoring against Flying Kitties when Laura has the ball. So this is a pretty back and forth affair going into the second half.
100%. As both teams starting to work the field a little bit better, and you can kind of see the emphasis of it. Playing that into the open space cross field makes it a lot more difficult to really get that form going, and quite honestly, it's probably Astronic Petals' best chance, because when Flying Kitties are able to get consecutive touches, they have been a little bit speedier, a little bit more mechanical. But spacing-wise, like kind of the fundamentals for Astronic have been really solid.
Melody shoved off, but this is almost setting up Rexy, who just went right below the ball. Bounce not red. Melody still trying to adjust her car. Triple commit. All of Astronic Petals doing everything they can to stop it. Now buying that real estate back. Driving forward, Laura can get the challenge on Rexy, who's been good at flicking it above. Astronic Petals committing more members to shut down Rexy wherever they can. Laura with a shot that Aura saves to the corner. Melody fights against Astronic Petals for the long clear, and here Melody comes right at the goal line, stopped by Astronic Petals.
Despite that, plenty of players on the defense. Good positioning by Astronic Petals. They had one in net and then immediately following suit, so multiple shots that looked threatening, saved away. As it's played around, probably going to be a race to the corner. And it is. So Rexy, again, even though able to apply the pressure, is also looking for that +1. I talk about that disruption. How can we find a way to sustain it? It's a beautiful infield pass put away by Melody.
She's been all over the place, and in the best of ways. Speaking of Melody, the way she just was already in position to receive that pass and tucks it to the left side. Great placement. Now it was going to be too difficult to save. 1 minute left, and Flying Kitties hope to tie the series.
Well, with plays like that, it should be relatively done with ease. I say that Astronic has done a good job with follow-through and follow-up, where it looks like Flying Kitties is going to run away with it. They tend to respond, so it's been 2 in a row for Astronic Petals. This one kind of goes just around the world, and what was going to be a challenge is now kicked back and into the midfield. That's a threatening spot. Need to be careful. As the final 20 seconds start to tick down, and Kitty's trying to hold on to their 2-goal lead.
Comes all the way back to the orange side. Laura, good touch. This comes towards Iva, but Rexy reads that like a book. And almost is able to follow through. Either way, just Flying Kitties being able to shut down that last play was so important. Now Astronic Petals have no time to tie the score up, giving Flying Kitties game 4 and tying this series 2-2.
Deciding to live up to the true rule one. I don't care what anybody else says. It's new to the game. Giving the ball at 0 seconds is the OG and will stay that way as they live up to it. Either way, guaranteeing us at least 6 games in this best of 7, as we're now officially 2-2 in the series. And again, very back and forth, alternating matches every single time. It's interesting, Kiwi, where it's like you try to find a semblance of like, okay, they're building momentum, these things are going good, but it's like it's so much contrast on both sides, where it's like in that game, Kitties looks like the clear favorite, has the mechanics, the shots are powerful, everything's good, and then Astronic goes, hey, look at our positioning, look at the way we challenge, we have 3 nets, they're wide open, and they just blast them on target too. So it's really tough to really get a foothold of like, yep, this is the team that's gonna win it out, which I think is great. It keeps us guessing.
Maybe we just have to disappear in order for Astronic Petals to start scoring and going crazy, because that's what happened in game 3 when it was like 0-0 and we woke up from our coma and Astronic Petals were winning. So that's maybe we just got to disappear for game 5. But you got to hope that no matter what happens to the casters, that Astronic Petals can pull through, and just kind of fell short in that game 4. Flying Kitties were really good at also playing more conservatively when they did have that solid enough lead, and Rexy hasn't been able to get away with murder like they have before.
Yeah, I think it was out of the gate swinging, right? A lot of mechanics, a lot of aggression. Credit where it's due. Astronic has definitely addressed that, and a lot of credit I think goes to Oro with the way that they've played. But for the same opposite side, you know, Ava's ability to control the ball and, you know, build time and, you know, hey, we're in a precarious situation. Let me control this. Let me, you know, bring this sidewall. Let me win a challenge. And it's like what was now a threat is basically a neutral play. So it's been going really well as a redirect comes in and trying to flick that one back downfield. But that aggression from Flying Kitties trying to keep this in the other half.
Yeah, I like that idea from Iva, just going for these subtle backflips and see if you can catch Astronic, or I should say Flying Kitties off guard. Either way, Rexy challenge still has the ball, and Ohei sends it back, and Iva setting things up for a second touch, and with no boost, couldn't really adjust her car to get the shot that she wanted. Here comes Melody with a response. Flying Kitties setting up quite well. This is a bounce not really touched by Astronic Petals, and Flying Kitties couldn't get the angle that they wanted to set that player up in the box. And Ohei had a shot opportunity there, but not at the angle she wanted either.
Yeah, it's difficult. Those are the ones that you have to put away. You know, you finally get a breakout downfield, and it's set up well. You're into the corner. It's a precarious spot, and it's passed right in the midfield. Should be hitting that one on a dime. Unfortunately, just barely off the target. If it doesn't come back to bite them, as they are on offense right now, it's a wide open net, a free shot, and it's going to be in. Oh, hey, back to the way things were in game 2.
Yeah, Ohei has all of a sudden put a cape on, and has been so amazing for this team. Just the realization, the awareness, I should say, knowing when that ball was going to drop, taking the shot, easiest one of their life. Now Astronic Petals lead. An early kickoff kind of has Flying Kitties with their backs against the wall. Now Astronic Petals, how do they go and match Melody here? Waiting for the ball to drop, and almost a chance for Rexy to read that drop from her teammate and take a shot. It was pretty threatening.
Could have been a chance there on the backboard, an unfortunate one. Again, Iva trying to do everything that's right. You know, follow up the play, try to set up the teammate, but that secondary touch, because it pinches on the backboard, actually causes the commit to be off. The way it's cleared at the side wall and should be able to be followed up. Looking at the boost meters. So far, pretty even from both sides. As Laura is deciding to switch that up, decides to go into the corner and deny it. No challenge in the midfield. It's played around, a good give and go, but the flick not high enough. Got eventually on target, played in the corner, and a chance to keep this one in. So Flying Kitties trying to sustain that offense, but can they find a goal for it?
Flying Kitties have some good setups, but just seconds too late on the follow-up. But Astronic Petals aren't getting solid enough clears either, where Flying Kitties, at least they're rewarded with a few more attempts. Now Laura has been free to break Astronic Petals out, but just with the speed that she had to use, it's been tough to, now that they're in that orange half, to slow things down. Now demos have to come through to remove this offense. Finally, Flying Kitties can breathe.
Good pass across, and those are the ones that talk about knowing when and when not to commit. You know, even if Aura goes in and gets a touch on that, you've got a player in defense sitting in net. And then if you even connect with it, it's going to pinch at best towards the midfield where there's somebody already waiting. So rather than committing so much and applying all that pressure, you're spending a ton of boost and putting yourself out of position. You can wait for that touch and then be in position. It draws out the defender for free, and you get a free touch on it. So little things like that in the moment are really tough to assess, but flip reset and a shot on target. It does force two defenders, so potentially Flying Kitty's able to get a goal here as a shot on target perfectly placed by Aura.
Yeah, that was good reads on the bounces initially there from the defense of Astronic, and as Laura misses that touch, this comes out right to Flying Kitties, and Aura, sort of a difficult angle to get in just the heat of the moment, but Flying Kitties find themselves all tied up 1-1 with 1:15 left, and a kickoff favoring Melody. Now just pops it up away from Astronic Petals, and Laura has been that one to stifle the momentum of Flying Kitties. Now off the back wall, Ohei just waited for the defenders to come out and still couldn't find the gap and that window of opportunity that she would have hoped for. But here's another one for Aura, and Flying Kitties in the lead.
Absolutely huge. 2 goals unanswered. And it's the aggression, the follow-up. I was talking about that a couple games ago, about the first team to really take advantage of the space being provided. If you have that aggression, you will be first to the ball. So if you can beat one out and follow it up, you're going to be rewarded. You see a prime example of it there.
Flying Kitties, another shot. When it rains, it pours. How? How is this happening? It's 3 back-to-back goals, 2 from Aura. Rexy off the back wall beats the defender, and it comes out to Melody. The Flying Kitties keep playing these bounces, and Astronic Petals can't figure it out. It's just going to be Jover.
Yeah, the difficulty there, obviously having to kind of stay isolated in the challenge. It comes off the kickoff, so you're just rotating back to net to kind of play safe, but you have no choice. You have to go out, you have to challenge it, and credit where it's due to Rexy. Recognizing that, plays it around the player rather than taking the shot. It gets rewarded for the effort, so doesn't get much easier than that. Has a good challenge, plays it in the midfield. It's going to force them to retreat just temporarily. As final 20 seconds, a shot on target. Needs something here soon to give them a sense of some semblance of offense, something that they can go and say, hey, we still are within this. As these final 10 seconds tick down, it is going to pace them on match point, and Rexy happy to low 50. Almost going for the dunk there, too.
Hey, works out for Flying Kitties, just finding the solution to the problem that was, how do we score? Well, just having a player bounce it off the side or the back wall, coming out to a player that's ready. And that's been easy enough for Aura to score twice and for Melody to get one at the end just within that, 30 seconds or something it was. They racked up 3 goals, which was enough for the win. So 1 game away from winning the Disco Bracket Finals.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, though, in credit where it's due. Obviously, we talked about Rexy and a lot of the efforts of what was being done as an individual mechanically, right? And something that we see even out of the, some of the most infamous players out there, like First Killer, is I hope you use those mechanics not just to score, not just to bail your team out, but to set them up. And Rexy's doing that and putting that on showcase, where I have the ability to get to this quickly. I have the ability to go for the flip reset. And rather than going the direct approach for a shot, let me just go +1. Let me play the backboard. Let me set you up for a free gimme for a shot. It's not the flashiest, it's not the highlight play, but it is a goal and it's a victory. So love the emphasis on making sure to be unselfish and set up the teammates, because it is definitely working out.
I'm just cat jamming right now. This song feels so good. Well, what doesn't feel good is staring down match point. At least if you're on the winning side, it feels good. Astronic Petals won away, getting a few $100 under their belt. And it took a lot of effort, took a lot of adaptations. Astronic Petals are behind now a game. Flying Kitties on match point. Here's Rexy with a setup. Drops right to Aura, but saved by Iva.
Early aggression out of the kickoff. Credit to Astronic for able to close that out. Even bigger if they were able to turn that into a goal opportunity on the counter, but it's a high lofter, drop straight down. It's a beautiful 1-2. Rexy setting it up and knocking him down for the team.
And Flying Kitties just right off the kickoff, we're going for blood. And what a pass and what a catch. Flying Kitties just leveling up every second we watch them. Where they started off the series well, got flustered a bit in game 2, game 3. They find themselves back in the driver's seat. Here's Rexy again. Now instead of these solo plays, I'm seeing a lot more selflessness from Flying Kitties. You see Astronic Petals just desperate for clears, getting them, but not necessarily having possession of the ball once they do get to that orange half.
A lot of space being provided. Rexy recognizing that as well. Soft touch to get past one and then trying to go for the flick, but it is pre-jump by Astronic, so good challenge. Has a shot on target. Follow-up is there, and Ava able to get one. Here's how this one plays up with a soft touch. It looks like it's going to get clear to the side, but positioning's just perfect.
Astronic Petals connecting well, especially if you can just read that bounce off the wall and be ready at the front. Don't have to be too fancy with it. Now Aura is ready. Flick reset available. Melody right by her side takes the shot. And what a pass, what a play. Flying Kitties with a lead.
The best part about that was Aura was actually trying to go for a double. There was that stall underneath and trying to flip into it. And I'm like, okay, that'll look cool, but you know you could just pass it. Like Melody's sitting there waiting like, pass it, I'm here. Pass it, please. And then eventually it does, and it's a free shot. So failed double flip reset. Perfect pass on the first one.
Oh, you're not even out
No
of the
way.
woods yet. Laura from up top, from the midfield, I think, takes a shot that Flying Kitties were just not expecting.
Yeah, just a crazy shot immediately off the rip. Melody has to be spread thin, trying to just pop that high, but Laura ready for it. Good aggression in a neutral game. Again, Flying Kitties look like they were going to really run away with this one. Something that's been persistent is the response from Astronic. Every time you think they're out, every time you think Flying Kitties, aggression, offense, crazy mechanics, and then clean shots by Astronic, and they put them away and tied up.
I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how these players grow as time goes on. So I'm just really impressed by Laura and Melody too. When she's given the ball, she's given some space, she makes magic happen.
Yeah, that's a really smart play again. Even though Aura can't get it, the bump on the defender, it sets it up. You know, maybe if this connects, it's a goal right out the gate, but even though you can't catch up to it, at least make yourself useful, and does. One goal lead back in favor, but in front of the net, need to be careful. It's a good 50 to the sidewall. Should buy a little bit of time. Plenty of boost to work with.
It's only been 2 minutes. And we just have this many goals. And I think it's just been off of really superb offenses. Rexy, oh my god, the ankles are shattered. It's setting up Aura like that. Easiest goal of her life. Flying Kitties 4-2.
Yeah, a little bit of patience in the side, and it's one thing to get it past one defender, but to do it past two, you think the next thing that only makes sense is a goal, and rightfully so. We're happy to just sit there and put it away. 2-goal lead, but still plenty of time. We've seen this multiple times already, even in this game. Has a potential double touch. Can't quite get behind it. So plays a little bit to the side, but the aggression of Flying Kitty is definitely paying off. Another shot on target. Good save. The low boost. Got to find a way to clear it out, and a slow challenge like that is a great way to do it.
Okay, oh hey. Dodging one, setting up Laura. Flying Kitties now. Get a taste of their own medicine. Astronic Petals will go down without a fight. These passes have been quite threatening. Laura starts to drive again, but it depends on how this back wall bounce will be read, and it's shoved there to the side, and Ohei gets their shot denied. Here comes Melody. Oh, it's off the cross, and there's no friend there to help. Melody will have to head back.
Yeah, a little bit getting away with murder on that one for Laura. Went into the back corner to get boost, and what a save. Gotta be careful for this one. It's another one from Melody. Falling with style on that one. We got to be careful, especially when you're on the defensive half. If shots are coming in, as soon as you grab those corner boots, rotate back towards your net, put a body in the way. And maybe he was expecting the teammate to be able to clear it downfield, but again, more offense. Rexy, potential pinch, trying to get it around, and it's a little bit wide. But the follow-up there, it's actually off the post and out. It could have been a 3-goal lead.
Oh, wait, and as long as I must stop and Laura, it comes back out to her, placed on the right side, no saving that, and Astronic Petals are coming back.
That's a big swing as well. I talk about that one being off the post for Flying Kitties. It could have been a 3-goal lead, and now it's back within 1. It felt like you had a buffer, but it feels like nothing is safe in the series. And still on match point. It could have been over after this.
At minute 18, after what, like 5 goals went in the first 90 seconds. This is plenty of time for a team like Astronic Petals. Good catch there by Rexy. This touch there could have been deadly. Now this is stopped there by Iva. And Astronic Petals making this difficult, but this comes all the way down somehow. Melody gets the 5th one for Flying Kitties.
How was this pinched in? I don't understand. It looks like, okay, Melody saw a teammate on the sidewall. It's like, all right, let me pass it up to you. It doesn't have the full distance, but hey, with the right idea. Because it falls a little bit short, is actually out of position and gets behind the car. Pinches in, another 2-goal lead, but can it be responded to? I would assume yes, as this one. The slow roller, they're able to get back in time.
Good heads-up defense. You're not out of the woods yet. Dangerous touch. Oh, hey, shot down low. Saved by Aura. And Flying Kitty still need to make that space. And Laura, that big car she's playing, is just running people over. Keeping Flying Kitty stuck on this orange half. Off the back wall, though, Iva waits for her chance. And Melody has to be careful here. And what a touch from Rexy to put it to the side. But Astronic Petals keep recovering possession. Now off the back wall, double commit from Flying Kitties. It's to the corner again, but recovered by Astronic Petals, who just are taking a lot of time to put shot after shot, not always on target, but finally Flying Kitties are out with the time that they have left. Flying Kitties will be your disco bracket champions.
It looked like there was going to be a chance there on the back end, but low boost, able to break it on out, and Flying Kitties, as you state, do close it out in 6. Congratulations to them for winning the disco bracket and being your first place team. But again, it wasn't easy. Astronic Petals putting up an absolute fight.
It was a fun series. I'm
glad. It was pure chaos.
That's why it was fun. It was just also just having 2 different series, right? One where we had like Witch Please and Guild and all of that, and they're just flying all over the place. It's almost a masterclass of Rocket League. And then we go and check out other teams that are more newer to Rocket League, and you're like, okay, now I see what they have to learn. You see where they fall short, but you also see how quickly they were to improve and just how much passion that both Flying Kitties and Astronic Petals played with. And it's cool to see how their careers will grow from this, but congratulations to Flying Kitties once again.
Yeah, I consider me surprised throughout the entire series. There's moments where I'm like, all right, I'm not sure what I'm going to get out of this quite yet. And then you see some of these crazy redirects and these high-flying clears. You get double flip resets. And it's like, where was this? What happened? And then I'm like, this is your 9 to 10 teams? Okay, like, there's a lot of depth that is starting to build and grow in this community, which is absolutely fantastic as we see improvement from here on out. And for teams that are just getting started, sky's the limit. There's so much more to go.
Oh, I'm excited. That was just the appetizer, because coming up next, we have our grand final of our Star Chasers Showdown. You won't want to go anywhere. Witch Please will be going up against Guild Academy in that big rematch where they went all the way to 7 last time. I'm stoked. I hope you are. Stay in those seats. We'll be back after the break.
said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. But don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your turn, a time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even want to play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect?
What a fun matchup that we just saw here for the disco bracket, and big GG's over towards Flying Kitties. But overall, again, I think the really big thing that we want to emphasize on here, Lemon, is the fact that the point of this disco bracket is really to just, again, give that additional opportunity to compete here within the scene, especially during this long off season.
Yeah, this was such a fun series and an amazing opportunity. As you said, you get paid to play Rocket League, so that's awesome. I think both these teams, learned a lot from this series alone, and how to deal with that pressure too of being casted. I just want to highlight someone like Melody, who especially showed those improvements throughout the series. Like game 1, we kind of talked a lot about Rexy, you got the hat trick and all like that, but then Melody grew a lot too, like 5 shots in game 2, then went to 5 shots in game 4, was getting more and more goals, was so involved in the success of her team. So big shout out to Melody from Flying Kitties.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways. You know, both rosters are obviously trying to compete and kind of put everything on showcase. And as you settle into the series, you stop worrying about the macro stuff of like, oh, I'm on broadcast, oh, I'm being casted, oh, there's money on the line. You just kind of settle in, and I think we got that from both, which is why it was so entertaining for Lemon and I, is we just got to see both teams settle in and do what they do best. And that's when you started getting the double flip reset attempts, the mechanics coming out, and yeah, it was chaos in the best of ways. So yeah, absolute pleasure, and congratulations to both teams getting to come and compete in the disco bracket.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun here, but we actually have an interview just about ready here from Flying Kitties. We'll be talking over towards Rexy. Hello, Rexy. Congratulations on your W. How are you feeling?
I'm over the moon. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we've tried so hard to get for this, and I'm happy we took the W. I can be more impressed with my team.
Well, that's super exciting for you guys, and a big congrats with the performance that you guys pulled out as well. We saw initially you guys took that first game, and then going into games 2 and 3, that was on the side of Stronic Petals, and then you guys really started bringing it back over in those last 3 just to wrap up that series overall. Was there like a change in maybe like your comms or your mentality after kind of losing those 2 games in a row?
Yeah. So after we took the first game, I think we got a little bit carried away with ourselves, and then after we started conceding goals, we needed to reset. We slowed down the comm and took a breather, and that's how we managed to came back. We just needed to stay calm and not worry about our mistakes.
It's really impressive that you guys are able to just like be able to do that on the fly, especially with the fact that we're not really familiar with the Flying Kitties team. I would love to hear you tell us a little bit more about your squad. Do you guys plan to kind of stick together throughout the off season and then hopefully into whatever next iteration of a league we have for the marginalized gender scene?
I mean, we randomly came together because everyone had their own team, but we just decided to come together. See what works best, and for the future, I don't know. I don't want to give out too much information because
fair.
Some people. So it is what it is. But I mean, hopefully we can run more events in the future, and we're not done. We're just getting started.
I love to hear that. And that's something else that I want to ask you as well is like for you and for your team, especially with some of your names being a bit newer to us here within the marginalized gender scene of Rocket League, what do these events mean to you? And like, yeah, I guess just tell me a little bit about that.
I mean, for my teammates, I don't know how they would say how they feel about the event. They love it. It's their first time. Um, I'm not too nervous about playing on stream. I've done it before, but they had such a good time,
Yeah.
and I'm hoping that they get a great experience out of it as much as I did. And who knows if, like I said, we're gonna be back one day. We're gonna come back with better experience, and yeah.
Well, I absolutely love to hear that. And it's so exciting to see you bringing in new faces on your team as well to be able to introduce them to the scene and give them those reps. It was a great performance for the fact that this was like the first time that your two teammates are competing and whatnot. But overall, I mean, now everything is all said and done, right? And I wanted to give you a chance to also give like some shout outs and whatnot here on stream before we say our thanks and goodbyes.
Big shout, a big shout out for my teammates. I can't do everything by myself. I play 1v1 for a living, but that doesn't stop me from playing 3v3. But massive shout out for my teammates. For the people who were supporting in chat, big shout out for them. Definitely can't do it without the support. And shout out for all the casting because you guys are putting on a great show.
Yeah,
So,
big shout
yeah.
out over towards Lawler and Levin for that one. But Rexy, it was such a pleasure to be able to talk to you and whatnot. Really looking forward to seeing what you and the rest of your team end up cooking up for the remainder of the off season and into the new season as well. So thank you so much for joining us for this interview and taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you.
Whew, okay. Lovely, lovely interview. Everyone's been so sweet so far here when I've gotten the chance to talk to these players. But speaking of players, we do have more matches coming up, and I know that some players are probably restless waiting to get into the grand finals. So we're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be here with Witch Please and Guild Academy.
Think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give it. Can't run away from you. You gon' pay. Still you try so hard to cover up your games. Got you thinking don't nobody see all this time. Ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
I don't mean to speak this up a line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull me.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw Flying Kitties take away the top spot there for the $1,500 prize pool, but we gotta move over to the big bucks now. Again, it's 15 grand here for the EU region for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. And looking over at this bracket here, I mean, we can see how things panned out. I think the most surprising thing, Lawler, was the fact that Guild Academy versus CPS didn't go to an even longer series into that 7th map.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be back and forth, but I'm kind of focused in on this grand final. The fact that these guys have played twice now against each other throughout this tournament. It has gone the distance both times, 2-1 and 4-3, both in favor of Which Please. There's something about this Guild team that's just like, this is your chance. Like, you've had a chance to, I think, when going in against both these rosters with Guild Academy, where they come up to the adversity and you're like, they're the storyline. The storyline states that you guys win. If I look at the script, Guild Academy is supposed to win.
You would think, right? Like, both these teams, I'm so excited because this went to Game 7, right? The last time they faced in, like, a qualifier, and looking at these rosters, you would think that Which Please would be dominating everyone, but for some reason, Guild Academy just got to them. And the way that we saw Guild Academy play last series, I'm not surprised. They're on it. But Which Please, this is a roster that is playing perfectly today. Like, they swept their opponent in the semi-final. They looked pretty much untouchable. And you have this addition of Ravina, which has helped a lot, where maybe you thought, okay, how nerfed are they going to be without Sophie? No, that Ravina is an addition to this equation.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the fact that Ravina has just slotted in so nicely with that duo on the side of Which Please. I think it's going to be another intense match to come up there. And even with that interview with Joda, I really think Lawler, what we're going to be seeing head to head in this particular match is Witch Please. They are such an aggressive team. Very, very aggressive. You see them get a lot of shots on goals, but Guild Academy are almost like their exact counter in the sense that they're very strong on their defensive side.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see on how that matchup plays into each other, considering that Witch Please is going to continue to be aggressive and control the pace, which historically in Rocket League and something I've always believed in is the way you're going to win. There's only so much resource on the field, and when you can control that, you are going to win eventually. There's a certain point where the defense can't hold on. But on the other side of that, Guild's doing some really good things with their more passive approach. Strong defense, big clears, and follow-up has proven to be successful. And we saw this literally the day before where Witch comes in, they look perfect, they're 4-0, and it still goes to 7. So again, the storylines are kind of just lining up to be like, we're going to have a recreation of a nail biter, which is what we want for a grand final, but you just never know, because I do think Witch Please hit different gear. They looked so much better in just a 12-hour period. So I'm nervous for Guild Academy, but if the play style works, it works.
Scary thing is you can't leave it down to the wire like we saw in that semifinals matchup. You've got to find also some success early on in those games too. So grand finals now impending here for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. You guys take it away.
Woo, let's get into it. Witch Please versus Guild Academy for, couple $1,000s, no big deal, right? Joda, I think, was our highlight, Lawler. That Guild Academy defense, offense, she was a star. I think she could be real trouble for Witch Please.
Yeah, I agree. I think the defense was absolutely stellar. The ability to always be in the right position. And it's one thing to be in the right position to make a save. It's another thing to do it in a place that is safe. And I think that's where the credit really goes, is you're under threat. These shots are something that you cannot take lightly. You're seeing Sophie put a double touch, pretty much at a ridiculous angle. But it's not just the save, it's into the corner where you have some time to breathe and a chance to collect some boost to get into a position to stop that threat. So that is going to be the difference maker. Which is going to put on a plethora of shots, but can you put them in a place that make you safe, that allow you to breathe? That's what I'm looking for.
I don't think you can be safe with players like Witch Please. Like, the way Crimson would just constantly be challenging people on the opponent's half. Just when they're like receiving a clear, they're hanging out, they're figuring out what to do. Crimson's just demo, bump, challenge. Like, that's how Witch Please were just spontaneously creating opportunities and having these relentless offenses. Why they were what felt like we're gonna put double-digit shots at so many opportunities. But Guild Academy, what we applauded was their defense, and we'll see if it'll hold up, because here comes Ducks, and April already had to tip it away.
Yeah, well, offense beats defense, but we've also seen that other narrative all throughout RLCS where there's been seasons where the defense has been the one that remains supreme. So, like, nowadays, the thing to take away is everybody on the field is extremely talented. Everyone is extremely capable. So, again, dictating that pace and controlling that narrative has always been the tried and true, as Guild has proven it before, where they have the offense, they have the ability to put up, 4 or 5 goals in a single game.
Very possible. Witch Please now sending Crimson, gets below Joda, but Sniper reads that well. At least if you can read the destination, you have to commit more and more players to Witch Please, because they are just that good. And Guild Academy's defense, that's why it was so difficult to play against. They have players, and they are just so well thought. Now here's April off the back wall. Here is Ravina putting this to the corner. And Sniper ready to receive. This tips to Joda off the back wall. Who's going to be stepping up? Is it Ravina? Now knowing that Dux is going to get in the way, this ball gets away, and Crimson almost gets it in.
Yeah, it's such a tough decision for Ravina there. The pass down field has 2 options. You can either go for the redirect and the shot. But you see that Crimson's right behind lurking, so you want to make a soft enough touch to create some separation from that last defender in net. You can't get over them, and you can't play it too far behind. So unfortunately, it doesn't work out, but the idea is there, and the fact that they're already doing that 2 minutes in is great to see.
Kind of a slow pace, at least slower than what we're used to seeing out of Witch Please, and I think it's good in that game 1 to have it being a surveying type of match, of just seeing what your opponent is up to, how they like to play. Also, you did just have this break in between the semis and the finals, so I'm sure both teams will be ramping up soon. This is a dangerous drop, but Sniper won't allow it. Ducks now sneaking past, has 2 defenders in the net, almost getting shoved out of the way, but Witch Please still haven't broken through. Crimson has the ball, flicks it above, but Sniper's there in time too.
It's a great save, but the defense still needs to be careful. A lot of these touches are going above and over the crossbar, but the boost is being denied, so sustain here for Witch Please. Has another demo on the back end. They should be fine. Play this over to the outside. April able to get to it first. It's a good first touch, but patience from the defense of Ravina should allow them to break on out. Has multiple touches consecutive at that. Thrown in the midfield. It's a dangerous spot, and Ravina able to get a touch right past the defender near post.
As Crimson popping up before and dodging the challenge from Joda to now being untouched in the corner and able to set up Witch Please, especially Ravina, for success. And that's just one slip up that will, well, be taken advantage of. And that's what Witch Please have been so good at. It's one goal, but what more can you get? Good space creation by Guild Academy, but it's gonna take more efforts to send away Witch Please. And now you got Ducks demoing people, so Witch Please are making sure that Guild Academy stay anchored here. This ball barely floats past that net. Ducks popping it up, hoping for the flip reset, drops it to Ravina for a fake, and it's off the back wall. Who's stepping up next? It's Crimson! Saved by April! Fantastic read from that defense.
Been good defense, but can't hold on for too much longer unless you do that. It's a good demo on rotation. It should allow Guild to at least break out temporarily as it's in the midfield. 50 in their favor and a boost control, so a chance for April to do something special. Pinch it in the midfield, nobody there. Goes a little bit too far, but both players were in position. Hopefully for an outlet pass. Again, it's going to come down to that midfield control. So far, it has been Ducks. The dominant play, but it's a double touch from Crimson. Does not miss.
Oh, Crimson. The magic she can make happen in that opponent's half, and that's a long double touch too, and Joda couldn't stop it in time. That's the type of mechanics that Witch Please have, and why they're probably the best team in the marginalized gender scene. And who to stop them? None other than Guild Academy. There's the response by Sniper, cutting through very fast.
Yeah, really difficult there for Ravina. Rotating back near post, just has to put a body up, and does, but the difficulty is the flip is just off. We talk about Rocket League being a game of mechanics, a game of physics, and they make it so effortless. We talk about how perfect and how great, but you don't really realize, like, these are manual inputs every single time. Hundreds of thousands of hours being put in to make sure that it is perfect. And sometimes all it takes is a flip in the wrong direction. And rather than being neutralized and put down straight, it goes back towards your net. So, one goal lead, an infield pass, and a delayed touch. Looks like Ducks wanted to go for a shot there, but recognized two defenders. So, going for the sustained offense instead.
Quality over quantity for Witch Please. They know when the opportunities are open for them, and that's why their execution is so successful. Witch Please have Crimson in the sky, back wall, double tap attempt, but it's off the cross and Ravina recovers. Witch Please can go in for another attempt. Ducks covers well off the wall. Joda gonna make sure she's there, but time has already gone by, and I can't believe this is only a 2-1 game, but the equalizer could be there for Guild. A few more seconds, and now it's back to the blue half, and April can't get there. Witch Please take game one.
Again, a tough fight, a one-goal game as we expect it, back and forth. But I really want to play kind of devil's advocate on this, because the things I'm seeing from Witch Please are not the crazy, offensive, aggressive playstyle. It's actually the patient play that is really being rewarded. I'm loving seeing that they're going for these break checks. The fact that Ravina isn't challenging immediately. She's not meeting it in the midfield. She's waiting and staying patient for that pass to come across so they have a free touch to go the other way. It's very, very intelligent play, which is something that I don't think everybody expects out of Witch Please. It was aggressive at the start, but as they've settled in, it's become more composed, which I think just makes them more well-rounded and even more dangerous.
And I think Witch Please have to play more dangerously against the defense that has presented themselves. Like Guild Academy are really good at taking pressure and really just spitting it back at the opponent's face. In terms of being able to score off of counterattacks, well, that's still to be discovered out of Guild. But they're a team that can sustain. I mean, the last time these two teams faced, it went to Game 7, so Guild know how to trade blow for blow with a team like Witch Please, and to not get flustered if a game like this gets away from them.
100%.
So how will they bounce back in Game 2, you know?
Yeah, I think it's difficult, right? Because they've been in this situation before. Like, the game and the series is close. It's 1 goal differences in these matches. You're talking of 1 goal difference in the series. Like, overall, like, they're going toe-to-toe. And I think that's the best thing about Guild is, like, they have to make sure mentality-wise they always remember, like, we're still in this. I know it's frustrating to play against, but we can compete on an equal scale with them, and we know that. So, yeah, they may go up by 2, but all it takes is 1, and we're back within 1. And, like, keeping that mental strong, I think, is going to be a really big thing because Witch Please does kind of chip away at you slowly but surely. So, and trying to find a way to score first, I think, is going to be the big one for Guild Academy. Control that narrative to the best of your ability so you're playing from ahead rather than from behind.
These are our 2 best teams, in my opinion, in the community. Like, Guild Academy have almost just as much experience as Witch Please when it comes to Rocket League. Maybe not as much as a team. I know Ducks and Crimson go way back. We'll have that chemistry truly tested today. Guild Academy getting harassed there by Crimson, and we've talked about how she's known to just challenge at a moment's notice, just to shake up your composure. Guild Academy, though, with a setup for Sniper with the 50 colliding, stifling the ball's speed. It's Witch Please that go for demos, and we're able to get the ball out, but it goes right back to April, who scores for Guild.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Again, well played here by Guild Academy. It's that consistent pressure, and it's not just the pressure, it's the demo on the back end as well. No one there in net because they're not even on the field. Spawning on the same side with 33 boost, but not in a position to go and make a save. So, again, talking about controlling that narrative, what a great way to start.
That was a fantastic challenge by Joda, like I said, who has been the player to watch when it comes to Guild Academy, who has grown so much as a player at. Now finds herself on one of the best teams that she could be on. Witch Please know how to keep the ball and even have to go for a back pass, but it's dangerous when someone like April is around, and Witch Please get out of that hole and deny maybe that second chance, that second shot that Guild Academy could have taken, but no one was there for a follow-up in time. Joda misses that touch, the bounce comes out to April, and she does it again!
Yeah, rough touch here from Ravina. You see it on the back end. Just trying to play that to safety, but doesn't realize, like, I'm being challenged and chased down. There is a threat behind me. And at what point do you just say, hey, like, I don't know what to do here. Unfortunately for Ravina, has got to rotate and just at least jump and get in the way, but Guild Academy probably going to slot that one in every single time. We see a solo play, a double foot reset from Ducks trying to change this. He's in the midfield, bumps and demos, and the flick not going to pay off.
Oh, we got a pause. Crimson, I believe, just disconnected from the Witch Please side. We'll get her back in a second, but a 2-0 start for Guild, and feels like their execution is on point too. Like, it hasn't taken that many shots, that many offenses to generate the momentum that they have.
Yeah, really settled into this the second game between the two, which I think is really good to see. You're talking in the first series where it was primarily Witch Please with the control and understanding that, hey, we can make some space happen and really settle in. Guild has recognized that space is being provided. You know, if we keep this close to the chest, if we find a way to make sure that we're staying on top of this ball, we can force some 50s, we can force some opportunities, and it's all on your half. So the fact that they're doing that and then it's paired with demos and everything else, yeah, you're basically playing a 3v2 right now. My curiosity, though, is Witch Please going to be able to then amplify that? Are they going to be able to recognize, like, hey, they are playing a little bit over-aggressive, a big clear across around the other side of the field, maybe a solo play? Those types of things are going to stop that from happening and alleviate a lot of that pressure. So curious to see on what the adjustments are going to be made here as they kind of have a chance to reassess during this downtime. These are the times where I wish we had the ability to, like, just listen in on what the communication was like.
I know Joda's just... If I was Joda, I'd be screaming in my mic because the way that she is just full sending it, getting these challenges that are resulting in goals for her team. Like, Joda is having the time of her life today. Now Crimson is reconnected. We restart at the 3-minute mark. 2-0 still for Guild Academy. And Witch Please having to work on that comeback. Ravina, Ducks by her side, all three defenders there. Early challenge from Joda to shake that up before any pass could be attempted. Now April being slowed down there by the 50 of Crimson, and Ducks and hoping to clear that thanks to Ravina, but Guild Academy are making this incredibly difficult for Witch Please to get out. But with that midfield open, no, Guild Academy quickly closed that gap. Over to April, takes a shot, not on target. April ready on the side. No, Ducks has to go above and beyond to clear this out.
You know, it's been very interesting to see Guild Academy completely flip a switch. What looks like, hey, we're dealing with pressure, we're trying to find our footing, has been the complete opposite. It has been nothing but dominance. As Crimson trying to go for a little bit of a psycho there, playing off the back ward and trying to go for a redirect back the other way. But none of the Guild team actually falls for it. They all stay pretty far back, just waiting for that touch.
Oh, Joda, second touch. Good pinch from Ducks. It is weak, but almost got taken advantage of by Guild Academy. At least you deny the initial shot, which please have to take this away from Joda. Sniper in the box, but it's tough to connect on those passes when Witch Please are expecting them. But Joda keeps robbing possession and creating opportunities like this. What a setup by Joda.
Again, you see such an aggressive challenge. We have Crimson's POV there, and all of a sudden you just see Joda flying past to go for that 50, and it creates an opportunity that is easily dished out to Sniper. Such good decision making going on from Guild Academy right now.
Oh, Guild Academy know how to match aggression with aggression. Ducks from the air like that. Finally, Witch Please score.
Joda there again. It's a good 50, but it pinches the other way heavily. Ducks was no hesitation in the midfield. Something that we haven't seen that much this game is Ducks' dominance in the midfield. Normally able to challenge everything and really shut stuff down, but the way that Guild is working the field, I talk about those cross passes, those things about really spreading the field thin, makes it really difficult for a team that wants to play aggressive and kind of on that domino effect. But when the follow-up is there, this is the Witch Please we know and love.
Yeah, we usually applaud that Guild Academy defense, but nobody was ready on that right post. I think, was it 2 people trying to go for the challenge and Witch Please win it? And you get a pass like that, it's easy. Now a 3-0 lead that Guild Academy had is starting to slip away with 2 unanswered goals by Witch Please. Off of just capitalizing on these windows of opportunity that Guild Academy are letting happen. Now April pushing forward, met hand in hand by Witch Please. Crimson's already ready in the box, but didn't get the redirect she was hoping for.
You'd think that might have been a goal too. A little bit extra power, but now it's a soft touch. There was one already high flying coming across, but now all 3 players have to rotate back, low boost. It's a good touch by Crimson. Gets the corner as well as lofts that all the way downfield. Decides to opt for a little bit of the play on the opposite player. Choosing to go for a little bit bully ball. Maybe cause some disruption and set up the teammate, but again, with only 30 seconds left, they gotta find a goal here quick.
Back and forth in that midfield, but Sniper sends it down. Ravina and Crimson seem comfortable though, and almost trying to go to that left side to make sure you don't just drop down right in front of Crimson. Witch Please trying to be as creative as they can. 8 seconds left. Guild Academy just need to hold on to this lead, and they deny that push from Witch Please, and now demos have to come through. Crimson with the ball right at the goal line, can't make it, and Guild Academy take game 2.
Was a chance there potentially for Crimson, but can't quite get the flick with power. So Guild Academy is going to respond 3-2 in their favor as we tie up the series. Again, a completely different look here in game 2 from Guild Academy. Very composed, working the field extremely well. Challenges are there. But overall, as we take a look at the replays, I think it's that aggression early. You know, you're playing challenges really well. You're sweeping through and going for demos, and just, you look at a lot of these shots, tough angles, but there's no one in a position in net to make a proper save.
Oh yeah, that shot from Ducks was so gross, and then this was when might have had that double commit challenge, and then that right side open. Small chances that Witch Please had to come back, and he definitely took them, and it got real close. A 3-0 lead was almost squashed at the last second. So Guild Academy know how to strike, and strike early and with aggression with those challenges that Joda had early, like you pointed out. She's only racking up assists, but those are valuable assists to make someone like April and someone like Sniper to look as good as they do. Now Witch Please really got to think about how do you shut that down?
Yeah, I think the best part about this in our grand finals is it's living up to everything we wanted. You know, Witch Please came in, perfection, super aggressive, absolutely dominant. And Guild Academy, again, back and forth, but really found their footing. And we're seeing those two collide where Guild is really, I think, starting to form what their identity is. And that's so tough to do in Rocket League in a game that is so fast-paced and reactionary. It's like, what is your identity? We're going to start with a really strong defense, but again, the offense prevails. Witch Please follow up one after another. You just see everybody hunting for that defense. It's a great save by April, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, the fact that April even just initially was there. Witch Please are a pain train. It just seems so difficult to slow them down. So Guild Academy just had to fight fire with fire. But Witch Please, now that you have that kickoff reset, you gotta ramp that up again. And Joda makes sure to assess how Witch Please are approaching, tucks it to the side. But you gotta be careful of those setups there from Ducks. Witch Please didn't have the follow-up, but now they have boosts, and they got time to spare.
And you see Ravina sitting in the wing. She's like, I know this touch is going to come right back to me. Guild Academy, again, understanding the spacing. It's a soft touch, and it falls short, so they're able to hold on for a little bit, but go to the sidewall, going to have to pre-jump, and it's a pinch downfield, but read well. Those are the challenges by Ducks that we didn't get to see in Game 2. Just see if they can stay.
Series tied 1-1, and I could see this going the distance just like it did last time. That defense from Guild Academy definitely paid off, but then you saw that offense really start to trample. Witch Please may be leading, but it's only by one goal. That's a weak touch by April, and Ducks is just there to scoop it up.
In my brain, I'm like, all right, good job on the defense by Guild Academy. You know, all these touches in the corner are useless. Nothing's happening for Witch Please. It's just being lobbed straight up, and then that one just kind of bounces in front of the net a few times. I'm like, did they like lull them into a false sense of security? What's going on? And then they get a goal for it.
It's kind of uncharacteristic too for Guild Academy to not be in full control on their half. And Witch Please are there. Ravina wanting that second touch, threatening it. Guild Academy, no, they gotta clear this quickly. But midfield favors Ravina, gets the second touch. It comes in like a bullet. But what a save from Guild Academy, and you're not even out of the woods yet. Here's Crimson again, threatening to flip reset. This drops right to April as Crimson runs out of boost. And Ducks for round 3. Rebound after rebound. Witch Please are okay with giving space too, because they control the midfield, and even if they lose it a bit, they know how to slow it down. April, powerful shot, but not on target.
Yeah, really tough there, and the right idea. Chasing that downfield, has the demos, but the shot not as accurate as they would like it to be. Pressure setup is there from Guild. The answers from Witch Please, a good must-see from Ducks to play some power on it, but again, despite all that aggression, a slow play allows the teammates now both in position to get some corner boost and lob right back down. So a big counterattack chance. Crimson already waiting. Shot on target, but a good save. The offense is still here. Boost denied, sweeping through. Need to be careful.
Who other than Joda for the epic saves? She was just like ruining Sophie's life last time with how crazy the shots came in. Joda is a hero on that defense. Now Guild Academy hoping the offense now can ring true. Joda going above, bounce off the wall, and April tries to cut it, but Witch Please is there first, and so is the counterattack, but Sniper tilting this towards the midfield slows down that counter push that Witch Please were brewing.
Back forward, chance for a double touch. Good save to the outside, but I think Guild players in position. Could be a big mistake and should be an open net opportunity, but can anybody get to it? No. Again, just no one ready for it. Smart play by Ducks, actually backing off there to give some space to be worked with. But a good clear by Guild, needing to find a goal here. Down by 2, a chance to play into that 0-second time is going to be crucial. So go back and forth yet again. It's an open net. And it's going to be a goal for Crimson.
It's just counterattack after counterattack. You're really testing these defensive rotations, where at this moment, it was Guild Academy that bit the bullet, and Crimson receiving the pass and beating Sniper to it. Gives Witch Please the lead to kill them all. Like a minute 15. That is seems like enough time for most teams, but when you go up against Witch Please, it is so difficult to score on them. I mean, look how difficult it is. At Guild Academy haven't done it once yet. In this game 3, I should say, is where the lead will switch back in terms of the series, and Guild Academy, at least this last play goes awry in an open net as they were so committed, so desperate to get a goal. It turns on its head, and Witch Please lead 4-0.
Yeah, obviously you can tell even Joda, who's on the back end, who's usually very intelligent with the decision making on defense, especially his third one back, is starting to be a little bit over aggressive, and it's because you're down by 3. Like, you have to make plays happen. You have to create opportunities if you want to get back into this, which is good to see that they're committing everything they can rather than just chalking up and be like, hey, it's a loss. So I think, something to hang the head on, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a tough one as Witch Please continues to rack them up.
Witch Please are going to make sure this game 3 ends as slowly as they can so they can make sure Guild Academy remembers who's boss here. Witch Please have been the team to beat this tournament, and game 2 really demonstrated that Guild Academy can match that aggression. They can go toe for toe, 50 for 50. And Joda was just all over them, creating these chances that Witch Please didn't expect. And now Witch Please are kind of putting a freestyle competition on of going for content plays, ducks off the ceiling, and a double tap. That's gross.
Those are the shots that you're like, I understand you guys make it look routine, but that is absurd. Like, that is not an easy shot. Like, if I told chat, all of you go into free play right now, try to hit that, and how many hit it the first try, it's not as many as people would think.
Well, now we're going into Brazil territory with Guild Academy scoring. It's a good flick. And April comes in with a lot of speed, able to recenter that ball. Good control. Now you hope you bring that in game 3 too.
Yeah, something a little bit to pat yourself on the back on, right? Like, it's tough when I think it goes both ways. Like, if I'm on Guild Academy at this point, I'm just like, hey, let's focus on next game. We've done this a long time ago. When we were down by 4, whatever it was, there is just kind of the reality that we're probably not going to win this one. And that's fine. We've got plenty more left to go. We bounce back the game before we can do it again. So the pattern still persists. The one thing Guild has to do is make sure they break that pattern. They can't make it go back and forth every game because they conceded game 1. So again, excited to see how this one plays out. But overall, the series here going back the other way.
And look at the stats on the right side. Everyone almost has the same score. 5 shots, 2 goals. But just no one able to keep up the way the Ducks can on the assist. Come on. But then you got, on the other side, not much stats to talk about at all. Guild Academy just got choked out.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting to see the results here from Witch Please and Guild Academy. Like, I think this series altogether, it's like you have the expectation of Witch Please to play a certain way, and you have the expectation of Guild Academy to play a certain way. But when they look their best is when they actually take on what the other team does so great. Like, I love watching Witch Please when they have the high mechanics and the crazy pass plays. The thing we haven't been able to see, and credit to Guild Academy's defense, is those infields. The things that they really punished Amateur with. We haven't seen the infield passes. We haven't seen the kind of drop-off pass where it's back towards your teammate. Because Guild is usually there to cut it off. And then the same thing for Guild. When they're on offense, it's incredible to see the aggression, the demo plays, opening up opportunities, which is normally what Witch Please does so well. So taking lessons from each other as they both get better through the offseason as they continue to grow.
And what I love about Witch Please, they apparently help each other get better at the game too. I was just reading the fun facts about Witch Please and how Ravina fell asleep while Crimson was teaching her ones strats or something like that. So glad that Ravina is awake, and she was already popping off in game 1. Gonna need everyone to full send it as much as they can, because this is the grand finals of the Star Chaser Showdown, with Witch Please only leading by 1 game. And yes, they dominated last time, but Guild Academy always have a response. They know how to learn from their mistakes and stay composed. That was almost a good shot. Witch Please not on target yet. Dangerous cross. Sniper pops it up in time. And Witch Please are making sure they are going to stay locked on that blue half.
Yeah, I think it fits them best is when they play this aggressive play style. And why not right off the kickoff? You have possession, and you're talking roughly 35 seconds of offense. That is Witch Please's bread and butter. Credit to Guild Academy, specifically Joda again, It's kind of been the highlight player. There was like 3 touches on the side wall where it just bails them out of complete trouble as multiple shots come ringing in. He'll stay behind it. Should be able to force yet another 50. And plays it well. That's a lot of time built for Guild Academy.
And good presence from Witch Plays in that center lane. That once Guild Academy found the recovery, you see Joda was just getting trampled, or really just had so many speed bumps on her way to the other side, trying to counterattack, slowed down so many times. Guild Academy can't get away with this. Can they get away with this shot? April misses that opportunity. 2v2 now with both demos going through. And Guild Academy bringing this offense right back where it started, but having to take this away from Ravina. 2 in the net. Sniper misses that challenge, so April has to hug the post. Sniper missing that touch. Joda has her back, though, and that's the type of trust that Guild Academy have.
100%. You see Joda following that one pretty close, but recognizes, hey, as soon as there's a flub here, I have to challenge this. I have to be aggressive, because if I don't, we end up back on defense, which, as comfortable as we are, we know the offensive Witch Please. So, again, great follow through and great support from the teammate.
Oh, good save by April, especially in a 1v2 situation. And look at her get away with this. And this sailed right past the entirety of Witch Please. How did April get away with that?
There was just so much pace on it as well that it's in transition. It looks like there's a little bit of redirect as well coming from Dux or whoever else, but that's just because they can't reach it in time. It is the trail going orange, so it is an own goal technically, but forced well by April. Again, just a quick counter with how fast Witch Please moves in rotation. Sometimes you catch him off guard.
April can be the solo goddess, I should say, that Guild Academy needs. Now that's a lead that, how long can they really hold on for? See that Joda has to sail all the seas, all the oceans to get past Witch Please. Out to that orange half that Crimson has been waiting for. This comes out to April, almost tucked in. Not without Ravina saving it. And Witch Please know they have to act fast, and that's a shot on net. And that might have even been Dux bumping a player out of the way. I'll have to see.
Yeah, it's actually, I think, Crimson leading the charge there. No, it is Dux. You are right. Again, Ravina's got plenty of time to go for a bounce dribble shot to get as much power as possible, but quite honestly, as long as it's on target, it doesn't matter because Dux is bullying the goalie.
Now, tied 1-1. Guild Academy matching speed for speed, fire for fire. But up to the skies, it's Ravina leading that charge there for Witch Please. April knows. Oh, that heavy touch got away from her, and Witch Please still can't pop it above her. Speaking of above, Crimson from the ceiling to Ravina collapses in front of Guild Academy, who hold a wall in front of the nets. But Dux goes in for round 2, double commit. Guild Academy on the ground. Up high is Ravina. Crimson to tuck it in, and Witch Please get a lead.
Quintessential Witch Please. You look at the aggression. There's like 3 or 4 shots on net continuously followed up. And it's just perfect rotation, sweeping through, grabbing the corners, and right back at it. Guild Academy has a bunch of credible saves, but it's just too much.
Too much. Witch Please having to use so much force to get through and not needing that many rebounds this time. Ravina finds the upper corner.
Yeah, just a really good pass by Crimson. Hit hard straight back. Could have played it more center, but glad they didn't. Putting that power off the back wall is going to push it further back towards the team, so advantage for the shot.
Guild Academy need to have a response. You let Witch Please gather energy. They seem unstoppable. They go Super Saiyan. And Witch Please fight through that left side. Now April running out of boost and is going to need some help. And there's Joda by her side. Dux locking things down, but Sniper almost slips through. 2 defenders were too much for her to handle, though. Now this is in front. Joda from the right side takes the shot, and April moves the defenders out of the way, and Guild are within 1.
It's actually such an important touch. You see this coming across where Dux trying to get bullied out of the way. It's actually April that bumps it. So in the position, trying to slam on the brakes to make a save, does not matter. Good follow through, back within 1.
Ooh, Witch Please, that lead is starting to go away real fast. Guild Academy, we talked about their composure, and it's showing. Now Ducks just buying some time here in the midfield because that was all open. Don't want Guild taking any shots like that, especially when they're within one. You know how desperate times are right now, 36 seconds. And this is just free for Ravina, or is it? Someone bumped her off, and Guild Academy survive.
Yeah, it's a really smart play on the back end, too. There was a fake challenge. There was with the initial touch that came across in front of the net. Instead of going for it, decided to back off and went straight to the corner. Secures boost, and then a massive clear to the other side of the field. But when following downfield, you see them being chased, but the follow through, there's a split-second decision that has to be made to go for that challenge. Otherwise, you're going to be out of position. So glad to see Guild still playing confidently. It's a one-goal game, as this one is going to probably hit the ground. And again, Witch Please now breaking that mold. We were curious on who was going to do the pattern, but now they put themselves at match point. One more to go.
At least it won't be a sweep. Guild Academy really making Witch Please sweat for it. You got 10 shots to 2, and although shots-wise it looks one-sided, 2 shots for 2 goals is still pretty good execution.
Hey, I'll
from
take
Guild.
those stats. I'll take that consistency. I think, again, you see all the offense from Witch Please, and unfortunately, Rocket League stats don't really differentiate between what is technically a pass. You know, if it's within the margin of the goal, like, you can slam it off the backboard to set up your teammate. It counts as a shot. So, depending on how it registers, a lot of those, and I think the credit to Witch Please is they do use a lot of pressure just to set up their teammates. And it shows in the shot category. So I think overall, Witch Please is really finding their comfort. I think they definitely know we have to be the over-aggressor. We have to beat them to the ball because we feel most comfortable. And as long as they make sure that third-person rotation is aware, like, hey, I'm last one back. Don't overcommit. Make sure you just clear it in or buy some time, which I think we've seen Crimson do a bunch, where it'll be a break check, a solo play off the side wall, and you have 2 players that are all the way back downfield, collecting corner boosts and then right back in it. Witch Please's formula is a successful one.
Well, whoever is most successful after this series will be $3,600 richer, $2,100 per second. Here's Ravina just coming in like a cannon. What a star!
Again, space being provided. We talked about it actually in our previous series for the disco bracket. What do you do when you have a star player? Well, they're all star players, so you have to go. You cannot let that be free. It's difficult when it's off the kickoff, and why they do a diagonal kickoff to kick it back to the teammate for that possession, but perfect example of what happens when you don't put a body up.
Now Witch Please, okay, successful first kickoff. Double commit there from the defense. Witch Please have the ball again. Not the best touch from Duck, so goes for a back pass at the very least. But then I think her friend got demoed, so Witch Please still have the ball somehow. It goes to Ducks, tried to place it on the right, but it hits the post. Ravina for the cleanup. Joda saves. And Witch Please running out of gas. No, Crimson in the midfield steps up to recover the ball again. And that came off of demos from Witch Please to continue this momentum. Now Crimson's too far forward, so Guild Academy have some space.
A great play by Joda again. That offensive momentum was definitely starting to build. Every single touch, every single boost was done well by Witch Please. But able to break out. It's a good challenge in the midfield and plays it downfield. So now a little bit of a chance to breathe. The big clear downfield. And the pressure's on, but look at Witch Please. Cross-field passes, a good way to get a clear. And then they pair it with a demo. There's no wonder why they're constantly on offense.
Yeah. Oh, chance. Ravina has to slow down this ball, though. That was a tough angle to cut. Guild kind of scrambling, just waiting for Witch Please to make a move. Feels like a stalemate as April and Joda have some moment to breathe, and Ravina makes sure that this isn't centered out, but look at Guild Academy chase her around, looking for any chance they can get to even things up.
A bit of a double commit on the back end, luckily. Plenty of rotation and boots to work with. As Duck's a big clear downfield. Probably just going to just look for the demo, and they do. Luckily for Sniper, able to get around it. The boost grab in the midfield. Should follow down, but again, it's not controlled, and that's kind of been the difficulty for Guild Academy versus Witch Please is the positioning has been like a, hey, let me just hit this and pop it high. Let me hopefully have someone behind me to set this up, while Witch Please's first touch is usually a controlled one. Guild can kind of find a settle way in as well. It's another big clear. And it's actually going to be a mistake. It's a wide open. How is that a save? Oh my goodness.
It's just Joda Epic Save, whatever her last name is. That's just what we have to call her. Sorry, I don't know people by their last names. We'll get tight as the season goes on, but which please, the fact that they have to pull off these crazy, also fast infield passes, and they're still being slowed down, like Guild Academy are meeting them halfway almost every time. They're a layered defense. Now demos across the board, both teams just trying to stabilize for a second. Guild Academy still need that tying goal. They got 2 minutes to do so. Ducks takes the ball away from Joda, and Guild Academy don't want to help her out. They just want to see what Witch Police are going to do and hope to punish them.
Yeah, I really like what April's doing. We talk about in like fighting games, footsies, and just making sure you're playing that chess match. And April did exactly that. She's on the back end. She knows, hey, everybody on Witch Please is in position to come challenge me. So I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to collect my corner boost. And if you're not going to come to me, I'm not going to force it. Even with being down by 1, having the mindfulness to say it's not forced, we don't have to put this pressure on ourselves, I think is a really good sign as a player. And April, stock is going up.
Yeah, that midfield was so open, and you just had this red carpet towards the lane. Watch Ducks just flick it above 1, and before April could get back in time, Ducks has already sailed away to victory. 2-0 now for Witch Please, 90 seconds left. In a world of normal Rocket League, this would be plenty of time for Guild Academy to respond. They're facing that shutout, a similar one than they had in another game, you know, minus the 1 goal they got at the last couple of seconds, but Guild Academy gotta come up with something.
Yeah, it's been difficult as Witch Please really starting to find out a way to crack the code with this Guild Academy defense. But again, it's working the field, finding a way for passes, and they've been very, very intentionful when it comes to their challenges. A lot of times you're not going to see them go for the first one. If it is, it's to disrupt, and that's a great play by Crimson. You got 2 players on the back end in an awkward spot to go for that challenge, so usually rule of thumb is not to challenge back towards your own half, but in that case, something we see similar from like the AJGs of complexity of the past.
There's a lot more possession for Witch Please.
Well, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, like good for them, bad for Guild. We're just hoping to register a few more shots. This is kind of reminiscent to Game 3 that I was thinking of, where it was basically a shutout. And Witch Please haven't given up. I mean, they still are trying to score. Now it's Guild Academy that find themselves on an offense, but down a player, it's a little bit tough. Ravina now gets past 1 defender, now 2. April cycles right in front of the net in time to take the low shot. Couple more seconds. Witch Please on match point, and even getting an insurance goal. This is why they are just the best team in women's carball.
Again, we don't want to count it over, but it is literally impossible to score 3 goals in 3 seconds. So congratulations where it is due. Witch Please. I mean, we talk about just an overall assessment of what this series has been. Very back and forth, very, very aggressive, but Witch Please finds the answer as they take the victory here in Radiant Star Chasers Showdown.
And 4-1. And it went back and forth. It was really close. Crimson Ducks, Ravina. I was thinking from the start, this is the team to beat. This is the final boss of Rocket League. And I thought it was going to be Guild Academy that would take them to another 7-game series like they did in the qualifier. It's Guild that knew kind of how to inch back in the middle of the series, where they were almost going for a sort of a reverse sweep situation. But we'll welcome our host back in a second. Witch Please knew how to adapt and not let Guild get away with that.
Yeah, I think, again, this one is a good to see run back. You know, very often we don't get to see these top tier teams play each other too frequently, especially in the middle of the off season where they're trying to figure out who the answer is. I mean, Witch Please has a tough answer. They won the last tournament they played in. They won this one with 2 different rosters, 2 different players picking up with that duo of Crimson and Ducks. So which one do you go with? And this gives you a lot of good footage. You're playing a really competitive Guild Academy team. We're also building and trying to create that consistency. And for you to really put it into practice in games 3 and 4 there, I would say, and then obviously game 5 to close it out, like, you have a formula for success. You know exactly how to play fast and slow, control pace and dictate pace. Like, everything they're doing, they have an answer for. So they've been exposed a couple times, but they've always had an answer to come right back. So congratulations where it is. Witch Please is your winner, and rightfully so.
I know, Lawler, you were interested to hear about the comms and hear more internally what's going on with these teams. Well, after this break, y'all, you'll want to stay tuned. We're going to have an interview with Ravina. We're going to hear back from Ash, and we'll see you after this.
All of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah, you try so hard.
I don't mean to speak this up a line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is pull me. Your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. It's your move, your move, your move.
Which plays are looking absolutely undeniable within this EU region. They didn't drop a single matchup for the entirety of the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. Lemon, I gotta get your overall thoughts on how that grand finals panned out.
Whew, it's glad to see. It's cool to see which please still on top. It's been a hot second since I've gotten to cast the women's scene, and this has been the team that was goated before, and they still are. And I was wondering if we were gonna get like an extended series, where the last time they faced Guild, it was like this game 7. Now it's a 4-1 sweep, and you're gonna get an interview in a bit where we'll get that answer. But it just proves that which please, yes, they're great, and we've called them perfect. But whatever faults that they have, whatever gaps in knowledge they have, they are so quick to fix that up and basically be perfect at the end.
Like, I think we can boast so much about this Witch Please team, and we have, right? Like, we are singing their praises, rightfully so. But I look to the other side. I always try to, be self-aware of, like, the whole picture. And for Guild Academy, you gotta understand, this was a 5-6 team in WCB. Like,
Yeah.
you're telling me this is top 5, top 6? No, like, I look at, like, the storylines of, like, the Luminosity roster, where they're consistent 4th all throughout the last season. I see this team sticking together while everybody else is trying to rebuild and really solving their issues. Like, this is a solid team that I do not want to play in bracket play. Like, there is upset potential galore for Guild Academy, and I know they've been trying to build to that moment for so long. So very proud of this roster and where they've come, and the fact that the offseason's still not done, who knows?
Yeah, that's a really good point to make overall. The fact that they're just still looking to work towards things, especially after the growth that we saw coming out from that guild squad over the course of the end of 2022 into 2023. But also got to touch back specifically towards the winning team here over in Witch Please. When you're looking at this squad, actually, we have the newest addition in Ravina coming in for an interview. Hello, Ravina. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good. Very glad to have won, of course.
Well, I was going to say big congratulations to you guys for wrapping up this grand finals overall. But of course, I have a couple questions for you here now that I've got the chance to chat with you. When we're looking towards the fact that you did end up playing Guild Academy earlier on within the Star Chasers Showdown, was there anything that really kind of changed between the last time you faced up against this team and now? Because it went all the way to that 7th game, that second time you guys played against each other.
Yeah, so on the day, I think we weren't feeling it as much. So sometimes your mental capacity coming into it can have a big effect. But the largest thing I'd say is that I can't speak on behalf of my teammates, but I see myself as quite an adaptable player. So when a lot of teams lose, they'll be quick to say they got unlucky or was unfortunate, but I don't think anyone ever says they got lucky or they were fortunate when they win a series. And I think that kind of highlights how a lot of people don't take accountability in these situations. And when we were losing against Guild, I was doing my best, and we as a team were doing our best to think, we're just getting beaten here. We're not getting unlucky, we're losing, and we need to change. So we actually talked about it and we changed what we were doing. And I specifically changed a few things about the way I was playing to better accommodate my two teammates. And obviously, Ducks and Crimson have some extended tenure. I'm new on the team. And so I was doing my best to make sure I could support those players. And so I think from game to game, you might have seen me play quite differently. And just as a team, we were playing a lot differently there.
It's really good to hear the fact that, you know, the first time you guys are playing an official together, the fact that you guys are just like on top of it when it comes down to that communication, because that is what can break down a lot of these teams at the end of the day if you're not able to kind of pull back and reflect in that kind of sense. And I actually want to ask you another reflecting question off the back of that. You were previously with Misfits over in the NA region, now moving back over towards EU. Is there a difference that you feel playing between either region here for you?
Yeah, it's very different. Obviously, the ping is a big difference. In Rocket League, ping makes a big difference. So the ping is a big difference there. But a large thing is that when I was on Misfits, we had a very different way of playing. I think that was evident through the way we performed. And that had its ups and downs, but it was very, very different. And so as I've come back into the EU scene, I've had to sort of, I wouldn't say unlearn things, because I've taken things from there certainly, but I've had to try to be more adaptive and play in ways that are easier for my teammates to deal with. And so the biggest change for me has been trying to make that adjustment. I've changed my rotation. I've been experimenting with new things because I've been out of that sort of standard rotation for a while that a lot of teams play. So I was just really doing my best, because obviously I don't know. We didn't play much together as a team, Ducks, Crimson and I, but I was doing my best to put myself in positions that would never compromise us, but that also meant sometimes I didn't have massive potential. So I think in this series I played a lot of, I played very circumspect, very risk averse, just making sure that things went smoothly. And so definitely coming from Misfits, that big change was the huge thing for me.
That makes sense. I mean, we really did see like the adjustments just happening right on the pitch there, right? And the fact that you guys were really dynamic in the way that you're switching up your positions with those rotations, ensuring that all bases were covered in that kind of sense. And I know that we also heard from Crimson yesterday on you slotting into this duo-ship that she has with Ducks, but I want to also hear it from your perspective. Were you hoping to play with these two when you switched back over towards EU, or did this kind of just come together before this event?
So I definitely have my eyes on some players, and Crimson and Ducks would be two of those players. I think they're both fantastic players. EU is very locked down at the moment. I think that there is a sort of top, and then there's people breaking in, but the difference between the top and that break line is quite big. And so as soon as I heard that Ducks and Crimson were looking to team with me, I knew there'd be a strong team. And if I'm looking at the future, my WCB seasons. Definitely, I think both these players would be great options for me.
Well, I hope to see what you end up cooking in the off season
you.
and who you end up landing with as like a full home overall. But I know we've talked a little bit about the EU ecosystem already, but from the perspective of a pro player, you know, previously even playing with Misfits as well, is there any advice that you would actually be able to give to some of those rising star players here within the EU region who are looking to actually break above that kind of hard cutoff line? Because we do see a pretty big difference in the skill set in that sense.
Gosh, that's very hard.
Sorry.
That's fine. I know a lot of teams in WCB are running without a coach, and I understand having a coach can be a big commitment, but I think a coach is really important. Not necessarily just because a coach will tell you right from wrong, but I think a lot of players are not reflective when they play. When they play, they don't think about, oh, we lost because of this, or we're losing because of this. And I think a coach it doesn't matter whether they are an expert, but having someone manage you, because a lot of coaches do act as managers as well, having someone manage your team and pull you into replay review sessions. We can talk to other players about your grievances. You can look at your own replays, and I think it teaches you to be humble as well, because every replay analysis you do, you are going to make mistakes, and being humble about your mistakes will help you learn from them. I think humility is extremely important. So big thing I'd say is I think teams that are not running a coach should get one, even if they think that coach is not like the one they might want. I think that it's just a crucial part of a team. And I'm trying to think. Besides that, I mean, no, I really can't think of much else. I think regular scrims are very important as well. I know a lot of teams are kind of irregular with their scrims. Scrims being where two teams play against each other for practice. But besides that, no, I can't really think of too much.
Well, I think that you gave a lot of great advice overall, especially for newer players who might not have even competed. I know that we had a few within this particular event here in the Star Chasers Showdown. But before I do send you off and give my last congratulations, I want to give you an opportunity also to give any thanks or shout outs here on stream.
Yeah, so first of all, shout out to my family. I know they're watching right now. My dad was messaging me during that series saying yay and congratulating me. Thank you, Dad. And thank you to my sister as well if she's watching. Obviously, massive thank you to my community. If you've been in the Radiant chat or any women's event, you'll see my chat always supporting me and being supportive of other people as well. I think they're a great community. I love them a lot, and I think they're great for the women's scene as well. And obviously, a massive thank you to Radiant and just everybody who's in the women's scene. I recently made a video myself speaking about this, but with Radiant in particular, I was very happy with the prize pool distribution you guys put out. Because I think especially having the lower teams who are able to earn even if they come last encourages more people to get involved, and I think that's really important. And so I think you guys have done a really good job and well done on that, and I'm really glad to have taken part of this. So massive thank you to you, and thank you to everybody watching as well.
Well, that's a really good point to be making there. But thank you so much, Ravina, for the lovely interview. Big congratulations again to her, Ducks, and Crimson there over on the side of Witch Please to be the winners of the Radiant Star Chaser Showdown Grand Finals. But we've got more coming, you guys. So it's going to be a bit of a longer break this time around. But afterwards, we're going to have NA coming up next. So grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll be right back.
time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean? One unique, one special night. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. And unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Lawler and Lemon Kiwi there. Sorry they couldn't get their final words out, but a big thanks to them for casting earlier today for the EU region. But now, again, I'm your host, Ash, and I'll be joined this time around by Danger Taco and Hercules. Herc, how are you feeling today?
I feel so good. I'm super stoked about day 2 of Star Chaser Showdown, and yeah, I don't know. Everything seems so interesting so far, and like in kind of intense, like gameplay wise. So I'm like super stoked to see how this region does.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that does end up going. But we also have to just do a little bit of a review of that format and check out the schedule that we have coming up for you guys. So again, we already had the EU playoffs happening earlier on today. If you guys missed out, you guys can always go back and check out that VOD. But now it's time to swing over back to the other side of the pond here in NA, the back-to-back semifinals. A little bit of a break where we get that disco bracket finals and whatnot. So again, these main event teams qualified yesterday through the group stages, and before that it was that open qualifier there on October 15th, and we are competing here for an overall 30k prize pool, but for the NA region, cut down in half over towards 15 rands here that we'll be looking towards for the prizing, Taco.
And obviously a lot to play for, but I do always like it when there is a chance for people to be able to redeem their run a little bit. So therefore, looking at the disco bracket on the bottom, it is that 10% of the NA cut and both the EU cut, obviously, as well. But I do like this because that is really what I feel like the women's scene has been about, is making sure that it's just about getting reps in, but having stakes to those reps and saying, hey, you get thrown into another bracket with everyone who didn't quite make that cut, but there's still $900 to $300 per player they can go around if you do take the crown on that one. So really do like that addition, and I really hope it's something that we could see in other bigger prize pools in the future.
Yeah, I think that's what's really fun about this particular event, to just have that opportunity to, again, just go run it back, right? But focusing back in on this main event here, the first semifinals we will be seeing on stream is Genji Mobile 1 Racing Black up against Running with Scissors. And then on the bottom, the other side of the bracket there, Herc, Leftover Nachos versus Enlightened Enchiladas. I guess the battle of the best Mexican dishes.
Yeah, there's a lot of food names in this bracket. It is intense. Hopefully you guys are all getting some snacks before running into those. But yeah, this bracket is intense. I feel like all 3 of those teams, with the exception of Genji, were probably the only teams that had real chances of taking Genji down. So it makes today even more interesting. I feel like the stakes are really high, but I know the prize pool is insane, but the level of pride on this one feels so much higher than before.
Yeah, and we also saw kind of everything shake up a little bit, right? And as we head into this initial matchup here, Genji Mobile 1 Racing, Taco, we are very familiar with this team. However, Kate, on the main roster, but previously Cloudy the Sub, who is now no longer with Genji, had been filling in for the past couple of months.
Yeah, and I have to say, hats off to Cloudy. I mean, playing on ping for most of those NA regionals within Women's Carball's main league, and so still being able to play at that level while playing at basically 90 to 100 ping every game is nothing short of impressive. But then you see Kate come in for other competitions, much like the Rocket Clash over on DreamHack, able to take that one and clearly working out fine. And if you look at this bracket, they are still very much the standard. They went 12-2 in games, plus 10 differential across a perfect sweep of group stage. So clearly they're working fine. And again, I feel like for many people, they're most likely the favorites when you look at this bracket.
Totally fair.
No, I'm in the same boat as him. Like, they're still the favorites, but I feel like this is one of the few tournaments we've seen people like actually get close to taking them down.
Yeah, it's been a doozy of a tournament for sure. A few like upset potentials and whatnot. But taking a look at this Running with Scissors roster, Herc, tell me a little bit about them. I recognize Lulo's name from Team Wappa, who was slowly on the come up in the last season of WCB.
Yeah, this is a really interesting roster just because we've got intel on everybody, right? We've seen them before. It's just the combination itself is a little bit different. And I want to speak more on their run yesterday in particular, though. They looked good, but oh my gosh, I was getting so frustrated for them because it was like you're at like 75% where I know there's like something left in you, and I don't know if you're saving it for today because you just didn't want to go like full out, but they definitely, it wasn't the cleanest of runs, I feel like it's fair to say. Maybe it's a hot take or something, but it wasn't the cleanest of runs. Hopefully, coming into today, you know, they looked at their VODs a little bit. They're kind of clean things up, because again, like I said, there is a huge potential to, you know, face off against Gen G and be that team to take them down. I feel like that's like the storyline today.
That's true. I mean, that's the scary thing too about a single elimination bracket. Like, we're about to decide the first grand finalist here within the NA Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. And Taco, I mean, before we even send off into game, I need to get an idea of your expectations for this particular matchup.
I mean, for any of us with fond memories of the last time Radiant held a women's tournament, Snub was the person who won the whole tournament. That was actually the game-winning goal, series-winning goal, actually, in grand finals. And 2/3 of that squad, Asperia, former Winter, across many different name changes in the scene, that was that Luminosity squad. So Lila comes in, and you might be thinking, well, you know, what addition does she bring? And you will have to say that Team Wappa was one of the few teams that actually beat Gen G a while back. Granted, some people might dismiss that, but I don't think you should dismiss really anyone when it comes down to the NA or EU region. The parity has gotten better and better, Herc, and so I feel like when we do get into these types of games, anything's possible.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like today is a day of tremendous possibilities for every team out here today. Gen G versus Running with Scissors, the squad that has kind of always been that top dog. Nobody seems to be able to take them down, but maybe that could change here in the Star Chaser Showdown.
So whether or not upsets are in the air, you still have to just play as if you can beat everyone. And that's something we talk about a lot, is just being able to come in with confidence. You can't really come in scared. So therefore, game number 1 is going to give us a little bit of insight into that. It's particularly Snub just trying to do the solo play to the ground, but that effort is going to be quickly turned away.
Well, just over 30 seconds into this one, nobody's scored yet, so maybe that's a good sign if you are Running with Scissors, being able to hold off Gen G early on, kind of stand your ground a little bit and see what kind of pressure that they, you know, kind of start to put onto you once they discover that they can't easily get past your defense. Nice shot here from Lilo. Kate puts this one out into the corner and immediately gets sent back towards that net there from Lilo. Couple wide shots from Running with Scissors, but again, it's early game 1. Lots of potential, and somehow Courtney rolls this one over the goal line to make the save.
Being able to never give up on the play is so important, but it's also why you have to be able to save up your boost, not just to have 100 in the tank, but to be able to have at least enough just to have that little extra 20 to be able to get that last little touch like we saw on that Courtney save. And these continued saves by Gen G, because this ball still not out of the half. The bounce shot directly on target, still going to be deflected to the sideline. Bella trying to keep it close, trying to keep possession, but right now for Gen G, that is proving to be an incredibly difficult task.
This one taken by Lilo. No boost in the tank. She just tries to send it forward. Instead, it's going to be Kate doing the same, placing this one over into that orange half. This one, once again, into the corner. That is a lot of the times where we see people start to, you know, have that power struggle for control over this ball. We've seen it many, many times. Asperia using what she can to try and send this one forward, but a challenge results in Kate having the opportunity to clear this one, and a shot gets taken by Courtney, denied, back into the corner. Follow up by Bella, doesn't make its way through, and we're going to approach that second half of this game 1, still scoreless.
Being able to see potentially an opening there as Courtney just kind of pokes on in. And her, I mean, if you're going to get a caster curse in there, it might as well be game 1 of Series 1.
I knew the second I said it, it was gonna happen. I was like, every single time without fail that I have called it, it finally happens. Well, there you have it. Gen G, Mobile 1, they get their opening goal there. And we approach second half of the game with Gen G in the lead. Nothing they are too unfamiliar with doing here in a Star Chaser Showdown.
And it really is so emblematic of how difficult this game is at the highest level of competitive Rocket League, where when you do play well, you make one singular touch, you're like, maybe that's not ideal, and it's just right in your net. It's crazy how often that does feel like the case. So, Running with Scissors going to have to show a bit more care despite their name. And we'll see if they can get back into it. Granted, it would help if they don't double commit like that, but possession still not terribly thrown away.
Not completely gone. There is still a chance to take it back and regain, but a double commit to make a save could be dangerous, because Gen G on the normal really quick to follow each other up. So you gotta be a little bit more cautious about who you're sending forward to save these balls. Again, communication thing as well. Lilo carrying this one over to the backboard, punches it down. Bella tries to push it forward. Courtney's gonna be the one to follow it up. Clears this one over to the backboard, takes the shot down, and a nice, powerful clear out into the mid. Gives Running with Scissors just a few moments to breathe, because as soon as that happens, the transition comes through from Bella, and she gets the angle.
And gets the angle, gets all of that angle. There's really not much to shoot at. You can't even blame Snub as she takes the position in the middle of the goal, thinking this is probably going to flash across. It's probably just going to hit off the near post, but instead it just creeps by that near post, maybe even just scraping it on the way in. And that's just so difficult to predict, and that's what makes Bella so great, is that anything is really scoreable.
There we go, up in the air again, back in that corner. See if Bella's got enough. She does. It actually pinches off kind of dangerously. Asperia is going to opt for the bump, just kind of get Courtney out of the way. See if she can do anything with this one. Running with Scissors, you got to answer to 2 goals now, with less than a minute to go as this ball heads towards your own net. Low boost and a touch and a demo actually could help in your favor if you're running with Scissors, but this ball, again, we talked about this a lot of the time yesterday. Your touch has got to go with intent, just like this one. Placed in front of Kate's car, and she goes for cleanup.
And I'm looking at Kate forward of like, that's kind of a strange position because you're not going to be able to get a bump from here, but Kate doesn't care about the bump. She knows that the defender probably has the save on Courtney's touch because she can only get so much, but the little flick over and up and over the shoulder of the defender is really sublime. That's a great way to cap this one off, and if 2 goals was enough to secure the game, I feel like 3 might be, maybe 1 for the road with a lead demo, but that angle asking for too much.
Lilo's gonna carry this one out. Again, 22 seconds left. It's not a lot of time. It's not impossible, but you gotta make something and get out of your half. Bump onto Asperia. Tiny little flick back. Confuses Bella enough that they can say, okay, maybe you won't get 1 more for the road home. Nice, powerful flick just off target. That would have been your road home confidence goal headed into game 2 if you were running with Scissors. But for now, this one is gonna slowly find its way to the ground eventually because, well, Genji's Genji, and they will take as many as they can get. You saw all of that team pushing up for that last goal if it was possible. But for now, 3-0 is more than enough to take game number 1.
It's a tough thing to see, particularly when you are a fan of Running with Scissors, because if you're watching Gen G in the beginning of that game, you're thinking, uh-oh, here we go, like the narrative's changing, and you see Gen G on the back half, and then the moment they get that first goal, it's like the door has been opened up, and they just kick it open and start taking goals, take a lot more shots, really crank up the offense. And it's such a difficult thing because it really does show that the resilience of Gen G is on both sides of the field. It's not just that they have a great offense, they always outscore them, it's that you really have to put in work, just get a singular goal.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get anything against a team like Gen G. And I don't think Running with Scissors, again, by no means was playing badly. Gen G just really is an extremely cohesive and consistent team, and there's a reason for it. They've stuck together for so long through thick and thin, and like we talked about, you know, with the addition of Kate finally being on that mainstay roster position, right? All it did was open up a door for them to be even better. So again, a lot to figure out if you're running with Scissors headed into this game number 2 here, but you've got all the time, or almost all the time in the world, because the best of 7 at least is a long enough journey to correct some mistakes headed into game 2.
So as we head over to Forbidden Temple, that is going to be the objective, I think, with Running with Scissors, obviously, to let less goals in, but to maybe get a lead at some point here. Asperia maybe can be the tip of the spear, being able to air dribble the first effort, but Courtney able to chase that one and get a demo just with authority getting that clear.
Yeah, lots of demos coming out here early in this game number 2. Into the corner, Bella tried to center this one, but nobody was there to take it. Instead, Asperia is going to get the clear past midfield. Can she break it in this half? She does. She makes the challenge off the ceiling and down. Is anybody going to be there to meet her? No. Instead, it's the opposition. It's Courtney. This ball now in the hands of Bella. No boost in the tank, though. She takes the flip to carry it down. She saw Courtney, but Courtney, I don't think, saw her.
And sometimes the disconnect does happen, but doesn't really harm Gen G because they can recover and get into their positions yet again. Just like Bella, trying to bait in a challenge, somewhat effective as 2 players in the near post from Running with Scissors will go for this one, but still get the clear. Might be sent right back by Bella. An awkward in-between read there. Lilo has to catch in front of net and is immediately met. So really, it's not just getting a clean touch on the ball, it's getting a purposeful one right now. And running with scissors, they're very much keeping Gen.G at bay, but you can only push them back so much until those arms get tired and Gen.G forces through. This might be the chance. It is. It's Courtney. Who else?
It's the floater from Courtney. Everything this girl does is going to be on target. It is just over snub to go on through. Gen.G, once again, early game lead. They hold on to it. How many more do we see after this?
That really is a question that you have to ask, because it feels like when they get one, you're like, well, okay, that's a start. I mean, it's really a team that does like to average in the multitude of goals. They don't really take things and just kind of say, all right, let's focus on defense. And really, their mind, they can always get more, much like that when you get a lead, Demo, a steal, and Courtney just sitting around and shaking their head and wondering, how is it always just this easy?
I mean, Kate, again, there's so much trust to be able to send her forward, to go for demos and bumps to just open up the net. So things just become, you know, a million times easier than it should be. And Gen.G already up by 2 in a matter of 15 seconds.
And you almost had an answer right there, but looks like running with scissors is going to have to try a bit better to break through the Gen.G multi-tiered defense. It's like an onion in that it's multi-tiered and also probably makes you cry for playing against it. It's so hard to be able to get these goals, and really they're trying everything. The flip reset attempt didn't even get a chance to get off right there, but maybe Lilo with the lob over gets close to goal, but Bella even closer.
Yeah, they're definitely trying their best. Nice big clear on target. Lilo there to collect. Nice save as well. You can get all the saves in the world, but you're gonna need a goal. You gotta answer. Lilo carrying this one all the way through. Goes for the bump play and gets it. Running with scissors, cut the lead in half.
A legal definition for that is cyberbullying from Lilo. Love it, and always a fan of lobbing one up, making it look easy, and then halfway through Courtney kind of just gulps and says, I am in trouble. Gets scored pretty much alongside the ball, and running with scissors has an emphatic way to get back into this one right before halftime.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance now. Again, it takes a lot of creativity and honestly disrespect to be able to score on Gen.G, and that's exactly what Lilo did before. And almost again, this one just off target, off the post and out. But it's not going to end here. You can see it running with scissors. They're getting a lot more confident and aggressive with their attacks onto Gen.G, which really in turn is just forcing Gen.G to come out even stronger. They transitioned so much faster than they were before, which you wouldn't even have thought was possible.
You love this shot from Kate, but ultimately it's the setup from Bella that's just immaculate. Peeking up in the corner, and you see Courtney trying to find her, but being able to touch that ball onto the backboard, land on the backboard before the ball, and then tap it again out for Kate. The defense really just has to stand still because you never know when that ball is going to truly land, and you never know when running with scissors are out of it, because right off kickoff, they nearly got one back, but I think from that close angle, it's easier for the defender to just take that 50, and again, Gen.G will be moving on to offense and trying something else as Bella tries the other corner, but this time won't be successful.
Right now, running with scissors is a little bit of a disconnect. I can see that they want to work together to transition out of their own half. The problem is if you push up too far, these shots become, you know, more and more frequent from Gen.G. However, they can do the same to you. However, it just should have been on target. It's so close. They've had so many opportunities where they could just capitalize on a slight defensive mistake from Gen.G. And just because it's off target, it doesn't find its way.
Because it is so important to be able to get those shots on. I mean, we all really have to think back and say, well, Lilo did have the flick, pass one and then pass two and then into the post, so they might be wringing their hands at that one, but that's really the margin you have to deal with when you're trying to make precise plays, is it really doesn't have to be a generic shot on target. You really have to place it perfectly, and even then, it might still just be a little bit too wide. Even now, it must be even more frustrating as Bella right there looks like she messes up the touch, but instead still gets the pass off, and it comes back to her for the shot, but that one going to be a bit high, but at the very least, is draining more seconds off the clock.
Low boost for Gen.G right now, but enough for Courtney to try and take a shot right here. Spiria got the save. Courtney's going to send it out into the midfield, take that mid boost as well. And Gen.G, for what feels like the first time, goes back to the drawing board. Granted, they are up by 2 with 30 seconds left to go. You're comfortable, but that's not the Gen.G way.
It really isn't, and they always like to add their advantage. And right now, they don't really need to play hyper-effective defense. Right now, I mean, they're content to just get the clear out, waste some time, maybe take some 50s in the corner. And I think right now, running with scissors, you need something, and Asperia will grant that. The little boop over the top, the defense had no idea it was coming.
Oh man, Lilo leaves this one right down for Asperia. Bella just pushed out a little bit too far, and she took note. She placed it just over her to where it became unsavable. 10 seconds to go. Running with scissors, you just need one. But this kickoff has to go in your favor. Snub pops this one up into the air, carries this one down. A demo opens up the opportunity. It's a 1v1 against Bella, and Asperia gets the 0-second goal to take us to overtime in game 2.
This is unreal. Asperia is completely insane. I don't know how you have the courage to do that. The fake underneath is one thing. If that gets touched, if she's not able to extend that play, that hits the ground, pixels short of the goal. But no, we're into overtime. What a comeback, but it doesn't mean anything, Herc, unless you're able to complete it. Gen G is out for blood. They do not want to see this victory slip away.
You can tell Running with Scissors is almost adapting the Gen G playstyle, right? That goal that we saw there at the end was very reminiscent of the opening goal that Gen G got, right? The one between Bella and Kate that we've seen so many times. For Gen G to have that happen to them, you can tell it's kind of shaking them a little bit. It was the first time I saw a team bump on Gen G happen, which feels like such a rarity for this team to ever be confused about what's going on. Nice clear out from Asperia. Over to Lilo. No boost in the tank, though, means Gen G get a chance.
We'll see Asperia play this slow again. She's been able to cause a lot of havoc. Maybe not on this one. Bella was able to get the first touch, but with 11 boost, can only kind of just dive at it. Kate, do more than that onto the backboard. Should be handled. Snub. First touch isn't clean, but knows that she has space. Will be 50 up and over. Lilo had to react, and it feels like every play is on the verge of being scored, Dirk. You know, it feels like such an anxious gameplay. It's so frenetic that you just have a lot of energy, a lot of speed going in, but even on the slow touches, it feels like it might just slip away. 150 might be what decides a game like this.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those moments where a clear or a 50 could decide it all. Lilo off the backboard. Bella, nice clear out into the mid. Sees Courtney, but Snub's got a read on this one. Kate, nice touch. Tries to carry it through, but she's all alone. Courtney's got her back, though, takes the shot. The demo isn't enough to open up the defense on that play, though. In a minute and 40 in, Gen G, for the first time, are kind of struggling to, get past Running with Scissors defense. That, again, it's a rarity to see Gen G have to work this hard against a squad, but it's only a testament to how well Running with Scissors are adapting to the pace of play that Gen G's putting on them.
Particularly, you're starting to see Running with Scissors learn their lessons. An easy way to break down Gen G is force out demos or wait for the mistake. Kate has to get back to save that roller on the near post. Snub keeping it alive. We talked about her 1v1 experience, and those 50s could come in handy up above the goal. That one won't be able to be directed. Asperia trying to keep it alive, rolling it into the corner, but Gen G and namely Bella able to keep it there, and the miss is gonna decide it. Bella with the most improbable of winners.
I need to see this back. Hold on. Bella pinches it from the sidewalk, and Lilo had the boost. Oh, she just didn't have the angle on it. No read or connection. Gen G, I'm going to say it. Gen G kind of get to walk away with that one. That was a fight and a half, but the way that last goal went down was you got to walk away.
That one hurts my soul. I feel like if I wasn't tethered to my desk by a headset, I'd probably be walking around the room and just pacing and having to really deal with that. That is an incredibly tough one, but I think we've all been there where the read is coming in. You feel like you have to aerial as quickly as possible, and then halfway through you realize I was leaning forward too much. It's going to float over. And I will say, despite all of that, I really need Running with Scissors to get past that depressive phase that they're probably sitting in comms right now and realize they were at times really controlling that game. I loved the comeback. Most of that overtime looked pretty impressive. You can't define a performance just by that last moment.
I absolutely agree. I do want to take note, 27 shots registered between those two squads. Probably the most offensive heavy game we've seen in Star Chaser Showdown today. But game number 3 could be a whole other story. We could get the same vibe, or we could get probably one of the most methodical games out of between these two teams, right? Running with Scissors, they got to come in with a new game plan. They, like you said, had almost all the control at times in that last game. They just got to be able to hold on to it. And a kickoff goal, it's going to make it a little bit harder. Thankfully, Asperia's got the save on that one.
Thankfully is very much the operative word there, as you don't really want to be able to have a sad moment loss, and then suddenly it just goes right into a kickoff goal. So I would say Running with Scissors, if I can give them any advice, is don't change too much. Keep going for that physical play. Was throwing Gen.G off. Same with the aerial play. Snub almost set one up off the backboard, but instead she's going to have to go all the way back and get that save.
Bella, half a take a boost, enough to push forward. She wanted to get the challenge onto Asperia. She's just a bit faster. Courtney, she's going for the challenge instead of the setup on defense. And it works out in her favor. She takes this one over, but what? Okay. There's that snub that I saw yesterday. The one that's like all up in your face and gives you like 0 time. Oh.
And so I believe if I was looking at the top left, it looked like Gen.G might have had a player DC. So we'll wait to see whether or not this goal will stand. But I do like the way it went in. Even if there might have been a player back that might have been yeeted out of the lobby, Snub able to get the correct angle on that from the inside when the player's dribbling it from the outside. And I think that type of challenge are the type of things that go awry for every team. And I will say Running with Scissors, I think if they can focus on the challenge game, it's something I've actually been pretty impressed by. They're getting in Gen.G's face for the most part. They're being able to get pretty much clean touches through the defense into offense for the most part. But I think what we've seen from Gen.G is that a lot of teams have played well for the most part, but that's not enough. You really have to play flawlessly throughout 5 minutes, or at the very least be able to be impeccable when you do get those few chances Gen.G will allow.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. Do want to say the player DC was after the goal, so I believe it will stand. I'm the kind of person that's like, you gotta tell me even if it's like the most obvious yes. But, oh man, game number 2, that started out as another banger, Taco.
Especially because, yeah, as we have been hearing, apparently that goal will stand for Running with Scissors. So now they're in an interesting position where they have the lead, and now it's really just about defense. Obviously, it's never just about defense. You have to be able to exert some pressure to keep Gen.G honest, but being able to have the situation and have at least a little bit of some insurance is nice, especially when you got a lead blocker. Look at Asperia trying to hunt down Courtney. Courtney tries to wrap around it, but now all of Gen.G has joined in the defensive reinforcements, and they're able to get that clear. So those moments, whenever I see Running with Scissors going upfield, look for that bump. Always have to be on your toes. Never know what's about to happen.
Well, let's see if we can get something reminiscent of a Gen.G shot here. This one gets saved out. Asperia gets challenged by Bella. And Kate's up next. Nice one, wins it. Shot opportunity for Courtney. Sent off. And Bella, once again, trying to take shot after shot, but Running with Scissors doing a much better job of predicting where these shots are going to come from. This one goes over one. Bella clears this over to the side, back over to herself. And you can see it. I've seen this so many times from Lilo since game 1, where she opts to try and go for these bumps and things, but maybe it might be taking her out of her rotation a little bit too often.
And it's tough, especially when Kate does something like that from the blind side, from across the field, cuts across horizontally, gets a 50, and not only that, wins the challenge so much so that it turns into a flawless pass for Courtney, which I think Courtney just has a nose for shots like that. If the moment it pops up and the defense doesn't have an immediate read, it's like Courtney is immediately there to pounce on it and put it home, much like I would love for the second or third for Running with Scissors to get this one, but they're just too far back.
Yeah, it's just not quite in their favor. Granted, this is a little bit more equal right now. It's been a minute since somebody been able to find something. Lilo trying to push forward. Asperia's shot stays on post. Kate's trying to break away. She bumps Snub, but actually kind of helps her put it off target again. This one gets sent back to mid. Lilo over to the backboard. Can she turn it into a double? Leaves this down for Asperia to take the shot. And Running with Scissors find themselves in a lead once again.
I have to say, this touch from Lilo is a bit too heavy, but the follow is 200 IQ. Goes up and above and inside on that backboard, mainly just because if Genji wants to catch that, it's going to get dunked. If they want to clear it immediately, it's going to get dunked. Their options are to hit it as hard as possible straight up or miss the touch, which leads to the eventual shot. Really do like that follow through, and it's how you can get creative even when your touch doesn't go your way initially.
Oh man, Courtney wanting to go for the flick. Nice save there from Snub. Kate going for the follow-up bump, and Lilo bails her out, running with scissors. Defense completely systematic until Kate comes through with the final push.
Head in hands, not like this. The bump away, Snub thinks she has time, and yet Kate again, just flying in. The assassin from the shadows, really. It's incredible how often Kate has been able to do this all throughout this tournament, but just today in this game alone has continuously just been the thorn in the side.
Kate is one of those players that she knows when to disrespect the rotation and just push on up if there's an opportunity to be found. Lilo trying to get over one. Courtney should have this. Spirit doesn't find a follow-up on it, and Genji go for the transition. Bella to the backboard, tries to find the angle. It floats down, touches the goal, but gets sent out.
The goal line defense from Running with Scissors is great. The thing is, they need to make sure they don't do something like that. Thrown down the middle, now recovery, the last second jump, and there is no contact made. Courtney, another one on the tally, and this one for the lead.
This is the second time we've seen Lilo just unfortunately aerial, I think, just a little bit too fast in anticipation to try and save this one. And it works out in Genji's favor once again. A minute 36 back into kickoff here. Genji find their lead. Can they hold on to it? Or is Running with Scissors going to respond right here?
Courtney has her way. Going to grab another one. So good that delayed flick to carry forward those air dribbles, and it did result in a nice open shot for Bella. Unfortunately, gets right into the defender. Now, Snub trying to throw it right into goal, but that touch gets away from her. Courtney will rescue, but eventually does get dunked. Asperia, nice reach, almost got that shot around, but Genji always seemingly in the way. Same with Kate, another dunk, and it's gonna go in. What is she doing? She's a menace.
I have no idea, but Kate is on one, wins the challenge, and this ball just a magnet to that net. Everything she does on target and through.
Gotta say, this one obviously hurts. We had seen how this game began, and this is where the mental really has to stay strong. There's no shame in losing to Genji, but doesn't hurt any less when you're in a competition up against them and seeing firsthand just how volatile it can be when you are trying to maintain a lead, try to gain a lead, and whatnot. But at least for right now, Genji has 2-goal cushion, and that's usually more than enough, but with 30 seconds remaining, especially how last game concluded regulation, you never really know. It would help if they could get a clear, but right now, even that is a task.
26 seconds left. Genji just gonna keep extending the forefront over to 3 goals at this point. It's the Genji way, right? And it's so... I can't even imagine what Running with Scissors feels like right now. Again, I think you said it best. It's kind of like a mental game at this point, right? You know, how strong can you be knowing that you have the capability, and did kind of figure Genji out. You just got to refine that flow that you were in before against them.
Yeah, it's really just those continual challenges, I will say, from Genji. It's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, I feel like, on a lot of these rotations, but Genji toes it so well, mainly just because you see, even when they have the lead, they are not leaving the half alone. They're just constantly in the way, and it's reasons like that, which is why Genji finds themselves in situations like this. They're in a semifinals, and right now, when this ball finally does eventually touch the turf, they're going to be 1 game away from going to the grand final.
It's the Genji way, right? Somebody fights you, you fight harder. And the fact, again, the game started out so differently than the way it ended, but oh my gosh, Courtney, 8 shots? Why did I feel like Kate had the 8? It felt that way. I guess it was Courtney, but oh my lord, imagine just the sheer amount of defense you have to play if you're Running with Scissors. That finally, when you have these opportunities to score, realistically, everything you put towards that net needs to go in the same way Genji was.
And Genji is really good at being effective with their shooting. And I don't just mean, oh, they just happen to score more. It's really that they get a lot of shots, but I've seen plenty of teams get double-digit shots and can't really put too many away. It's that Genji is putting themselves in positions that maximize their ability. Right now, when you're looking at a lot of these goals on the Genji highlight reel, that is really the post-game highlight reel, it's more or less just them putting the shot as hard as possible on target. And accuracy, it's not necessarily an afterthought, but I feel like a lot of teams try to do too much finesse. They try to place it just right, and therefore it gives the defense enough time to react. But when Genji's just smacking it at you a million miles an hour every time, eventually some are just going to deflect on in.
Yeah, it's got to be difficult. It's a challenge and a half. Now, running with scissors, put into a position where you're going to have to reverse sweep Genji for a chance at the grand finals kickoff. Stay in mid. Lilo going to be the one to clear it over into that Genji side. She goes up towards the ceiling. Courtney's got the read. The clear into the midfield. This time, Asperia trying to stay prepared, but Kate is already up, disrupting defense. Thankfully, they're back for the saves. The demos are coming through. Running with scissors, trying to be a little bit more resilient than they were at the end half of game number 3.
I like the sisterhood we're seeing from Genji. Gets demoed on, and then Snub gets a flick and says, no, you don't. I saw what you did earlier, then immediately demos back. I do like that. Maybe it's not truly tit for tat, but I do enjoy it when there is a bit more of a physical exchange in the midfield because it inevitably opens something up, almost an insane back pass into Courtney, but doesn't quite work out this time.
No, not quite. You do have to go again. I'm sure Genji might have chuckled at that one a little bit. Lilo over to the backboard. Courtney and Bella up. If they're going to follow up, that could have been an opportunity in itself. Snub around the corner. Follow up with Asperia over to the ceiling, back towards backboard, but from one end to the other, a bump could be enough. Instead, Kate's just too good. Even when she doesn't want it to go in, she finds a way for this ball to go in.
My first thought is, oh man, no, not like this. Like you went too far to the side, you over-rotated. And then they get the shot and they're like, okay, it's open. Oh no, you don't have enough speed to catch up to it. It's gonna get saved, and then it just pinballs in. It might as well. Running with scissors, they're not gonna question it. However, they might wanna question that one, Courtney. The sheer intimidation that she exudes results in this type of goal.
Oh man, if there's a team more resilient, I would love to know the name, because in my opinion, Genji is the one that you can do some of the most mistake plays and then turn around and make some of the best plays. Bella up in the air, doubles this one down over to the backboard. Maybe Kate can find an angle or waterfall it down to Courtney if she's there. Instead, Lilo's gonna pinch it and try and help thrust running with scissors into that blue half, but as soon as they find their way through, they get sent immediately home.
We'll see, potentially, if there is another thing cooking, as certainly the bumps will continue. Someone in goal was getting slapped around from Genji, but they were able to completely shrug that off and then be able to go onto something else, maybe a bit more finesse. Bella with a catch around one. The flick had pace, but not enough power to beat out that third. Nice half rotation up the line from Asperia, and maybe someone can lop onto this one. No, indeed, it's Genji off the bar. That's a putback from Bella, and that's 2.
Oh my goodness, I need to see this one back. I swear I saw a double that went down. There it was, the slightest of touches, but again, Bella following up the touch from Courtney there. Genji back up by 1. 3 minutes left. 2 minutes in, and it's felt like a million more. These two are fighting and battling it out for that last spot. Nice, powerful flick. Follow-up from Lilo finds its way through, and we're immediately back to a tied game.
I do like a nice retort off the kickoff, and now they're both even on the kickoff comebacks, 2-2. As you mentioned, 3 minutes remaining, more or less. Anytime Genji gets that lead, it is the death timer, because this is single elim. There are no more chances for running with scissors. They have to engineer the reverse sweep against what some might say is the best women's team on this entire planet. So being able to do this is nothing short of miraculous, but if you have enough bumps, anything is possible. Cleared out for Lilo.
Oh my goodness, I love this play here. Snub just sending Kate out of the way, and even then it's kind of scary because it looked like Kate might have actually had a chance to get back there, but running with scissors, they get their lead. Gotta hold on to it. I don't know if it's a defense thing, but you can't risk too much. Asperia over to the sidewall, doesn't have enough boost to make that angle, but takes the shot anyway.
high lob. Courtney really taking her time on that one. Honestly, that aerial didn't connect, but almost actually hit Courtney, which means this ball's still very much so in the Gen G half. High lob. Be beaten out from Bella. Lilo. It's another dunk. Fortunately, the rotation is there. Pass back potentially on near post. Kate offside. Well, that's actually going to turn into a pass, or maybe I thought. Third is all the way back, and they need it to be because Bella chasing this one. Gen G not taking that goal, laying down. Very much so. Still aggressive. Still all up in it until that offensive double commit might be opening up things for Lilo, trying to get a wave dash, but unfortunately interrupted with the demo.
Here comes Courtney, challenged. Second touch lets Bella push forward. She's going to carry this one through. Double down. Lilo trying to make the clear. She sends her teammate forward to open up some space for her, but Gen G has enough time to make the challenge. This one goes back into the midfield. Kate trying to take her time, but the clear coming on out from the backboard. Looks for the angle, doesn't get the double. But running with scissors, you still got your 1-goal lead. And that could make all the difference in this game number 4.
I will say the communication has to be flawless, more or less, from running with scissors, because they're playing with fire every time they're going forward. If you send a lead blocker or a lead demoer or just enforcer, whatever you want to call it, at the defense, the problem is the moment they don't connect or the moment Gen G gets a clear, you're now 1 down and probably a second if the person on the ball gets dunked. So they need to be careful, not giving too much space, kind of like this. There's the drop down and the miss from Gen G. A fast break on. That first effort is just enough, and Snub delivers a 2-goal lead.
It's the Gen G way, right? You push up, you get a little bit too confident, and then you have a team like running with scissors that says, okay, we see the opportunity and we're going to take it and run with it. They're running with scissors, right? They're cutting through the defense. They take advantage. 2-goal lead with less than a minute to go.
You can really count on one finger the amount of times Gen G misses an open net like that. It's not really something you see a lot, so running with scissors, they can feel fortunate, but also know that it's not just luck. This is pure skill. They're going through this game with, they're looking so good, and now they just have to last 40 seconds, and you'd say 2 goals is enough, but maybe a third would be even better. Kate will deprive them of that and get a partial clear.
30 seconds left on this. Running with scissors, just trying to hold on to their 2-goal lead. We've seen Gen G score follow-ups in less time, but you just gotta play keep away now. Courtney up in the air, shot towards this net. She tries to get the follow-up. Snub's got the save on her. 10 seconds left. Bella sends it on back. Nobody fast enough to turn it into anything, though. This could be a little dangerous. Instead, Lilo's there to collect, and it's there. Running with scissors, whether this one goes in or not, have found their first win against Gen G.
And not only that, but this is a victory I think they can really feel proud about, because this isn't just, oh my god, we did it, we survived. It's really like, no, we were the ones asking all the questions of the defense. The shot count might betray that fact, but ultimately, Gen G, even if they didn't have that miss or not, I think they had more than enough power underway from the side of running with scissors to be able to take this game. And I think Utopia might be the start of something special if they can capture into this one. The physical play worked for them right now, and I'm just curious to see how Gen G adapts to knowing that they always have to keep eyes in the back of their head, because they might just be slapped out of the goal.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier in the day, right? In games 1 and 2, running with scissors definitely figured Gen G out. They understood when to push up, when to send somebody in front of them, you know, bump people out of the way, like Kate, for example. They figured them out. They kind of lost it for a little bit, but that second half of game 4, they kind of started to get back into it. They remembered, okay, maybe if we just don't overthink it, it'll work out again. And that's kind of what happened. But now you got to do it, 3 more times and in a row? So it's going to be a little bit more added pressure, but I think just take it one game at a time, because realistically, the bigger half of this game is the mental side of things against a squad like Gen G.
Particularly when it is a mental game, because even if you win a game, back of your mind, you're like, we still got to do that 3 more times and then to be able to take this serious. Because for those of you just tuning in, if you look at those little tabs right beyond the scoreboard, you'll be seeing that running with scissors has to keep winning, and they will. Gen G just could not handle this touch.
Oh man, that is I don't know really what was going on there. It's just a nice placement. Running with scissors, early game lead. It's got to do wonders for your confidence, but you got to be able to hold on to it. The faster Gen G has the opportunity to respond, the harder it'll be to come back. And the teamwork comes through. Pass over to Bella, shot taken, saved out by Asperia. This is probably the most we've seen Gen G be able to take shots in a while.
Yeah, really, Gen G being able to get shots off is really just something that's inevitable in any game. I mean, even that little last one that they did end up losing, they had more than enough, but really what I talked about is them being effective and being able to put pretty much everything on target. But the more limited and the more desperate they feel, particularly with all of these demos, as there's another one as players trade in the midfield, a temporary 2v2. Lead to that roller, yeah, you will see Gen G struggle. And I think right now, I wouldn't say they're panicking, but I think they're acutely aware of how much really on an edge this series can be if they let another game slip.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you can come into a game fairly confident and, you know, have that mindset of, oh, we're just better, right? And that can do so much in moments like this, right? Where Courtney is aware, you know, her shot placement on most accounts is going to just be better. But you've got to have a level of respect now for Running with Scissors that they are capable of figuring your defense out and challenging you enough to hold you back.
Again, showing really there's not a lot Courtney can do with that, right? Nope, it's going to go in. If you think that Courtney can't do it, then she will very much just try and prove you wrong. Bella from an angle, just like how this series started. She's still hitting them from that back corner.
She looks incredibly stepping up, pushing forward. This one goes on in. Gen G back up by 1.
Able to now chain some goals together. Running with Scissors learns that one goal does not mean much in a series, it feels like, or one game, because you do have to keep it going. And granted, they're not a stranger to comebacks, but Gen G is also fully aware of, I would say, the pure potential of their opponents. So we'll see how careful they do take this. Kate will at least try to carry this one. Immediately met with a challenge. Courtney, double tap. Might be a little bit too low to be able to put that one on target, but does produce a nice follow-up from Bella up until the clear. Maybe finding Lilo, but too much starch on that one.
Yeah, just a little bit too much. Doesn't mean you can't try again. Courtney up next. Tries to go to the sidewall. Snub's got the challenge on it. Kate says, I'll make the clear. Courtney's touch not as far as she would have hoped. And again, it's Kate just really powerhousing through everybody on the end of Running with Scissors. Bella tries to make the double, doesn't quite get the angle through. Had the mech, just not the completion. 2:42 to go. Gen G having to work to keep Running with Scissors back in the defensive half.
And I can't really even speak to how Gen G are feeling, but based on how they're playing, there's a couple of misses in the back end that are, I would have to just say, uncharacteristic. I mean, misses happen to everyone, but Gen G are usually the team that, even when it looks like the ball is getting away, it's really just them purposefully trying to take a touch and control it. But now it just feels like some touches get away. As long as the offense is still nice, it doesn't really matter. Kate not getting that double tap, trying to, I think, circumvent the defense to limited success. Asperia might have a little bit more with Lilo in tow, but Courtney able to get back and take on 2 defenders and get the clear.
Here comes Lilo. Enough tank boost in the tank, to set a teammate up on this one. Nice big clear. Asperia, no connection on that ball. Or that read. Less than 2 minutes to go. Running with Scissors, trying to tie things back up. Gen G. Look at the, I guess, a little bit, I don't know. I think you said it best. Uncharacteristic at times. Some of these misses and some of these touches. Not the cleanest I've seen from them.
There, Bella being able to shut down another play. Running with Scissors, you can see them want to keep possession, not throw it away, but now it's Gen G almost kind of zone defending, trying to just take up space on the field and able to cut out different options. And I think that's actually working far better for them in this game. Now just 70 seconds remaining from them in a date with Destiny in the grand finals. Lilo trying to change that Destiny. There's pass 1, there's pass 2, not past the bar. Is there any putback? No, the second just couldn't read it in time.
No, they couldn't get through. I don't know what it is. It's like they get so incredibly close. And then I don't know if it's nerves kicking in that you have, you are just so close to exactly what you want to happen. But it is time and time again that they just fall short. 40 seconds left to go, and another chance to try and redeem themselves here. Snub trying to turn this ball around, send it back into the Gen G side. Lilo's got the touch, takes the shot. Save comes through from Kate. And an attempt to set up her teammate. The ball goes in Courtney's favor, thankfully. Gets bailed out. This ball goes down. It's just the most intense power struggle for a genuine control of this ball.
There's really not much to be able to say about this series. 10 seconds, and Kate is gonna close the chapter. One more goal for the good, a 2-goal lead, and I'd have to say Gen G trying to say GG's.
If there was somebody who would have been the person to score that goal, I'm glad it was Kate. She has been all over the field today. Really just a playmaker through and through. She almost got another kickoff goal on this one. It was just wide. Nobody was back on it. And the demo keeps this ball up in the air. She's going to try and kill this ball, I think. There it goes. And Gen G clench a spot in the grand finals, going 4-1.
And I think for a lot of people, if you're just tuning in, you're thinking, what's new? Well, what's new is that took some doing from Gen G down the stretch. Running with scissors, they're going to exit out in the 3rd, 4th space, but I think they'd be very proud of that one. I think the scoreline of the series really betrays how well played that was, but at the end of the day, Gen G is on top for a reason. It's not because they dominate every single series they're in, it's because even when faced with adversity, they just find a way to push through.
Yeah, that is definitely probably the most perfect way to describe that squad. They are probably some of the most perfect-minded women out there when things are not going their way. They just know how to bounce back. And now that, more events are coming out for women, right? That means there's more opportunities for teams to learn them and play against them and, try and figure Gen G out. So before more teams can do that, though, we need to head over to the other side of the bracket to find out who's going to meet Gen G in the grand finals. We've got more Rocket League coming up after this.
So good on mine. Love by love. Again. In the northeast safest way. I'm really trying again. Easy ride and take time and choose. Whether we big or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jump.
4-1 win there for Gen G Mobile One Racing Black to solidify the first spot here into the grand finals of NA's Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. But Herc, that scoreline doesn't tell the whole story. These matches were much closer than what this 4-1 really tells you.
Oh, for sure. If you guys didn't watch this one, you missed out on a banger. I honestly suggest going and watching the VOD. Running with Scissors probably had the most success in figuring out Gen G this weekend. Although the scoreline, like you said, doesn't really reflect it. This was the first time I saw a team, definitely figure out what to do against their defense. And there's a great example of it. The demo plays, the infield passes that were coming out from Running with Scissors onto Gen G. They were doing exactly what Gen G does, but somebody did it back to them.
Yeah, this core of the duo in Snub and Asperia for Luminosity Gaming looking really good alongside Lilo. And when it comes down to that as well, it was a lot of saves there for Running on with Scissors that was able to keep it really close between them and Gen G. And we saw things slipping away a little bit. That fourth game goes into favor of Running with Scissors there, Taco. But Gen G are undeniable in the way that they're able to bring things back.
Very much so, and I think it is also a testament when we look at this squad and you can see Asperia and Snub. It's what chemistry can really do. You can say the same thing about Courtney and Bella before they brought in Kate. If you keep a duo together, or at least a team together, even if the results aren't there initially, I feel like you can build something really special. It's no surprise that Luminosity Gaming and now Running with Scissors are one of the few teams that can really keep it close with Gen G all throughout, because previously when we see Gen G in tournaments and they're getting these 4-1s, 4-0s previously, usually most of the games are pretty lopsided, and then that one game is like a little narrow, but most of these games I felt like really did have a lot of moments where they were keeping it very close with Gen G. So I think Gen G not necessarily has anything to worry about, but it's definitely not as one-sided in NA anymore.
No, it definitely isn't. And we get to hear from Courtney herself actually here in an interview. So just gonna phone a friend really quick here. Courtney, congratulations on winning out the semifinals, landing that first spot here in grand finals. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I mean, I'm ready to get the show on the road. I'm ready to play again. I'm just excited.
Yeah, itching for it. It's too bad for you, I guess, if you're really raring to go already. The fact that there is going to be that little bit of a break between the now and then the grand finals coming up. But overall, result-wise, we've had a few off-season events coming through, and we've seen some shifts in the standings here. Of course, your team has been the team to beat within not just NA, but globally for Marginalized Genders Rocket League. But do you feel like, as a player on that pitch, that the skill ceiling is really kind of shifting around and people are maybe catching up to you guys?
I feel like sometimes it's just for the other teams. It's just finding the right people that you mesh really well with. I think the other team definitely played well. I forgot their name, but I think it was Running with Scissors. There we go. But I don't know. I still feel confident that we're the #1 team in the world, and I'm still not scared of anyone.
I love to hear that confidence going through with this. And overall, too, the aggression from you guys was unbelievable in that last series. I want to know from your perspective, of course, we got to see the rotations as an audience, the way that you guys were dynamic on that pitch and trying to work around. But Running with Scissors, they did also go head-to-head in a couple of those games against you guys with aggression of their own. I'd love to hear it from a player perspective, if you could break that down for us, how it worked out for you guys.
They definitely went bump heavy, but I think it was important for us to realize that if they went bump heavy, that means they were probably going to send the house and we could counterattack. Kate really stepped it up big in offense. Bella did as well. So, shout out to them.
Yeah, no, the adaptations were really great. And I guess also curiosity, as far as how are your comms for you guys? I know that you guys don't want to give too much away overall, but do you guys get pretty chaotic when you're playing, or is it a bit more kind of structured and balanced?
It depends how much we're laughing and having a good time. But I do feel that regardless, we have decently level comms, And
Yeah.
I think like we always know when we need to communicate and just speak up for each other.
Love to hear that. And I've got a spicy question coming up next. On the other side of the bracket, we do have the likes of Leftover Nachos and Enlightened Enchiladas going up against each other. I know the team names probably aren't, it's not going to mean too much for you as far as the team names themselves, but is there any team when you're looking at those rosters that you're hoping to face up against in Grands?
I mean, I honestly don't think it matters. I'm ready to go against whoever comes up, and I'm ready to go.
We're ready to send it now. Like, no break needed. Get the other semifinals over. Let's get right into it. Well, I absolutely love those vibes. Hope you guys are able to keep warm, because I know you guys have a little bit to wait before you get into that match. But again, big congratulations, Courtney. And are there any last thanks or shout outs you want to give before you head off?
I want to shout out Genji, I want to shout out Mobile One, I want to shout out my teammates, and my family. My family's actually watching while in the house, so they can hear me screaming, and then probably the stream delay, they get excited. So yeah, shout out to my family. I love you all.
Absolutely love that. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview, Courtney, and good luck in Grand Finals.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Well, that was a sweet little interview there with Courtney from Genji Mobile One Racing Black, but we have another semifinals coming up, so you guys stay tuned and don't go too far, because we've got Enlightened Enchiladas versus Leftover Nachos coming up right after this short break.
Said you wanna play your game. You down me in, I said I pick it up, it's all the same. Don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, but showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even wanna play? 'Cause your idea, you hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to wanna stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, but showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more, don't wanna play no more. Come on boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 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 I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later. I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time.
What's up, what's up? Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. Big shout out over towards Radiant and Psionics again for putting off this off-season event here for Marginalized Genders Rocket League. And we just saw a pretty intense semifinal there, but we've got to flip it over to the other side of the bracket. Let's see how things have panned out. Herc, tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. So Genji had to, I think it's fair to say, work for a spot in the grand finals. I know Courtney probably disagrees with that one, but they managed to make their way through into another grand final. Now we're going to head over to the other end of the bracket with Leftover Nachos and Enlightened Enchiladas, who I feel arguably were the only other two teams that could potentially take Genji down. I feel like the world and the skill gap is very, very slowly, but starting to close a little bit. So now there's going to be a little battle to see who gets to go take Genji on.
It's going to be really interesting, and I've got to have a word with somebody because I feel like someone's writing a script here. Leftover Nachos, Enlightened Enchiladas, Danger Taco on the mic.
Oh my
What's
gosh,
going
what
on?
is
We've got a whole
happening?
fiesta. We've got a whole fiesta going on. But we got to also take a look over at these rosters. I want to talk about actually Enlightened Enchiladas first, if possible, because on this squad, what really piques my interest is the fact that Emma and Kira are playing together here under this team. Previously, Happy Burritos in the last season of WCB, but they both, Taco, actually also recently joined West Virginia University for this upcoming CRL season on their Lotus team.
Yeah, and being able to be the first women's varsity level team within Collegiate Rocket League is huge, particularly because Collegiate Rocket League only has so many scholarships to throw out, and WVU decided to invest in kind of this emerging scene with team members that already have chemistry. So that's looking great for them, and going up against an opponent made up of just a lot of, I would say, journeyman players going through WCB, and Aurora being able to like really pop off on the other side has been really nice. So there's like a lot of chemistry across this, but for the most part, this is kind of like pickup rosters. This is kind of like a roster mania type of matchup where you're just seeing these players kind of shuffle around and see what works.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting there when we took a look over at that Leftover Nachos squad. And then now flipping back over to the Enlightened Enchiladas that we had been talking about. Again, it's going to be interesting seeing like kind of like core players working together again here, Herc. on the side of Enlightened Enchiladas.
Yeah, these are, again, I say it all the time, very interesting teams, and this one in particular because, like you said, it's these like core players from a multitude of rosters that you know and love. And I love to describe it as, you know, having that like quote unquote dream team. And the thing with dream teams, right, is sometimes it's either the greatest thing in the world or like the most, oh, this should not have happened whatsoever. But the fact that they've made it all the way here and this far, I think is a testament to things are definitely working out. And so I'm super stoked to see if they can continue to find that success.
No, that's totally fair. I mean, Leftover Nachos overall 5-0 so far throughout both the qualifiers and the group stage yesterday, and then that 4-1 on the side of Enlightened Enchiladas. Do you think the fact, though, Taco, that we're going to see Tally and Angie facing up against each other on different teams this time around, how do you think that's actually going to shape up for them and the reads that they're able to do on the pitch?
I certainly think it helps because obviously any player that plays in WCB or women's competition, they have to go up against each other quite a lot, but Angie has quite the intimate knowledge of what Tally can bring and vice versa. So I think there is some insider knowledge there, but I think the important thing to also keep in mind is that every time you switch up teams, it changes how you play. I feel like it's very self-centered if you try to just say, I'm going to play the exact same way and everyone else has to wrap around it. So I think both players are very much aware of that. They're aware this is a team game and no singular player definitely wins these tournaments. So I think it's definitely going to come down to the chemistry that these players can be able to lock in, since they really only had quals in day one main event for this tournament to do that.
Well, I'm excited to see these two Mexican dishes go head to head. I'll let you two take it away onto this pitch.
There's so much food involved in this right now. I don't know how I feel, but I do know how I feel about these players. I am so excited to see them again. The head-to-head of former teammates, the head-to-head of, well, technically some of the best players in the women's scene about to go down.
It's going to be very much a spotlight on several of them. Don't really want to talk about too many people in particular because everybody has a chance to get involved, and I will say out of anyone, Aurora, kind of the mystery one, I would say, with a lot of these, because in a lot of those touches, you're seeing Aurora say, well, I mean, this is the new player, not really on many teams that maybe you had seen previously in the scene get too far, but she has slotted in so well with Tally, who just got the first real shot of the game.
Let's see if she can turn it, or they can turn it into a couple more here. Nacho taking her time. That could be interesting. Okay, if we get a lot of goal line saves, I think my heart might be racing the same amount that it did during the Gen G game.
Certainly, you could hope that, but at the end of the day, I mean, I know these games are going to be contentious, and at least right now, within this first minute, it has been really a battle of the midfield, and it might go into a goal if Angie was able to have her way, but instead, going to play this one patient. I do like that delay, looking for a double tap on the near post, doesn't find it, and Kira just going to have to chase that one down as Nacho tries to control, but can't do too much with it.
Yeah, not too much at hand, but it was a great effort nonetheless. I think if she's already prepared to whip out mechanics like that, we might be in for a treat. Kira trying to send this one upfield for her and her team to push on through to the leftover Nacho goal, but Tallybird's got other plans. She's got a nice big clear out into that orange half there. Aurora trying to follow up her touch. Save there by Angie. Nacho just in the net trying to be a menace to society for the Enchiladas right now. And a Rule 1 comes out and Tallybird kills it.
Now, I don't mean to say anything inflammatory, but I hope they lose this game. No, I'm kidding. I'm not that out for blood, but I mean, it is pretty rough to see that.
The truth of the
karma
matter
usually
is,
extends to the next goal,
yeah,
so I feel like that usually results in Enlightened Enchiladas getting one. But hey, you never know if they're just going to continue to spread some sacrilegious activity up on the pitch. Certainly, Enlightened Enchiladas would like to receive some benefit of karma, but so far, not finding it. Another long, clear top corner, but easily saved by Nacho.
See, can Enchiladas find something here? They will. It's Emma giving Enlightened Enchiladas their first goal. You saw Nacho try and take the clear, but it was actually the demo that allowed Emma to win the opportunity that when she won the 50, that ball was going right on through.
demo is one thing, but the follow is another. Typically, if you catch the ball on the backboard, you want to be able to dish it, but it's bouncing off. So what do? A lot of players might just say, let's go for back pass, just kind of land on it. Emma says, no, I'm just going to get right behind it and force you to kind of 50 it into your own net. That's a rough one to save, and maybe this one too. Tally trying to go back post. Kira does have the response and the catch with Flick, and will again be a little bit isolated in the corner, but does well. Drag out the Flick and gets it clear for Aurora to send back.
Nice demo there. A little bit of a smoke screen to see what's going next. Here comes Kira. Challenge in the corner here. Nacho tries to take the shot, and she will. 1, 2, and through. Leftover Nachos have tied up the game.
I really do like this touch in from Nacho, and that pass was going to find a target, so the fact that it bounces back, it's almost like they're rewarded for their good vision. Congrats, they're not going to find it, but you certainly will. 1-1, and Enlightened Enchiladas not necessarily doing anything too bad here, just the angle did not work out for them. That bounce was brutal.
Yes, it was. Here comes Aurora, though, going to carry this one down to midfield. Have to take a boost to get the challenge on Emma. It takes 2 players from Enchiladas to get past her right now. Shot taken, slow though. Tallybird enough to make the save and a clear, mini clear for now. 90 seconds to go. Can she get past Kira? Not quite. Enlightened Enchiladas holding their own on the defense. Doing the best that they can now on the transition. Kira's going to carry this one all the way down and into that net there to give them that lead.
That's really what air dribbles are all about. I think a lot of people in their mind think it has to be glued to your car, but sometimes it's just putting it in a situation where the defense is the hardest time in the world. Aurora in the background there, that goal replay, I think was trying to play it slow, thinking Kira's probably going to just try to slow that one down, but instead, no, just dive bombs right into that top shelf, maybe a little bit of a change up, and maybe same with Emma, the little stutter step with the Flick. It's so daintily plays back post. Angie goes underneath, and there's a third.
It's starting. I feel like that's all you can say. They're finding their flow state together, and I think the biggest thing to note is leftover Nachos look a little discombobulated, and the moment they are a little bit off and you see that and you take advantage of it, that game is yours. Enlightened Enchiladas up by 2. Can Nacho carry this over 1? She does. Takes the shot. Save comes out here. Second touch to deny the follow-up shot.
Being able to get all those follow-up shots, I feel like that's really the bread and butter of modern Rocket League, being able to just repeatedly get on top of all the rebounds, get the shot, get the shot, get the shot, and then slowly just wear down the resilience of the defense. It's really where we've gotten with backboard defense, boost conservation, and whatnot. And I think right now there's really one team doing that. Leftover Nachos, they're not helpless, but right now they really have to put a hand up. That one so incredibly close. Follow-up from Kira on near post, met by Tally. Put back again into the middle, somewhat from Kira. The lob up and over from Angie. It just sitting inside of that 18-yard box from Leftover Nachos, but eventually they get that clear, but they need more than that. It's a 2-goal deficit, and they got 20 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds now. Into the corner they go. You're trying your hardest, but Enlightened Enchiladas keeping this ball close to the hoods of their cars for now as Tallybird gets a breakaway, but it's definitely too little, too late at this moment. Whether it was strong offense from Enlightened Enchiladas or a win off of a broken Rule 1, they walk away with the Game 1 win.
Some people forgive, but we'll never forget.
We'll never forget what you did.
Those types of moments, I mean, they stick with you. And I have to say, normally I think about it as, oh, it's the next goal. There it is. That paid back. But hey, maybe karma at other sides. Like, no. It was such an outsized error within really the legacy, the religion that is Rule 1. But at the end of the day, that is a solid win from Enlightened Enchiladas, even outside of that singular goal. And I would say it's more than luck. That Kira air dribble is great, but I just love the resilience of just being able to constantly be around the play. Even when they weren't scoring, Enlightened Enchiladas had such an aggressive rotation on offense that Leftover Nachos, when they got it clear, was mostly just to catch their breath, and then their heads were dunked right back underwater.
Yeah, that is probably the exact way to describe what we watched go down. Hopefully this time they can keep their head above water as they head on over into game number 2 here. It was a rough start to game 1. The end of it kind of got away from them. I do fear, though, sometimes, and we've seen this before, when Tallybird kind of is all over the place all at once, right? That's where things kind of start to crumble. She needs to sometimes, granted, take a little bit of a step back. Let Nacho have her moment. Let Aurora have her moment. Because Talibird is probably the most solid player you can have on your team. And when you allow that natural flow between all of this roster, scary things could start to happen.
Scary indeed, and we're close to Halloween, so I would say it's thematically appropriate. Same with touches like that. That is spooky because that's going to go all the way down. Aurora just picking cherries down there. Glad to take a goal as well.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Talibird just sending this one upfield, and Aurora all the time in the world to make sure this one went into that net there. Just the tiniest of touches. 4:42 in. Leftover Nachos put themselves in a lead.
Being able to get that first goal is nice to just be able to remind themselves, okay, no, we can control these games. Just about starting off strong, and if you're Enlightened Enchiladas, can't get too big of a head about yourself. However, they might be able to get a little bit go back on their first shot. That's just going to be over. Third was diving on in, but so was the defense. Demo in the backfield. Kira wrapping around and will unfortunately get a pinch that will go all the way to Tally.
This one goes up into the air. Angie, you can see Emma just trying to be patient, and it works out in her favor just enough to take the shot. Unfortunately, goes wide. Emma going to challenge Nacho on this one. Place this into the corner. Enlightened Enchilada is pushed back in their own half. Emma's last one back. Kira spawns in time to help her out a little bit as the challenges continue to come through and through from Leftover Nachos.
Being able to continue these touches is so important. It's something actually we saw a lot from Leftover Nachos, as that one is just a laser to the back post. Luckily, Kira had it, and I think right now this is a lot better from Leftover Nachos, but doesn't mean they're out of the doghouse. Very much so, they are fighting to be able to get beyond the threshold, because one goal does not a win make. Another lob on the backboard. Kira showing a lot better control. I feel like yesterday we were seeing her attempt a lot of interesting touches, but they weren't quite working out. It does not feel like that is the case this time, but you do need boosts sometimes. Nacho has it in spades.
Oh, man. It was a nice flick. Unfortunately, it just went off the post, but Nacho there to help make sure that this one went in. Leftover Nachos up by 2 now. This looks a little bit more reminiscent of how we saw them play yesterday. That really confident, aggressive, and calculated follow-up style. Kira denying Talibird's initial shot here. Gonna pay the price with a demo.
And maybe trying to get something back, but unfortunately that passes backward, and there's a double commit. Enlightened Enchiladas, the organization, starting to go out the window, but you can't say the same about Talibird's skill, one of the most consistent players in women's carball, and here it is again.
She looks so good. Also, just that angle just to go right in front of Angie, scoop it on in, give them a 3-0 lead at 3 minutes to go. This game is running away from Enlightened Enchiladas. It is one shot after the other from Talibird. You're gonna have to figure something out, and it's gonna be really hard if you're not even on the field.
Use all the space to find a pass, but look at Tally, doesn't even get concerned about the shot, more concerned about where that ball could go in the middle. So protecting all the options the offense has is part of defense. It's not always about locking down that goal line. Aurora trying to show the other one, getting it clear, but also in space to Tally. Deflection off the corner, and only Hema has the read.
Nice big clear out into this blue side for now. A little bit too close between Angie and Emma. With less than half the game to go, you got to answer to 3 goals. You got to stay in that half long enough to be able to take a couple shots, because it feels like they haven't even had many opportunities to do that at the minimum, right?
I mean, when you get the shot opportunities, like in a lot of games, sometimes the defense is just playing well enough that you're mostly searching for shots. You just have to make a shot out of seemingly nothing. Other times, you just get a perfect lob with no one up for you. Aurora makes no mistake.
No, she does not. Talibird, nice intentional center there. And Aurora just has the read. Leftover Nachos just continue to extend the lead over and over and over again.
Right there, that is a good example of understanding when the mid-pass is most effective. You don't just want to throw it there willy-nilly. Tally, incredibly smart player. She sees that everybody on Enlightened Enchiladas is pretty much flat-footed in the middle of the field. You lob that high enough, it's going to be a race to the ball that she knows that Aurora can win. Now that it's 4-0, I would say it's about 100 seconds remaining, so you have a chance to get back into this one, but I really feel like they lost the ability to control this series in Enlightened Enchiladas. They really just need to focus on, I feel like, resetting, getting some offense going, and maybe just looking forward to the next game, because this one has gotten real ugly real fast. Leftover Nachos certainly were upset after how that game 1 ended.
Not the best game 1, but an incredible game 2 at that. Minute and 15 here. Kira trying to push this one forward. Looks like she backed off on a bump. Instead, this ball's gonna go in the other direction. Angie, nice save on this one. Nacho trying to pop this one up into the sky. Tallybird from the ceiling. This ball floats down over to Aurora, but a demo, I mean, she doesn't even have the opportunity to take the shot.
Another one around the goal, but Aurora has that one. Tally, no psycho, so just going to be to the side wall, and now back to Aurora. More touches, but ultimately this is just trying to finalize this game. That's really a touch by Tally. Maybe something interesting here. Has to go for the pass because no more boost. Aurora is on the far end of it, and I do really like how every single touch forward from Leftover Nachos is seemingly going toward a teammate. They're all intended passes, and I think that's what makes everything so frustrating for Enlightened Enchiladas. If a pass goes off your screen, your ball cam's following, you know you have someone to mark.
This one over into the corner. Angie trying to take her time. 15 seconds left. I don't think there is enough time for it. Emma, ball goes down. 10 seconds left. Leftover Nachos 1,000% are using this as a confidence goal headed into game number 3. Game number 3.
I know it does really feel like this game, it feels like the beginning of a series, but no, this is very much the comeback. It feels like everything has been reset in a way, so I don't really blame you on that count. It's also hard to just do that mental math in general, the amount of times that I have had things jumble up. I just have to go by maps, because for Hidden Temple was where game number 2 is, but now it is all done and dusted. Leftover Nachos with authority taking this one.
Yeah, that definitely was an interesting game 2 here. A nice turn of events for them, and in particular I do want to shout out Aurora. I think she stepped up tremendously in this game, but the entire squad as a whole really raised the bar in comparison to game number 1. Tallybird, we got to see her a lot more on the field, and the follow-ups that were coming through, but there it is, the opening goal that kind of just lit the flame under Leftover Nachos, and then it was all lost from there.
Yeah, and you can see how it affects also how you play. And I think this is one thing that I noted about Enlightened Enchiladas previously when they did take their loss in the day number 1, that round robin edition, is that when you do get up against a squad that has really taken it to you, you have to stay locked in and have a memory like a goldfish. If you get a goal scored on you, or even 2, you can't start just diving in on everything. You really just have to steadily get back into it, because the more you rush, the more mistakes you make. And very much so, when you get angry, when you get anxious, when whatever you have that negative emotion, those tend to be motivational emotions. It makes you want to reach a little bit extra for those 50s. You want to dive on in on those challenges when you really have to fight that impulse. I think that's really why a coach or one of those IGLs on your roster can come in so handy.
Well, speaking of IGLs, at least Leftover Nachos, you can take a look at the names on there and know Tallybird's got your back in that position. Hopefully she can lead them again. Up in the air, this ball is going to float down. Emma going to try and take a shot, not once but twice. This one over the head of Aurora. And Leftover Nachos got their work cut out for them in these first 20 seconds.
Clearly, if this series is indicative of anything, it's that the games can get out of hand from either side. Game 1 going to Enchiladas and the other to their opponents. So now everything's somewhat even. I mean, we often use the term of like a pendulum to describe some series. It swings violently back and forth between these two teams, but eventually that momentum runs away, and then it's a little bit more narrow. The demo to lead the way. Aurora had to place that one on a stamp.
Oh man, I love shots like these where you go up in the air and you're like, okay, are they gonna get the angle? And it just barely hits the bar, and then that Rocket League physics comes in where you would think it would bounce out, but it actually goes backwards. And that was pretty much it. Leftover Nachos give themselves a lead once again. That was, again, reminiscent of game number 2. That's kind of what kicked things off for them, so we're gonna see if it can work out in their favor a third time.
It's good to be able to also have a multi-tier defense, as always. Right there, Nacho for touch, but Aurora able to bail her out with the clear. Now we're somewhat reset as Emma tried to get that one off the sidewall. I think that went too high, and now off the lip. Angie has to catch this one, but Tally somehow predicting that one and almost getting the pass to Aurora. That would have been something.
Yeah, that definitely could have been interesting. This ball cleared from one end to the other. Kira taking her time, playing the patient game, just tried to get the drop down over to Angie. Instead, the drop down to Nacho goes just on target, but becomes savable, and this ball floats so close in the direction of the leftover Nacho goal line. Just a bit wide. Maybe this one could be it. There it is. It was wide. I don't even know why I questioned it for a second if Kira was going to put that in.
But watch this goal replay. Kira gets a 50, completely stands still, and then just says, that looks like a difficult read. I bet I could get that. And then, what do you know? The defense not able to read that in time. Defense is probably thinking it's fine. They'll just gather it on the next bounce. But Kira right there to put it back. It's a good way to show your game sense. When the play is in a dangerous situation, even if it's not immediately scoreable, gotta always keep that option open. A brilliant save from Emma.
She looks so good right now. Incredible, but oh my gosh, it just never ends with this squad. You think you have a second, and you don't. And unfortunately, that's just the way things roll with leftover Nachos. Talibur not giving any time to the Enchiladas, right back at it. Aurora up in the air already, trying to take a shot at this. Takes 2 players to send her off, and the cycle just continues.
Trying to continue that cycle is Tally with another 50, but I'm able to roll one out more or less because Aurora gets a catch, high flick. Emma needs the touch, and now here comes Kira trying to get that immediate counter. Tally just has it over the bar, playing a dangerous gambit with that touch, able to play it a bit more safely here into the corner, but that will lose possession, at least momentarily. Everybody from Enlightened Enchiladas is back, so the pressure somewhat off. Now it's their opponent's turn. Nacho just barely missing the double.
Yeah, just barely indeed. This one still gonna manage to find its way in, though.
I cry every team. That one I really thought was savable, but unfortunately can't get every save, and I think that one was more tricky due to the speed. I feel like the clear was possible, but the timing is everything on that clear, especially if you want to hit it in the corner. You almost have to let the ball go past the point where you can hit it back and let yourself redirect it. But if you wait too long, that is the dangerous part. It can't just fly on in. The other dangerous part is just throwing it right to Kira. You know what she can do with it. Attempting the ceiling double, this time not getting so lucky.
Here comes Aurora, taking her time. Almost got challenged there. Successful challenge, actually, by Angie. But this ball back, it's a race against the defense, and Aurora's gonna win. Left over Nachos, up by 2.
That's what I was talking about. All 3 players on Enlightened Enchiladas, they see that backboard read, and they all just think, well, we're down, we need a goal, let's go for it. And the clear is there for Nacho. Yes, there's a risk that it might not be, and it might just be another goal, kind of like Kira got for their first, but ultimately you have to play more defensive. If the chance is not high probability, at least have someone going back. When you just have a roller going on in at this highest level, when you're playing the semi-final of 15K and a tournament, you can't be letting those goals slip.
No, you cannot. Nacho up into the air, takes the reset to the backboard, doubles it down, not quite in a position where it became scoreable again. Instead, Angie's gonna break away. Over into the corner. Aurora trying to clear this one. Back out into that side. Gets sent right back home. And the tug-of-war game begins. Who's going to stay in control of this ball for more than 3 seconds at a time? Looks like it's going to be leftover Nachos. The bump from Aurora opens up some space, and Nacho is the one to score.
This is exactly how you play aggressive rotation. When that ball comes in, Emma is most likely having that. This is almost like the opposite side of the coin from the mistake that was made earlier from Enlightened Enchiladas. You dive too far in, and you're not playing the read. Aurora is playing the ball, not the read. So if that's going to be touched by Emma, that's fine. Just switch your focus real quick, grab a bump, and it's wide open for your teammate. That's what's producing this lead, and what's going to keep them in the lead, as maybe we saw a second one come in, but not so lucky off the kickoff. Another save, 45 to go, and might be in a similar situation as last game, Herc, where this one might be done and dusted just because it's too far of a gap to cover.
Yeah, I think realistically, if it's taken this long to be able to find anything, 33 seconds is probably not in your favor in terms of trying to find 3 goals. This ball going back in that enchilada half. Kira working tremendously hard to try and get this ball towards that net, but nothing in her favor. No boost in the tank means a slow shot from Kira doesn't find its way in. And 14 seconds left to go. It is too little, too late.
Being able to just get one more flick into the midfield, that should do it. But like we always mention, it's always nice to get something for the road, and maybe this is it. Angie looking for the double tap to end this one in style, but unfortunately it's too fast. The putback's not there either. 4-1 is going to be how this one concludes. Now 1 up in the series for Leftover Nachos.
Oh, man, I mean, they look so good. The way the series started out would have told a whole other story than what's happening right now.
It can be difficult to be able to see where everything's starting to go wrong, but I do feel like one thing that I definitely described this side of Enlightened Enchiladas yesterday was nervous. It felt like they were overthinking things. It felt like they were trying to rush plays that maybe they didn't have to. And I feel like there's moments, like windows into the mindset of Enlightened Enchiladas where I don't see that. I feel like it's cohesive, but they still aren't completely keeping the demons out of the back of their mind. I feel like that's what I need to see completed first, because it starts off pretty even and then it just snowballs from the other side. Granted, the offense is great in their opponents, but at a certain point you have to pick it up and extend this semifinal.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do. I realistically on either end of the field, because I don't want to put it all onto one team in particular, but Enlightened Enchiladas I feel like the best way to describe it is getting their act together the quickest. And it definitely is showing. It's working out in their favor. They're holding strong. They came in with a game plan into game number 2 after what happened. And, well, they ran with it. It worked. Now you just got to do it 2 more times.
Seems so simple, but
yeah.
As we know, some of the times these series get a little bit more tricky. I feel like our last semifinal taught us that one. We thought it might have been headed for a clean story, and it was anything but. Very much so on this map is where things got a bit more interesting. Granted, different scoreline, but maybe something similar on a repeat. That one starts off with an interesting miss, but Aurora will have space regardless. Flick over the top. Interesting redirect from Tally. Regardless of the assist style, it ends the same.
Second game where we've seen Aurora push up early at the beginning of a game to help Tallybird secure a shot that was headed towards that net. Leftover Nachos get the early game lead.
And I really like that from Tally. And it's also just a great showing of you don't always have to just say, here's a perfect pass to you that I'm just laying down. Sometimes it's just saying, I think the defenders are clear. I'm just going to be annoying. I'm going to step in the way. Tally does that so well, but Kira is also getting those annoying little touches. It looks like an ordinary deflection, but it's everything to be able to beat that last defender.
Oh, man. I love that. Just the slow musty in to the pass. Back to a tied game here and into kickoff. Who's going to take control on this one first? Angie sending this one upfield, going to try and follow it through. Instead, Nacho pops this one up high. Tallybird taking her time under Emma. Nacho in a position. Can she beat out Angie? Not quite as she hoped. Great read there from Angie herself, but low boost means this challenge, this transition is going to be a little bit harder than she might have anticipated.
Aurora, making it look so simple to beat the first, but that's what happens when you just hit it hard. Aurora trying to hit it softly there, as there was a lead block. That one's off target. Emma has to avoid the bump. Tally, catch down, 50'd into the middle. Somewhat dangerous as Aurora was there, but the defense well positioned. You're just trying to get that simple touch now down into the midfield. Another one to the corner will make that read somewhat difficult for Tally until she proves to be very wrong.
Here comes Tallybird. Shot towards that net. Double commit to keep her out. I don't blame you on that one, but this 50, oh my gosh, just barely stays out. And Aurora goes onto the attack. Angie's got her red up in the air. All 3 players from Enlightened Enchiladas just a little bit feeling too close for comfort right now as far as zoning's concerned. But they break out. I don't know what's going on. These push-ups are a little bit dangerous, and I think Aurora took notice of it. She takes the shot placement right on in.
Aurora's an assassin on these half rotation. Just this quick little turn and just tap right towards the near post. Even if it goes off, Tally, you can see in the middle, right, to put that one home. And for near post defender, the last thing you expect is just the quick shot. You think it's going to be more methodical, off the near post, maybe a dribble. But nope, Aurora knows that if there's a shot to be taken, she is going to take it. Emma trying to take notes off of that. Flip reset from a hard angle. Pass in the middle, diving on in. That's a deflection, but not able to reach it is the third defender in Angie.
Here comes Aurora off the backboard. Carrying this one down. Tries to get the pinch. She does get it successfully, but Emma's got the read on her. Sends her over to the side. This one's going to float right in front of the net. If there had been any cleanup crew on that one would have been in. Instead, Enlightened Enchiladas get to head on over into that blue side. Kira trying to set herself up for a shot, bump onto her means Angie has the opportunity to try and double this one down, but Nacho disrupting any chance at putting that shot on target. It's a lot of shots, but not the most accurate, and at some point, you gotta make the call of quality over quantity if you want to be able to tie things up.
Being able to at least do something like this is nice. I do like how Angie isn't rotating back because she recognizes leftover Nacho's not really doing anything with it, so might as well just stay in front, grab some 50s, and in a way, the side effect of that is that you're able to buy time for your teammates to get boost, and now move on forward, much like a long clear. Kira will get that far mid boost, and Emma will try to chase this one. That's a double commit in the backfield. Aurora beats out Angie, so now the counterattack, but with no boost, means it's a short-lived one. Nacho just trying to keep it going, but even still, 100 seconds separating leftover Nachos from going up onto match point.
Nice big clear here. Over to Angie, enough boost, try and send it down. Tallybird's got the read. And Aurora's got the half clear. Emma's gonna try and send it back up to the ceiling. She goes, no boost in the tank. Again, it's just sent back one time after the other. Shot comes out from Aurora and actually pinches so powerfully that Emma is able to secure the goal. The shot from, I think, from Angie. Okay, so it was Angie's pinch that goes. It was just Emma making sure that it stayed ahead, that last defender, to tie things up.
Good to be able to get in front of the ball, but that's also the danger of being on the outside of the pitch and trying to hit it middle, because sometimes you just throw it right into the clear and stuff like that can happen. You can't always be aware of it, but you have to be aware of Tally being in the air for the double tap. Well met. And that means we're going to continue a little bit longer with it being 2-2 in the final minute. Nacho, shadowed defense, trying to take on Kira. Tally will lend a hand, which allows Nacho then to extend it. First touch, not super clean, but it's at least to midfield for Angie to be able to throw back in. Tally will throw it back across, but Emma is there. Maybe something cooking for the enchiladas.
Maybe. We're going to find out as Kira sends this one up towards that net. Tallybird just being hyper aggressive to make sure this stays out. An incredible touch there as well, I believe, from Nacho. Angie trying to do this in reverse, and it's kind of working. 22 seconds left to go. Tally just getting pushed with her back against the wall. This could be dangerous, and when you're in a dangerous position, best case scenario, just bump everybody out of the way, and that's exactly what the leftover Nachos are doing right now.
Starting to get a little bit sparse in the backfield. The bump play, Emma puts it down, but Tally will not falter in her resilience. Getting one touch, getting another in the midfield. Aurora diving in. A redirect potentially to keep it alive. Kira, do you want to dive in? No, it's going to be into the corner. Tally will boop it. And now one more clear means that we are destined for overtime on Utopia.
Leftover Nachos have the opportunity to head to match point here. And Enlightened Enchiladas want to extend the series. Nacho pops this one up into the sky. Tallybird places into the corner. The attempt to clear denied in the midfield. One end to the other. Shot after shot. And you can't find your way through. Means you got to try again if you're leftover Nachos.
That was almost disgusting from Nacho. The air drag off of the backboard to get the dish. Pretty much a quadruple touch. I can't really blame the defense for panicking and almost sending two players, but they do survive. Thing is, they are not clearing this touch, and it's due to mostly great boost stealing. You can see at the top right, Kira has 92 boosts. Emma just got 100, and that will help preserve them, but only for so long. Aurora trying to keep things dangerous to the backboard read. It will be dealt away yet again. Tally trying to chase this one down, an aggressive touch, and it will be met with a clear. Another save required. Kira is able to make it.
This one up in the air. Falling down. Aurora sending this one upfield. Can she follow it? Demo opens up space for Nacho because not once, but twice did she find the demolition. Leftover Nachos are headed to match point for a chance to compete in the grand finals against Genji.
Aurora, when you are the new third on a roster, maybe the least proven within the women's scene, you want to make a statement. How about a double demo to secure the overtime win to put yourself on to match point with a chance to go to the grand finals? I cannot say enough compliments about this young woman because it just looks so good. She's getting the goal, she's getting the shots, and even off-ball plays. It's like the game sense is just locked in all the time.
Yeah, this is definitely a testament to the names of Aurora, Nacho, and Talibird of just how incredibly resilient that they can be at times. That first loss, I think, is the best way to describe it. It lit a fire under leftover nachos, and they have not looked back since. The double demo to secure the win as we head on over to game 5 here on... I cannot... I'm just... Taco... How? Just how is this happening? This is the second time we've had a series that the beginning of it looked like one thing was happening and then a completely other thing starts to happen.
I feel like all casters just need like a 30-second break, just pause, and then just like walk around, take deep breaths, go outside, get some sun. It's overcast over here, so I don't have that luck. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's tough to deal with because this does feel like what semifinals are all about. It's the push and pull, and one team feels like they have the victory. It's right on the verge, but you never really do know, do you? Enlightened Enchiladas trying to reach Nirvana, but they're very much having those chakras blocked. Nacho right off the rip.
Their chakras just aren't aligned. You gotta have the stars align, have your moon water. Just whip out anything you can think of to, hold a team like Leftover Nachos back.
I could go for some moon water right about now. This map always kind of looks like the surface of the moon, just a bunch of sand everywhere. But it's post-apocalyptic, and that's kind of what the mindset probably is for Enlightened Enchiladas because they have been down at times in these games, and they got so close last one, and yet it still wasn't enough. But that's why I said one of the most important things in these situations is to take those deep breaths, trust in the game plan, and know you just got to take it one step at a time. Maybe step one should be someone goes for that one. Unfortunately, that ball was in between two different reads, and neither made it.
Here comes Angie. 2 touches to herself to place this one into the corner. Nacho's got the read on it. Great challenge there. Nacho carrying this one from the backboard. Gonna be met by Angie once again. Talibird says, I'm not having any of this. I'm pushing us forward. Shot just wide, and Talibird says, it's cool. I'll flip my car back and make sure this goes in.
It really does feel like you forget sometimes. It's like an object permanence thing. Tally hits the ball and then rotates out, and then it's like, all right, Tally doesn't exist. They're rotating out. And then nope, it just deflects right to her. She's able to get the backflip, and even though people might say, well, there was a defender there, why didn't they go for it? I mean, would you expect that? That's such a weird angle to defend. A 2-goal lead within 1 minute. Looking good so far for the Nacho squad.
Yeah, they look incredible, and they look so confident right now. Here comes an attempt at a clear. Kira's going to pop this one to the sky. She's going to beat out Nacho to the backboard. No boost, but still has the read. And Aurora going to try and send it. You can see Enchiladas trying to just disrupt anything that they can. They wanted the bumps. They wanted the demos, but it's still not enough to stop Talibird.
Being able to always create a something, but again, guess who? It's Aurora with the backfield demos. So Tally still impressively being able to go off the ceiling, get the read off the double, and then being able to just tap that one in, but it's only open because that off-ball play. There's always 50 different things you have to keep in mind when you're playing against Leftover Nachos, and Enlightened Enchiladas can only keep their mind focused on really 1 or 2.
Here's another attempt at one. This time Talibird gets denied the double. Nacho no boost in the tank, really just kind of time wasting at this point. With 3 minutes and 15 to go, you might as well just play keep away if you wanted, or you could just continue to extend the lead.
Being able to just do that more and more is always nice, specifically because it does get you hype for the grand final that you're oh so close to reaching. However, you have seen comebacks before. 3 goals is not really an invulnerable place, but let's see about 4. Nacho trying to get a pinch underneath. They're not making contact. The demo spawn also helps as the double commit from Angie and Kira turns into an open field dribble. Kira with no more boost trying to get something else, but it's just so difficult to get any touch, let alone something that might go on target. Tally with a delayed musty and also a lead bump from Aurora.
Aurora deserves a medal for the sheer amount of bumps that she has done to just open up that net for Talibird to take a shot. I think this is the 3rd at this point, and just in this game. 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Leftover Nachos are in the lead. 4 goals, completely unanswered too. They're looking so confident and ready to claim that last spot in the grand finals.
And it really does make sense that I would say this team is looking this good. Nacho, one of the most underrated players, I would say, but definitely one of the best second woman players, being able to play off the ball, facilitate team plays for her squad. Tally, arguably the best player in all of NA, but even in the world, there's been claims made toward that. And then you find Aurora. Some might say a diamond in the rough because it's more of an unknown player, and yet slotting in so well. The system in place for Leftover Nachos is running at full capacity right now, and right now it seems like Enlightened Enchiladas, they're just trying to survive on defense, much less trying to get out of their half, and I do not blame them. Their opponents are playing immaculate.
Yeah, they are looking so incredibly clean in their play style right now and with what they want. Everything has a purpose. It is to go towards that net. The bump play doesn't come quite through, but it's okay. When you're up by 4, you can do whatever you want as many times as you want. You can miss and you'll have another opportunity. Tallybird said, I'll take mine once again. From the midfield, she clears it all the way. What is this pocket?
It really can only go there. I mean, Tally gets the first touch. It goes a little off to the side. That's fine. Touch it high. Get the air dribble started. Oh, you have to really drag it all the way to that top corner. It's the only place it can go. And, of course, it goes there. Again, just trying to flex those mechanics. Rank X player within the NA scene for that kind of like off-ranked ranking system. One of the highest that you could possibly get without being a pro. So really no surprise that that skill is on full display. And right now it just feels like this is like a dam has burst for the Enlightened Enchiladas. It feels like you can hold out for so long and you can keep this team quiet, but if you're allowing them to be able to get these demos, to be able to get those mechanics, there's only so much you can do on defense. And this final minute is them just trying to run up that score and they just have a victory party on their way to the Grands.
I absolutely agree. I feel like everything at this point is just hype garnered for playing in that grand finals against Gen G. Make yourself feel good and ready before you head over there. 38 seconds left before they get to claim the dub. For now, Enlightened Enchiladas, you just give 100% all the way to the end and know that you made it this far. And that's not a bad thing. They played incredibly well. There's a nice save coming out here towards the end of things. But for now, Leftover Nachos, they've got their win.
Enlightened Enchiladas being able to finish 3rd, 4th, as you mentioned, not too shabby, and they'll certainly take a part of that prize money, but the vast majority of it going towards 1st and 2nd, one of which those spots will be filled by Leftover Nachos because they're going up against Gen G in those Grands. What a performance to close it out.
They looked so incredibly well. The way that series started out, like, really, it felt like it could have gone either way, but as time proved us wrong, they definitely went the other way. Leftover Nachos just completely dominating the series.
And I would say that's a good word to use. Normally, I try to shy away from descriptors like that because it's like, well, you know, we have to go back and forth. But it did really feel like that game 1 was like, ooh, that did not work out. Okay, let's try that again. And then it really felt like they started to figure in some things. It felt like their offense started clicking a bit more. And I feel like once Aurora discovered that, hey, what if I just really live in the attacking third and just try to be a nuisance? I think that's really nice. I think most of the players on Enlightened Enchiladas, when they close their eyes at night, they'll just see visions of Aurora swinging through the backfield, grabbing demos because she was just terrifying all throughout that series.
Yeah, that series honestly looks like such an incredible setup for a great grand finals. But before we can head over to our grand finals, we do have our North American Discotheque. If you don't know what that is, the teams that did not make it into our main event did receive the opportunity to have another chance to play here today. So we've got that series coming up after this break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We've got more Rocket League after this.
You said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. But don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, that showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. play, it was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to want to stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more, don't wanna play no more. Come on boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 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 I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later. I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes.
Okay, the battle of the Mexican dishes panned out into the side of leftover nachos, where that last game, Taco, was just so decisive.
I think that's kind of the build-up, and that's why it's really important to reset the mental. It felt like from the beginning they knew the play style they wanted, and I didn't see enough adjustments on the side of Enlightened Enchiladas, so it can be difficult, particularly when you know that's the game that you have to win, and then Nacho, 10 seconds in, gets a goal. It's like, well, it's already out the window, it feels like.
That's the thing that's so tough about it too. I think just looking at like the overall stats from this entire series, Herc, there were some matches or some games within this match where Enlightened Enchiladas even struggled to find their footing on the offensive side. Leftover Nachos did really well to kind of stifle them.
Yeah, this was a really interesting series because the beginning of it felt like Enlightened Enchiladas could have been putting up like a really crazy fight. Like this, in theory, should have been very back and forth. But what ended up happening was the moment Leftover Nachos lost a series, Aurora said, "Send me upfield every single time. I will get everybody out of everyone's way, and you guys can take all the shots in the world that you want." And she'll take a couple of her own, like we're seeing here. But there it was. It was just the bump plays were so unavoidable that Enlightened Enchiladas, it felt like they didn't have a chance.
Yeah, no, for real. I feel like we need to, like, I know a bulldozer is not a car, but like if we could just incorporate one for Aurora's sake there, but it was just absolutely insane. And Aurora also coming from a squad in Final Form Nova in the NA scene that we didn't really know too much about, as far as like didn't perform exceptionally within the regular season. Now seeing her alongside Tally and Nacho, the fact that this squad is gelling together so nicely. But I do believe that we have a quick interview actually from Nacho on the side of Leftover Nacho. So hello Nacho, how are you doing? Congratulations on your win and landing in the grand finals.
Thank you so much. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thank you. That's really nice of you to ask, actually. I feel like in interviews, it's usually like, okay, I do all the asking with the questions there. But I was wondering, like, how have you guys been gelling? How long have you guys like done any scrims before this event? I guess there are a lot of questions as far as like this squad coming together.
Yeah, so we kind of formed about 2 weeks ago, right around when I guess when things were closing up and people had to make decisions for their rosters, and we've been scrimming for the last 2 weeks trying to really put together our plan and really try and get as much of as much chemistry as we can before this event. So we've been putting in the work the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely love that. Are you guys kind of still just, I know comms in Rocket League can be very different from other team games and whatnot, but typically there is sometimes still like a head caller as far as the rotations go. Is there anyone who is kind of slotting into that role for Leftover Nachos?
As a head caller, I'd say we are all pretty even. We, you know, tend to try and tell each other what we're up to, and usually whoever's furthest back and can see what's going on has command of the play as best they can. So that's usually how we try and go about it. So.
Love to hear that. Balance is key, right? And we could see that you guys were really dynamic in the way that you were playing there on the pitch and whatnot. As far as going into this grand finals matchup, you're going to be heading up against Genji Mobile Racing Black. And how are you feeling going into that matchup? Are you guys kind of just like trying to go in with like good vibes? Are there any nerves on the table?
Oh, we're just excited. We're all competitors here, so we're so excited. It's going to be a good series, so we're really looking forward to it.
Really excited to see you guys end up playing out there and whatnot. And when it comes down to, I guess, a little bit more about like your team dynamic, how did you guys, I know you got together 2 weeks ago, but how did you decide to start playing together as far as a team? Like, who did one of you kind of do like the reaching out? Were you guys kind of friends and decided, okay, let's just get together for this one? I know it's different for everyone, especially in the off season.
Yeah, so the name Leftover Nachos is, very telling. Just had to put something together last minute. Making things work.
Yeah.
Just putting together what's left over. So that's how we came together as the Leftover Nachos. So
okay,
just had to find something for this event.
That's totally fair. It is what it is sometimes, right? But I gotta say, like, your gameplay definitely does not feel like the story that your name is trying to tell overall. And I'm just like also curious about how you guys felt in that last matchup to give us a little bit of that insight in that match up against Enchiladas just now. It was a hot start there for Enchiladas, and then you did really well to kind of like stifle them on the defense, like not really giving them as many opportunities to go on that offense and break out of their half and whatnot. Were there any kind of gaps in the gameplay from Enchiladas that you guys felt like you were really just taking advantage of, or what was the dynamic in that sense?
Yeah, so once we kind of pulled some of our things together after game one and really locked up our defense, we found that like just having a really solid defense, Enchiladas would sometimes send their third up a little aggressively, and we tried to take advantage of that as much as we could. As you saw, Aurora was doing a lot of bumping. Yeah, so she did a really great job. No one really said anything in comments about, oh, let's start bumping. Aurora just took the initiative, noticed that they were leaving their third and 2v1s, and so Aurora was like, well, we can make this a 1-on-0, make this an open net, so she was going right for the kill.
Yeah, she really was. I made a joke about the Bulldozer coming into Rocket League as a new vehicle there for Aurora. She went pretty crazy on that overall. And it's really cool to see how that kind of natural intuition slotted in very nicely for how your team synergizes and everything. But I don't want to hold you up much longer. I know you guys have to prepare for the grand finals. So the one last thing I'm going to ask you is if you have any shout outs, thank yous, anything final that you want to say before you sign off.
Yeah, of course. Just want to shout out everyone who put this event together. It's always great to have things like this. And of course the casters, you all have such long days, so we really appreciate you being out here. These events wouldn't have as much life in them if it weren't for the casters. And I guess I have to be that person. It's my girlfriend's birthday. She just played in the EU bracket, so shout outs to her, Ava Faye. So happy birthday.
Big happy birthday over to you, Ava. And Nacho, congratulations again for this W, and good luck in the grand finals. It was a pleasure talking with you, and thank you for your time.
Of course, thank you so much.
Well, everyone, we do have the grand finals to get to, but we have another grand finals to get to first. So you guys stay tuned, because we're going to be heading over towards that disco bracket, and things got pretty spicy here in NA, so stay tuned.
So
don't mean to speak this out of line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level, and you got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is fall. It's your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now I'm sure that you get this all the time, but your eyes make diamonds look like just alright, alright. Adidas shoes and freckles, just my type. Yeah, and you got the credentials, making me go mental. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is fall. It's your move, your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. You got something special. You take it to another level. You got something special. You take it to another level. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is fall. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Baby, it's your move, your move, your move. Now it's all on you, on you, on you. If you wanted me, you just gotta say please. But baby, it's your move, your move, your move.
Welcome back, everyone. We're taking a little intermission from the main event here for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown and heading down to that disco bracket that was full of teams that did not manage to qualify for that main event. They came out of the qualifier, and it's just great that they have another chance to compete. And overall, they'll be competing out for $1,500 here in this grand final, Herc. And I mean, I'm just really excited to see these two teams go head to head overall.
Oh yeah, no, these are actually two very interesting teams because these are some players that you see the names like Paint Me Pastel and MJ and Fruit Loop, Maggie, Jules, and Miss Blurred, and you want them to have another chance to get to play because you want to see them play, right? You know the names, you love them. I know as far as like Paint Me Pastel goes, she's alluded to, you know, potentially retiring. She has alluded to saying that she doesn't want to compete anymore. So to see her here is massive, and I'm so stoked for her that there was another opportunity that she can play alongside some teammates in this.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun here. And again, I know you guys, they don't have a logo, so it is TTT here on the side of this roster that we're seeing here in Paint Me Pastel, MJ, and Fruit Loop. And again, the first place will be $900 and second place $600. But who they're facing up against is going to be the Monarchs. And tell me a little bit about this team, Taco.
I think the one thing that definitely want to keep in mind is that there's players that if they want to compete, they're going to find a way to get as far as possible in a lot of these brackets. And I feel like Maggie and Jules have been around the scene, but Miss Blurred has always really been right on the edge at the bare minimum. And that see these rosters like previously Misfits and Luminosity and Gen G, and you're seeing all those rosters compete at the top, but the teams usually right behind is Miss Blurred squad. So I feel like she's going to kind of be the IGL, the leader for this team to kind of lead through the bracket. So I'm not sure how this one is going to factor out, but again, love the idea of the disco bracket, and really definitely cool to be able to highlight the finals of that to see these two great teams go at it.
Yeah, especially in the off season, right? Just being able to have that opportunity to continue to work on things, especially in official events. Like, scrims can only get you too far. You really do need to have to like feel the pressure of actual competition, Herc.
Yo, yeah, for sure. I think, like Taco said, some of these players are kind of those like, if there's a will, there's a way. And then the fact that there was the opportunity and they made it makes it huge. But I don't know. I think we heard this in an interview earlier today where somebody made mention that like it's just a beautiful thing that there is now this like kind of secondary competitive setting for them. So I'm on the same wave. I'm so happy that this is here, and I cannot wait to get into this.
Well, you're not going to have to wait any longer. So we've got TTT versus Monarchs coming up here for the Disco Bracket Grand Finals. Herc, Taco, take it away.
Oh, well, Herc. We have one more match for everyone who's saying, well, where's my grand final? In a way, this is a grand final. It's just of a completely different bracket. The disco bracket is, as you had said, if you're just tuning in, this is the second chance. So if you didn't make main event, if you're not competing for the majority chunk of that 15K on the NA side, you're playing in this. And it comes down to TTT and Monarchs.
This is an incredible matchup. Again, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I am so happy that there was kind of that second chance opportunity for some of these teams to get to continue to play on. It's just a testament to showing how competitive this scene is, and that they deserved another chance to compete.
Being able to then also compete for a decent chunk of change here. First gets 300 player, and then second gets 200 player. So no matter what, you're coming away with something. But ideally, especially if some of these players are kind of those young working adults or even college or high school players, then having that money is always nice. Just think about how much ramen that is, Herc. We're getting into it. Game number 1 on Manfield Night, as per usual. And we're going to see which team can really come out with a more fiery start. If you're Jules, you're liking to show that skill early. A nice little air dribble with some twirls, but we're going to go so far in the save coming through first from Pastel.
Yeah, this could potentially be either a really slow start, really quick start, and granted, those are kind of the only options, but I think Monarchs want to opt for the quick-paced start. You saw this, the attempt to get the clear out. Instead, Miss Blurred, she saw it up in the air, took the opportunity to read it and shoot, and she scored.
Miss Blurred, definitely one of those players, as we had mentioned, always around at the top, and it takes great reads. That is one of them. That is not necessarily the daintiest of touch in the middle. That was just incredibly slammed right into the ceiling, and yet Miss Blurred still gets it and gets all of it. Same with Jules from quite a distance away, just too hot to handle.
Oh yeah, that is a great one right there. And you saw Maggie kind of back off. I'm sure Jules communicated, oh, I have a great open shot at this one. She takes advantage, 2-0.
Kickoff. I actually kind of like that from Fruit Loops, trying to take it from the side. Problem is, just not fast enough on the regain. Maggie trying to air dribble, not going to work out the way she might have wanted. That's why Jules try to rescue it, use the rest of her boost to try to get there, and maybe a teammate assisted fake there. Miss Blurred just flew on by and opened the door.
40 seconds in, just under 40. Monarchs up by 3. They've gone every which way into this net, whether it was from the side, through a follow-up, or down on the ground. Monarchs are here to play.
And this was a double Elam bracket. In fact, this team had met before. Monarchs took it 3-1 in that previous iteration, so clearly there are some history between it. Maybe Monarchs have that edge, but that is why rematches feel so good. It's a chance to rewrite history, see who can come out on top when it matters the most. But if you're Monarchs, this is just another day at the office where you've beaten them before and you just got to do it again. So maybe this game 1 might be starting in their fashion, but we don't know how this one's truly going to go. Still in best of 5 territory for this one, though.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of room for improvement on the end of, TTT. But at the end of the day, Monarchs are coming out swinging. I think they knew what kind of a game plan they wanted headed into this, the level of aggression, kind of just taking advantage of, the defense right now, realistically. And it's going to get even worse when the bumps start to come into play like this. An attempted clear into the midfield, I should say, turns into a transition, a slight one for Triple T. But again, Monarchs, they just know them, again, with the history and everything. It's probably reminiscent of the first time they've met up.
And I think right now the difficult part is just learning how to deal with the speed. And I feel like we've somewhat stabilized. TTT almost getting in a crazy goal to be able to get back into this one. The follow-up isn't too shabby either. Estelle will be denied on it. Maggie be able to, and I wouldn't necessarily say a clear, but something just to push it away. Now that's a bit more like it, and maybe a read to go on top of it. Free flip, almost getting there. How about the put back, another save? And I feel like we have stabilized. Unfortunately, it's coming at halftime, and there's quite a bit of a handicap that TTT has been putting on themselves.
Yeah, there's something is definitely not quite clicking yet. Maybe it's something that can be fixed with time on the end of TTT, but for now, Monarchs know exactly what level of aggression they need, and they're doing it a 4th time. Maggie from the sky gives Monarchs another extension to their already insane lead.
It's nice to be able to get on top of these reads, and part of it is just speed. Obviously, speed is important because it makes the defense have to react faster. It makes you can get to reads quicker, but it also, if you get there quick enough, you don't even need the best placed quality. You can just make sure that the defense has to immediately make the save, and oftentimes, if they don't position themselves well, it can be tough. However, it's not all about speed. Sometimes it is about patience. I like Maggie going underneath the defender there, just one of the many facets of this squad that makes them so hard to deal with.
There's definitely a lot of factors going into this one right now that TTT needs to consider to try and fix at least ahead of game 2. I don't know. I guess there is enough time in game number 1 realistically, but it's been so difficult for them to find any opportunity, and this is going to make it even harder. Jules with the clear from just past the midfield line to give Monarchs that 5-goal lead.
That's so gorgeous. It's a team game for a reason. 1, 2, and 3 into the cross-field counter. And you can't do much about it if you're TTT, and that's exactly why Monarchs do that. The hit to the side with Miss Blurred already waiting for it. It feels like a clear. The defense backs up, then it comes middle, defense comes back forward, and then it gets chipped over them into an open net. Not that that'll make much of a difference, but it shows that Monarchs always looking to be creative, always trying to find each other, and I think it's a great reason why they've been so hard to handle through really any team within this disco bracket, but especially now, even in the grands, they got their eyes on the prize, and they're not backing down.
No, they are not. Doesn't matter if you're 1 goal ahead or 5, they are not letting up steam. They are just absolutely dominating. This one from the ceiling and down, shot taken, denied by Finch. And Jules just taking it 1 turn at a time on rotations for these shots like a windmill. This one, for the first time, goes on target for TTT. A demo might be in their favor here off the backboard, but Miss Blur's got a red.
Might have that read, but not going to actually beat out Maggie to that read. Maggie also staying close enough that even though that 50 is technically lost, it is still debatably close for Miss Blurred to be able to get that 50. Now, taking control herself. Will be dispossessed. That's in front of the goal. That could be put back, but unfortunately, you see a little ghost touch. That's about as close as you can get to a goal without actually hitting it in.
Yeah. And unfortunately, this was another close one for Monarchs to continue to just extend and extend here in game number 1. 21 seconds left to go. Little demo there. Might help TTT get one for the road home in this game 1 here, but even that's going to be denied by Jules.
down to the middle, and I think this game had been a foregone conclusion. The only question is if they get one more. Post says no, as well as the defense, but how about try number 2? Maggie trying to get another one. That one will be saved, and I think mercifully when this ball hits the ground, TTT can take a break and kind of figure out where they want to go next from here, because they need an answer soon, as not even that last attempt is going to go in. I feel like TTT had enough.
Yeah, they definitely were like, okay, let's kill this one, head over into our next game here. I do want to take a peek at the shot counter. 7 alone from Miss Blurred, and equally as high was Jules on the flip side of things with 6. This entire squad, 17 all the way around to a mere 5.
And that can be tough when you have a good offense. It is the best defense because you're just constantly patrolling in the midfield. You steal boost, you go for bumps, you're going for high reads, you're going for low reads. You're always keeping it interesting, especially on this last goal on the replay. I love those types of misdirects, and even when a player doesn't even hit the ball, it can still be tricky because you expect them to. It's a great fake, and I think it shows the cohesion that this Monarch squad has. It makes them so difficult to deal with for a multitude of reasons.
I am in the same boat. Also, that sentence probably could not have been more fitting for them right now, that the best offense, or the best defense is offense, not even having a chance. Where there wasn't even really a moment where I think we watched them play defense. I think twice, maybe. There might have been a couple of shots from TTT, but other than that, it was just pure striker energy from everybody on the other end of the field.
I think that's the thing that they have to keep on going. And for right now, I feel like there was moments where TTT was feeling overwhelmed, but it wasn't them just getting shoved into a locker the whole time. It was very much so them competing in the midfield. The thing is, you have to do that consistently, and I think part of it is maintaining the boost and maybe getting a hand up in front because the passes keep raining on down.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of game number 1, that early goal lead there. Jules slotting this one on in 6 seconds into game number 2.
I really do like that from Miss Blurred. You cannot ask for a better pass if you're Jules. That one was not hit hard, but it didn't have to be because everybody on the defense goes to the goal line. That's that game sense that you need. If the defense is going to scrunch toward the goal, then make sure you hit the pass laterally to make the save a bit more difficult.
It's another shot attempt. Pastel going to send this one out over to the side. Finch trying to follow up with a clear. Miss Blurred is going to send it right on back. Up in the air, Jules down over to Maggie. And you see Miss Blurred, she wanted to kind of go and open up the defense a little bit, but instead the back off to just reposition herself to start these shots up over and over and over again for Monarchs.
Jules actually cuts immediately and just throws it on target. And I do like touches like that, even if they're not completely on goal and it's going to actually go in eventually. It just keeps the defense honest. It keeps them swerving. And unfortunately, they zigged when they should have zagged. Maggie getting number 2.
Oh, man. I feel like the only way you can say is this is exactly what went down in game number 1. As soon as they had the opportunity, they ran away with it. They just know how to get past TTT's defense. Excuse me. Pastel trying to push on up past the kickoff, but instead another shot opportunity for Jules. And now Monarchs doing what they know how to do best, taking one shot after the other in game number 2.
I do like the difference in build-up as well. Sometimes just through the air, from the sidewall. We've seen some solo plays and even some dribbles. So when I say that they are using every tool in the tool belt, I really feel like they are, because that is what good offenses do. To be honest, I'd be impressed really in the teams in the main event. I'm sure this team gave them a lot of troubles through quals, but right now, at least in the disco bracket, they're looking like the queens and just trying to plan their coronation if they can keep this one going. Only 2 goals in it, but right now you can tell pressure is still very much on. Every time it gets it to the mid, it looks like it's usually sent on back, but this time they took too much time. Pass middle, but no target quite yet. Fruit Loop has to settle for 50.
This one is just chilling in the corner for now. Maggie's going to take her time with it because she's got all the time in the world right now. Monarchs are fully in control of this. Even when TTT is on the offensive attack, it's still Monarchs controlling where this ball is going, how quickly it gets to head towards their net. This demo opens up some space. This is the first real shot opportunity, and it does go through. Fruit Loop gives Triple T their first goal.
Oh, well, look at that. All you got to do is just get a pass, get a demo, and also have the third finish. So simple. It's a team game for a reason. Everybody has to get involved. But really, the effort displayed from TTT is admirable. They're not getting down on themselves. They're not just kind of checking out and saying, well, I mean, let's just try our best. No, you have to stay within it, and that's a great way to do so. Thing is, Miss Blurred is never okay with giving one up. They want to keep that 2-goal lead right off the kickoff, a double tap to cap it.
Yeah, 2 goals at the minimum, I think, for Monarch at all times. And that's exactly what they're doing. Back into kickoff we go. Is Monarch's going to extend, or does Triple T start to gain some traction? It's Maggie up in the air over Fruit Loop on the backboard, though. Pastel's got the read, doubles out into the midfield, and a bump gives Miss Blurred the space to give the clear, and Monarchs once again get to head on over to offense.
Deflection high up into the ceiling. That will be tapped away from Miss Blurred again. I feel like Pastel lurking up here. The pack pass into Fruit Loop. The shot will come in, but unfortunately Maggie had all of that handled for the perspective of TTT. But they are still trying to play fast and trying to play dangerous. Pastel, no boost, but she doesn't really need much as long as she win a 50. That one just popped out in the middle, and good reactions from the defense to knock that one away.
Here comes Pastel. She sees a little thread of hope there, takes a shot. Maggie pops this one up in the air. I love how Monarchs all just lurk each other. When somebody has the ball, they're like, okay, what is the second best thing I can do to help make sure that this ball finds its way on in? Well, this time, I don't think any help was needed. As this one went up into the air, Maggie finds the angle and the read all the way from midfield.
That's a pretty read right there. And that's also why I like players who are willing to go for that as half rotations, just throw it right back into the mixer, because for the defense, it's so frustrating. Let's just hit the sideline. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, a laser right to the top corner of the near post. I guess that might as well happen. It's just one of those games and one of those series yet again, Monarch showing they do not need an invitation to score. They'll just create their own chances.
Here comes Pastel. Oh, unfortunately, Carr just wasn't in position to take the shot. That could have been an opportunity for them. Instead, she's going to just race back, take that boost. She sees that Jules wants to challenge her. She's able to get right in front of her. With a minute left to go, just over a minute, TTT need 3 goals to answer to the Monarchs. And I don't know how easy that's going to be if you're missing shots like those.
It's tough because you have to jump on it, but sometimes you don't have the build-up you want. But I don't think you can really be too choosy, because you're pretty much the beggar in this scenario. You're trying to get back on these reads, but when they do pop up, they're so quickly gone. You really just have those like half-second windows, more or less, when you're trying to get these reads off. So therefore, stuff like that is clean. That's a contact and a half from Fruit Loop, and equal to it was the save.
Yeah, that was a really good opportunity. Unfortunately, just didn't quite find her way through. 30 seconds left to go, though, for Monarchs can head over to match point. And this one doesn't find its way in either. There's some improvement on being able to keep them out. Here comes Pastel. No boost in the tank, but she's making a great effort to help her team get on into this half, this blue half. But 8 seconds left. It's just too little, too late. You gotta live and learn headed into game 3. But for now, Monarchs go to match point in our disco bracket.
And really, this squad is the only team that has given Monarchs a little bit of trouble within the bracket. Other than that, it has mostly just been the Monarchs getting 3-0 after 3-0 to be able to get to this grand final. So naturally, TTT is able to keep them somewhat edgy, but as you can tell, they are getting edged out right now because it's shots and passes like this to open it up. 5 seconds in, they set the tone, and they very much did not let it change.
Yeah, they know exactly what standard they have for themselves in headed into this series, and they have never let up. From the moment they first entered the field, they came in with the same level of aggression in game number 2, and I expect nothing less here in game number 3 when you've got so much on the line.
Potentially the last game, unfortunately, for the disco bracket, because we are all best of 7s here in the main event except for this one. This is kind of just an entire bracket of best of 5s, but it was double elim, so they had their chances. So you have to also understand that in a reverse sweep, it is more viable in that way, but also it is tough to completely turn it around. There's no timeouts in this format either, so TTT really just has to focus in on what works. They did get a goal off of a demo. Other than that, I think that's mostly an improvement on that. The scoreline looked like it got a little bit high there, but mostly I would say game one was not really in their control, but I felt like they were able to grab a little bit more of a foundation in two. So we'll see what DFH holds for TTT.
Well, let's find out here. Miss Blurred going for the double off the sidewall. Doesn't find it. Jules going to take a shot of her own. She misses the bump, and the shot opportunity gets away from the Monarchs. Now they got to play defense. Pastel shot not quite finding her way on in. This is the most aggressive we've seen TTT. This ball up in the air. Finch trying to send this one over to Pastel for the shot opportunity. Fruit Loop just sends it on back. This is a little bit better. This is definitely progress in the right direction if you are TTT.
Nice defense from Pastel, making sure to get in the way of that flick in time. Now can the defense do the rest. That is maybe saved away on the near post. Miss Blurred, 0 boost. I think the back pass actually went over the initial target, so this might be something free in the midfield. High lob, just touched away by Jules, and for TTT is actually the one getting the majority of the chances so far. Problem is you gotta play both sides of the ball. Pastel saw the danger just in time.
They'll pinch off the sidewall to carry this one through. Fruit Loop trying to get the challenge onto Maggie. Not quite successful as she would have hoped. Jules, nice powerful pass over to Miss Blurred. Disrupted. Just in the nick of time does Triple T get away with this one and get the opportunity to transition onto the attack on the Monarchs.
Jules not getting this one, but it's fine. That's why Maggie is there. The dainty lob and just tucking underneath the bar. Solidly placed shot for the lead.
Oh man, they're so quick to counter with any amount of space that they are given against TTT. 3 minutes, 31 seconds. Monarchs, the longest it's taken them to find a goal and a lead in this series so far.
Again, that's progress. Thing is, it might not last super long. They give up another one. That one, mercifully, will not go in. How about the second one? Miss Blurred trying to find that pass, but ran out of space. Pass middle. Chase it down is Pastel. 50 down. That does roll towards her teammates, so Fruit Loop able to take over. Problem is 0 boost. That's really the only way that one can end. The possession is still very much on, and I do like the creativity for TTT to keep the ball around all of them to be able to keep these touches going, and I think that'll serve them well, especially if they have aspirations for trying to get back into this one, which they very much should have. As you mentioned, the longest it has taken for their opponents to score, and they're still not getting super lucky, of course. I say that, and it looks like the crossbar had other thoughts.
Oh, I just feel for her in this situation. Yeah. There's time. There's time. It's okay.
It is okay. It is okay because, yes, there is very much time. We're hitting halftime and maybe a third. Try to wrap this one up, at least in the eyes of Monarchs. Was on the way, but up until it does not go all the way through. Clear to the sideline. Jules trying to line one up and gets robbed away from a ripper on target. And now, maybe Finch with the slow dribble, but well matched by Maggie to get the save.
Pastel's going to try and drop this one down. She just wanted to push it forward with anything that she had left. Fruit Loop opting to do the same. Such low boost for TTT off the backboard. Maybe a shot opportunity if it goes down, but Pastel wasn't quite ready to anticipate it. Takes the 100 boost. Has the opportunity to try and take a shot, but Miss Blur's got her red and blocked.
Again, TTT, they're trying to cut rotations now and just get more experimental with everything. I love that. They got hit with that in game one, and now it's their turn. First player flies by and makes the flick wide open.
I love this. Finally, there's just been a moment to show you exactly what they are capable of creativity-wise against the Monarch defense. Now that lead's been cut in half. It's a little bit more doable. Less than 2 minutes to go. Monarchs still sitting on match point. Pastel going to carry this one up into the air. Takes her time. Challenged by Maggie and sent back in a demo, or a bump, excuse me. Could have opened up the opportunity to score. It just wasn't completely capitalized on.
It was not. And so therefore, Monarchs going to have to go back to the drawing board, particularly on defense and short one player. That's a roller all the way around. Taking their time is Miss Blurred. Communication, that could have ended dangerously or maybe with some panic, but instead, everything will reset. Back into offense. Monarchs go. Trying to get this one around is Jules. Nicely saved.
They're There goes Finch trying to send this one upfield. Miss Blur's got other plans. Sending it in their direction towards that net. One attempt to clear after the other, just continuously gets sent back to the other side. Just over a minute, now with only a minute left to go. Jules is going to take a shot at this one. Pastel's got the save. Monarchs close enough to a win, but not safe enough with the 1-goal lead.
Shot near post, and Maggie will be able to get to that. Not a recovery. That's actually a pass right back. The back post ripper saved by Miss Blurred. All three players had to get all the way back on that one from Monarch, showing that they're very much taking their opponents seriously, even though they've had their way game 1 and 2. This one is a little bit different. Finch, another save as we enter the final 30.
26 seconds left before Monarchs get to claim first place in the disco bracket. Trying to walk away with $900. 1 goal is the difference between that right now. Jules up in the air over Finch. Can't quite get past Pastel. 7 seconds left. Is there time for one last one to guarantee it? Pastel upfield. Can she beat out the defense? No. Jules said this one is ours, but the ball is still in play. It's not over till it hits the ground, and there it goes. Monarchs are your winners of the disco bracket.
Disco will never die, and Monarch's reign will go all the way to that grand final, getting the victory. Long may they reign. And those girls, they're playing like queens right now. I mean, that was just solid. Game 3, I wouldn't even say got out of hand. They were just experiencing more and more difficulties, but ending it in a sweep like they had with pretty much every other opponent is highly fitting, showing that they were just on another level today.
Yeah, they looked so good in that one. I am thrilled for them. I'm sure it wasn't as exciting if you were TTT, but from the spectator end of things, that was a really incredible showing and series, and huge congratulations to the Monarchs again for winning the disco bracket here at the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. Taco, I think it is time. We are going to eventually head into our grand finals for our main event here in Star Chasers Showdown. So guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a little bit more up our sleeves after this.
The Monarchs reigned supreme and they swept the floor here in the disco bracket. And that was a pretty crazy match overall. Herc, I think TTT really couldn't catch a break there on the defense.
Yeah, it definitely was a challenge and a half for them on the defensive end of that series. They did have a couple of shining moments where they finally got to break away and get on the other end of the field, but for the most part, Monarchs were, just as the name stated, they were fully in control. They knew exactly what they wanted to go down, and that's exactly what went down.
Yeah, very much so, just able to play their game when it came down to that grand final. But I also don't want to take away, again, from the defense of Triple T. You know, they had quite a few saves at the very least, just being able to stagnate that. But Taco, break it down for me as to maybe why TTT couldn't find that success in breaking through as frequently into the other half.
I think this is something that we'd brought up in other matches throughout the weekend, both in the main event and also in Disco Bracket, is that when people think of Rocket League, we talk obviously in binary terms with like there's offense and there's defense, but ultimately your defense has to turn into offense. Yeah. And the thing is, what effective offenses do when they are on attack is just repeatedly pelt you so that more or less you're just clearing the ball and you're like, when's the last time I've been on the other half? Like if you have enough boost steals and enough midfield control, you're pretty much just going to be constantly living there. I feel like that was a game 1 and game 2 did. And so therefore when you go to game 3, the reason why, at least in my opinion, Triple T looked a lot better is that they were able to not only get the clear, but stay behind it, follow it up well, be aggressive. And I think that did give Monarchs a little bit of, I'd say, hot under the collar type of situations where it's like, oh, I don't think we 100% have this one, but they do come out on top. So that's what good teams do. If you face adversity, you overcome it.
And the big part of why we were running this disco bracket in the first place, Herc, is the fact that it just gives, again, that I know we keep repeating it, but it really is important, that additional opportunity to compete, and especially with the fact that you have the incentive with that added prizing.
Oh yeah, and like honestly, it's such a rarity. I actually don't think I've ever seen something like this. If you have Taco, but I've never seen anything like it where there was kind of this like second chance mini event within a main event. So this is huge. I feel like it's such an iconic, historic move from Radiant to be putting this on in an official Rocket League event. And I hope that it honestly continues on. I think it's really cool and it's really special. And I'm super proud of the girls for making it that far. And again, congratulations to the Monarchs.
Yeah, that's a big shout out there over towards Psyonix and Radiant. The fact that they are innovative within the marginalized Rocket League scene for being able to put on this disco bracket. But we actually have to hear from one of the winners on the side of Monarchs. So let's give a hello over towards Maggie. Congratulations, Maggie, on your W that you've just granted. I also saw that your dad was in chat, by the way, so you got that family support.
Yeah, I sent him the link, so I figured he might tune in.
Love that. How are you guys feeling? How's the team feeling after that win?
Great. We're really, really appreciative of the second chance bracket that you were all talking about. I don't think I've seen this kind of thing either, so yeah, we really appreciate that. We're just happy we were able to play and get a win today.
And speaking about playing and getting a win, I'm going to be honest, I took a look over at the bracket here for the disco bracket, and you guys had a very strong performance throughout the entirety of that partition of the tournament. And I'm just curious, like, how are you feeling about the NA ecosystem after taking the chance to, like, compete here in this off-season event?
Ecosystem meaning?
Just like the competitive ecosystem in the NA region right now, like teams and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very competitive. Obviously, we didn't make the top bracket, so there was a lot of competition there. We didn't have Miss Blurred, so that changed some things. But she was here for the last today and yesterday, so it's been a lot of fun playing with her. But yeah, the competition is crazy. There's so many very talented players right now, and just watching the stream of the top bracket today, like so many really, really good players playing in NA right now.
And what are your aspirations, I guess, as a team? Are you guys hoping to maybe stick together moving forward and whatnot? Or was this more of like a one-off, like you were looking to compete on this event and kind of see how it goes from here?
Yeah, it was kind of a one-off team. I actually threw together a team about a couple hours before registration, so that's how this ended up happening. But yeah, we're running tryouts, just kind of waiting to see where WCB is going and waiting on an announcement for a season. And then once we get that, I think we'll start to lock in a little bit more.
That's totally fair. I think it's definitely going to be an interesting offseason, right? We've seen a lot of roster shuffles overall over the course of the past several months, ever since WCB did end up wrapping up, and not completely sure about what is going to be happening into the future as well. But from your perspective, is there anything that people can do at home, like the audience, that could maybe help out the scene like during this kind of dry spell where we do just have like these wonderful events such as what Radiant's putting on here?
Yeah, I would say just keep showing up to support the teams in events like these and keep tweeting, letting people know that Women's Rocket League is a thing, so that we get more support across all teams. And also reach out to any women's players that you know that might not already know about Women's Rocket League. Bring them in, bring in more teams, more competition. Absolutely.
Yeah, look to shake things up. The more people who end up playing, the more opportunity for everyone to improve. But big thank you for you taking the time to do this interview, Maggie. Before we go, I want to give you one opportunity to do any final like shout outs or thank yous out there to anyone who might be watching.
Yeah, shout out to my teammates, of course. I didn't have to do a lot today, which was really fun. Y'all are cracked. And shout out to my dad for watching and all my friends who showed up as well and everyone else who supported us.
Well, again, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview, Maggie. It was lovely talking to you. And again, a big congratulations for your win tonight.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Well, that was a lovely interview that we just had from Maggie with Monarchs there. Just to wrap up that disco bracket, but we finally have the main event coming back here after this quick little intermission. So go grab your snacks, go grab your drinks. We'll be right back with Grand Finals.
keeps bringing me joy. Each new blessing I receive, it keeps bringing me joy.
A shame, think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame.
In the wise words of Kesha, the party don't start till Genji walks in. It's grand finals time, baby, here for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. Another grand final with Genji being a part of it. But this time, they'll be heading up against Leftover Nachos, who had a pretty knockout performance there, Taco.
Being able to get the 4-1 just like their opponents is always nice because it gives you a lot of steam to be able to build up and say, hey, this is not just us barely getting in, catching our breath, we're just like covered in sweat. No, it means that we had a game plan, we executed it, and therefore this grand finals should be a banger.
It really should. I think it's going to be pretty exciting here. Herc, what are your expectations knowing what's coming?
Honestly, I think after the performance we saw for Leftover Nachos, you would think, in hindsight, it's going to be a really close series. But then you see the name Genji Mobile One Racing Black, and you're like, okay, how realistic does this become? So I don't know. My expectations, I see a strong fight between these two squads. But at the end of the day, it kind of becomes a coin flip between, you know, a quote-unquote pickup team versus a, like, long-standing roster.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is when you're looking over in this squad here for Leftover Nachos, within Aurora, within Talibird, and Nacho herself, their Taco, it's the... anyways. You guys know where my head was at. Anyways, too many foods here on the table. But when you're looking at this team, they were very aggressive at times. They're this underdog squad, but I don't know if Aurora is really going to get that same kind of opportunity up against Genji Black.
I think for their sake, they would hope that they do, because at the end of the day, she has been the enforcer. But yeah, I agree that Genji isn't necessarily someone you have to pull out all the trick plays. You have to make sure playing solid, but you always have to bring something unexpected because it feels like even when you bring your best, it sometimes just doesn't feel like enough.
It really doesn't. And then when you're looking over towards Courtney, Bella, and Kate, just names that have been at the top of the top, you know, touted to be the best team in the world here for marginalized genders, Rocket League here, Herc.
Yeah, this is an insane roster. Again, we've known and loved them for so long, and like you said, they're great representatives of the community. And I don't know, I feel like you could just hype this squad up all day, but I feel like I'm turning into Courtney, where she was just kind of like, let's get into it. I'm super excited. I'm really ready, and I'm on the same vibe as her.
Hey, that is totally fair. I mean, I think everyone is stoked to just see this last best of 7 here that we have for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown. Again, they will be competing for the top 2, well, the number 1, of course, at the end of the day. Therefore, this overall 15K prize pool throughout NA, though. But I'm going to send you guys straight into game because I think everyone wants to just get this started.
That's all we like to hear, Herc, because, yeah, we have been waiting for a while. I mean, it has been a weekend for us in the booth. I mean, granted, Herc, we feel a little strange because we're complaining about this, but these players have been doing something exhausting. They're playing in high-stakes series after high-stakes series, and it has all come down to one last BO7 NA to end it all, with Genji in yet another grand final and Leftover Nachos just trying to see if they can take the crown.
Well, we're going to find out here between these two squads, best of 7 style like you've heard before, and really just an insane fight to the end. Last series of the day, last series of the weekend in the event. It's going to be a banger.
not even with the bracket reset. So for all of you who wondered, well, is this truly the last series? No, but it really does all come down to this one. And I think game ones, whenever we've seen them, they have been of all varieties. I feel like throughout the weekend, we've seen really one-sided affairs. We've seen back and forth. We've seen kind of clumsy and kind of awkward ones. And honestly, I don't know what we're going to get here. There's a lot of nerves you'd have to think being in a grand final and knowing what's at stake for your glory, for your reputation. I mean, we have to remember, for some of these unsigned players, this is an opportunity to show off for potential orgs in the future to sign you to their organization. So who knows what befalls us on this one. All I do know is that all these players are experienced, and the new player in Aurora on the kickoff trying to prove that she can still play when it all matters most.
Well, let's find out here. Kickoff for now in favor of Leftover Nachos. As soon as it starts, it ends, because Kate is sending this one upfield. 10 seconds in. Genji, they want to go on the attack. Tallybird's got other plans, though. Something we've seen time and time again. Her long clears to try and make the setups for Leftover Nachos. And if this first 30 seconds are any indication of what this series could be like, it's very back and forth.
Yeah, and if we're looking for more, I would say, of a historical lens to view this in, if anyone has been a fan of Women's Rocket League in the NA scene, or really just larger competitions in general, I would say the closest we have to in a Classico is really any team Courtney is on and every team Tally is on, because they just always find their way, these two ladies, to get into the grands. And right now I feel like that's the matchup most people have their eye on, but it is team game for a reason. Any of these players have shown that they can step up when it matters most, and Aurora up to her old tricks. Nice getting a demo, this time for a defensive purpose.
This one up in the air. Kate's gonna take this one away from Bella, carry it all the way upfield. Courtney's up next, kind of just taking her time, goes down, tries to get the center over to Bella, and it is nothing less than successful. This one goes on through. Genji up by 1.
Courtney showing how to turn on a dime. Really nice to be able to pull that one back and get the save. It looks like or get the goal rather. And you see that looks like an ordinary buildup, but if you are on the defense of Nachos, you have to play the wall because that's the most likely candidate. So Courtney knowing that, knowing the more or less fear that she instills on the pitch and using it to her teammates' advantage.
Here we go, back into this side. Another opportunity for Genji to try and take a shot here. Nobody to follow it up. Feels like a little bit of a rarity when you look at Genji and their rotation style. 2 players up. Nacho on the backboard, just trying to carry this one, at least energy-wise, towards the corner. Tallybird with the goal line save there keeps Genji out from extending to a 2-goal lead. But it's going to be short-lived as the shots continue to roll in.
Nacho 50 straight into the ceiling. Trying to reach it as Aurora, but it's still going to wrap around. Another deflection. An awkward read. That's going to be chipped up. Kate trying to bury that one. He actually goes low, and that is the tricky angle. A smartly placed shot for 2.
Yeah, that was an incredibly accurate one. Also, on the note of seeing 2 defenders try and go up for that ball, just takes one confident and strong, again, shot to go in, and that's exactly what Kate did. And of course, seeing Kate wake up a little bit, got to be a little nerve-wracking if you're Leftover Nachos, because when we saw Kate wake up in her last series to qualify for this grand finals, she did not let up lightly by any means.
She was more or less the wild card, is the closest I would say, because the rotations look pretty, not necessarily ordinary. There's nothing ordinary, maybe extraordinary about Genji, but Kate was just kind of wrapping around, crazily challenging everything, but it wasn't just haphazard. It was really more intelligent than that. It was just trying to disrupt, and I think that you did not see Enlightened Enchiladas handle this one, and the team that beat them, Leftover Nachos, or rather Running with Scissors, we'll see in Leftover Nachos deal with it at times pretty well, but you can tell right now that the momentum is starting to slant. It's like the field is just tilted toward this blue goal. They need to get out of this half and try to form some offense this final 2.
Yeah, and that's a really difficult task, to complete when the midfield is 1,000% on lock by Genji. You can see it just taking turns back and forth up to that midfield, meeting Leftover Nachos in the air. And the few times we've been able to see them break past like this, defense is lurking and waiting. There was Kate on the goal line anticipating the shot. Aurora gets demoed for her efforts and sent on home, and Leftover Nachos have to try again.
Long roller, Aurora. Plenty of boost to work with. I do like the slow play. Build up into the double tap. How about more? Ella will decide that she has seen enough. That's a nice stop there, but now the boost steal. A tempted bump on Kate, but she does evade and get the 50. quality defense to completely shut the door on the Nachos offense.
Here comes Aurora. She's going to carry this one to the mid. There's the challenge coming out from Gen G. Nacho's going to follow her up this time. Immediate challenge by Kate. No space given. Shot attempt taken. Bounces off the post not once but twice. And Kate back in time to make the clear into the leftover Nacho half. Just a minute left. And Gen G able to hold on to their 2-goal lead.
That's a pre-jump, but that's not going to work out. Tally trying to get that double tap, and it does not work out. Kate is the savior, able to get the clear as well, but Tally, back for more, has picked out a spot that is undefended. That is until Courtney swings on through. It's her turn in the spotlight on defense. There might be needed again. Aurora tries the back pass, but the demolition coming on in again. Calls a curt end to things, 30 seconds remaining, and all it takes is one to put this one back in reach, but even that seems like such a difficult task every single time. It is just getting sent right back.
It almost feels like the roles have, been reversed. This is how it felt watching, Leftover Nachos play TTT, right? You could see that there was this, frustration to break out of your own half, being stuck on your own side, and then you finally break out, and there's only 2 seconds left in the game, and Gen G's up by 2. So Gen G doing what they do best, taking names, winning games, and well, they're going to take game number 1 here in our grand finals, best of 7 with what honestly felt like ease.
Yeah, it did feel like it was very much always in their control. The closest that they did get to being scored on, I will say, was Tally very acutely touching that read on the redirect onto that far post, but unfortunately it hit off of that post and did not ricochet on in. So very much still in contention here, but by no means a runaway train. I would say 5 shots for Gen G, and they used them well.
Yeah, they were definitely calculated. They decided, we're going to make very solid efforts with the shots we put on target. You didn't really see them just kind of blindly shooting towards that net. Everything felt very intentional. And I feel like that's the Gen G way, right? Everything they do, for the most part, is always going to be with intent for that action to be followed through with. And I don't know, as far as on the flip side of things, if that can be said, sometimes you're just kind of clearing the ball for the sake of clearing the ball, right? And that might not work in your favor against a team like Gen G. Leftover Nachos, it might have worked against TTT, but Gen G is a whole other story.
Being able to actually take this on and deal with all the pressure is, I think, something that Tally is more than familiar with, and as well as Nacho being on Misfits and Luminosity in former women's tournaments, respectively. I think understanding that you're never going to get in here and have a solidly close series all the time. Gen G is too good and too consistent to be able to tie on down. So going on to Forbidden Temple, as we mentioned, a beautiful scene, and we'll have to see if it's equally as stunning. The Leftover Nachos comeback, at least right now, they did have possession off the rip, and with the demo, they can rescue it. Nice pass, but Bella gets in the way, and Courtney truly interferes for the decisive cutout.
Here comes Gen G. Courtney lurking, tries to take the shot, sent off by Nacho. Maybe a follow-up one can find her way in. It's not Kate either. Instead, it's Tallybird breaking away. Shot. Courtney's got her saved from the backboard. She's going to carry this one with a reset over the midfield line, all the way through into the blue side. And Bella trying to set herself up for success. Here comes Kate. Courtney, shot off target. 45 seconds in, feels like a rarity for there not to be a goal.
Might be coming on the way. I really like that outlet pass. Tally does not often miss this read, but it's just out of reach. The boost's the only thing depriving Leftover Nachos of a goal. Another pass to the far side. Gen G isn't there. Here, Leftover Nachos. Aurora thought about it, but realized that them too also did not have the boost. That tends to be the issue here on most of these plays. You can set it up as well as you can, but you need everybody to have enough in their tank.
Yeah, definitely a long journey ahead right now. There's a lot of back and forth. Feeling stagnant for now as Kate takes a shot just a bit high. Nacho trying to carry this one over. Bella, back pass, trusting Courtney to carry it through and send it forward, and she does. This one off the backboard. Again, not the most insane plays coming out right now. Everybody kind of trying to keep it a little bit safer after that first win, because I think Gen G is trying to anticipate what Leftover Nacho's true answer and response is going to be.
So we'll see Tally try to continue this going forward, and I do like the close control because the flicks are making Genji wait. You don't always want to be reactive on defense, but I feel like when you come up against Tally, you kind of have to. She moves so quick, and so does Aurora, just throwing it downfield, keeping Genji honest. Always nice to be able to lob one, just to make sure they get on top of it, to commit for the Tally redirect, and they do well enough to at least hold things down.
This one in the midfield, Tallybird trying to get the clear upfield, immediately gets sent back towards that net. And that's the dangerous thing about Genji, is even when they send clears upfield, you know, to kind of give themselves some breathing room, it's going to be on target. So you got to be prepared for anything all the time. Tallybird, no boost in the tank, tries to get this one over to Aurora. 2 Genji players up, but it's Courtney that walks away with that ball. As we approach the last 2 minutes, again, still scoreless, feels like a rarity, but only a testament to how much closer this game is getting.
Ooh, Kate sneaking one by, but the assist, sometimes even better than the goal. Courtney getting a flick pass one, and then the beat pass a second. Poor Aurora. You have to play the read there, and Kate does the unexpected, the lightest touch just behind.
Well, there you have it. As soon as it starts, you're nearing the end. 2 minutes to go. Genji up by 1. Bella trying to pinch this one, send it forward. Doesn't get a touch on it. Instead, Courtney's going to collect it in the air here. Drops it down low. No boost in the tank. Attempts for the fake, and this one's going to roll on through. Courtney got a baby touch on it to make sure it found its way in. But Gen G have extended their lead.
That's why you got to use fakes to your advantage. I think you're probably trying to get that wave dash, but even still, if it doesn't go in, the defense is really tensed up, and the moment the miss comes in, it's almost like you loosen up, and that's the problem, because you need to still jump off the wall, get on that read, and what do you know? We're saying, hey, leftover nachos, they're looking back in it, and yet it's like a rerun of game number 1. 2 goals, and it looks like that lead might ever still grow.
Yeah, there's more than enough time for them to keep it going if they really do so want to, and I think Kate wants to. Shot towards the net, sent off by none other than Tallybird, the player who really has the most capability, and I think everybody's opinions, to kind of IGL leftover nachos to some goals here. Try to drop it down over to Nacho. Nothing coming into the works yet. And leftover nachos just trying to position themselves for another Genji attack.
Ellie, like the creative build-up, gets actually an extension on the ground double. Instead, finds his way to Nacho, who tries to just pop that up, but I do like that from Gen G. Going for the high lob, demo play from Tally, the immediate turn, and there's one back.
There you have it. I said it. If there was somebody that was going to start to push him forward, it's going to be her, and she did just over Kate. Less than a minute to go to find one more goal, try and tie things up if possible. Maybe take Gen G over to overtime. Aurora pushing forward. Courtney takes control of this ball, puts this up into the air. Can she get past Nacho? Not quite. The touch disrupts. Wastes a little bit of time.
Aurora will try and, again, take that touchdown, and Space does her job, gets the 100 boost, and actually gets a beat out over on Courtney. Ella trying to pre-flip that one. Instead, Nacho throws center. There's Tally. It is weak on target, but it might be enough. Goal line stop. Bella will be teared across that sideline, but it's still not over. Tally gets another one to the corner. That's going to ring high, and another beat out by Nacho means that the Cyclone just keeps on spinning.
Yeah, doesn't quite end here. 14 seconds left to go. There is a chance for leftover nachos. One more shot attempt, maybe 2. Bella's got the save on this one. Nacho's up next from the ceiling. Tries to drop it down just a little bit too quick on the touch to drop it to the ground, but the ball will be killed by Gen G, and Gen G take another dub here in our grand finals.
That's a close one, Irk. I will say it was getting a little closer, and it did take some physical play. I like the solo play from Tally, but facilitated with the teammates to get the redirect to get back in. But ultimately, it was a tale of Courtney creating chances and finishing them off by herself as well. The first goal setting it up for Kate, as we can see on this finish on the replay. And the second one, just really baiting players in. And sometimes when you are really one of the star players, arguably best player in NA, we have talked about previously, that is the impact that you can have.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, but yeah, like you said, the fact that it was so much closer, I think, is a real indication of how close in general this series could be. But you gotta win. You gotta have something. This is a massive, massive game. If there is a way to stop Gen G here, right? As hard and as crazy as that sounds, if they are able to do so, I think that would put a massive halt in the momentum that Gen G has right now.
I think Gen G understands that they also have to keep up their awareness because that game 2 was not as fluid. They got their 2 quick goals, and I think that really helped boost the confidence again. But I think more and more as you play in a series like this, you have to be pretty fluid. You have to always be flexible and saying, hey, I do like playing a lot of solo plays, but we need to work in some more passes. We need to work in more physical stuff. You always have to keep the defense guessing. Otherwise, I think teams like the experience of Tally and Nacho with Aurora, who has slotted into the system that they have built. As you heard from Nacho in the interviews, player in the back, they call it out. They want to make sure that everyone's aware of what's going on. And I think a team like that will keep it close. So we'll have to see if I know anything or if this is going to be another Gen G victory as we head to DFH for Game 3.
Well, let's find out here. Battle in the midfield for control of this ball right now. It's Aurora who prevails. Kate trying to tell her to back off. Tallybird's got other plans, though. No respect given, just one shot after the other, and that's the level of aggression that you need. If you are leftover Nachos, you are about to be taking a match point if you can't pull out with a win here in game number 3.
And what I will say, an assertive statement from Gen G if they're able to do that. I mean, we're already questioning, do they still have stuff? Do they still have special sauce? All of NA might be catching up, and that would be quite the reputation of that point. But either way, it is putting the cart ahead of the horse. It is still very much half the series still to play if you want to see a Gen G sweep, and even more so if you're a believer in leftover Nachos. They certainly are trying to experiment with the slow plays. Aurora only gets as far as Bella, however, as it goes right back to the Nachos backboard.
A couple of bumps there in the corner as well. Love that level of aggression. Again, just give yourself every opportunity you can to push forward if you are leftover Nachos. 3:36 on the clock, trying to waterfall this down to anybody. Instead, Courtney's got a demo, and she's using the last remains of her boost to push forward. Kate's going to help her out, keep this one forward. Bella's up next on rotation, and for the first time, or at least what feels like it, Gen G slowly getting halted further and further back, closer to the midline. It's getting harder for them to get across that.
And I think it's also just because of the build-up from leftover Nachos. Of course, I say that, a little bit of a double commit, but shouldn't harm him too much because the slowdown from Nacho was fairly strategic. Courtney trying to rebuild some space. Will be taken off the pitch. Tally got a boost and time to maybe build up. Deflection as well. That one is not reactable as Kate keeps it close, and good that she did. You don't want to allow Tally to crit too much, especially when they have passing options open.
Ooh, here's a nice one. Double and down. Aurora sends this one off. This one floating up in the air. Can Courtney get the beat? She gets the beat, but not the angle. Kate's up next, and that's a scary player. No boost in the tank for Aurora means open opportunity for Bella to send this one downfield, but Tallybird's got other plans. Nice, strong clear all the way to Aurora. Those two have been working incredibly well together to try and open up shooting opportunities for leftover Nachos. And the fact that it is scoreless right now means those opportunities aren't going to waste. There's still a chance to find a lead.
And as much as we're talking about momentum and being pushed back, at the end of the day, yeah, it's all to play for. You just have to make one good read, and Courtney will make an even better one than Tally, or at least faster. That deflection coming in. Still ringing around in the Gen G half. Good enough clear as Tally will, Aurora, fill in that back end, as now with the remaining 20, Tally's trying to set something off, trying to pick her spot, but again, the save, the epic one at that from Courtney keeps this one scoreless.
The double demos too. At this point, Gen G is saying, get out of our half. You've been in here way too long. Courtney, incredible save on that one. Just bumping or attempting to bump Tallybird. Off the backboard, mini double in, and leftover Nachos have found their first lead.
And this is why you keep on going. Bella was the only one with a substantial amount of boost, all 100, but she used it all just to back up. She could not aerial, and really, I think, trusted the near post to get that. Didn't anticipate Tally doing Tally things, the air drag into really nicely placed double. That is first lead of this series for leftover Nachos. It's something they're going to have to really learn to cherish in the remaining 80 seconds.
They're definitely going to have to try and hold on to this one. Extend it if you can, but be prepared on defense for a very angry Gen G. You can see them all lurking, all pushed up, and Gen.G doesn't take those risks very often. Nacho trying to break down field. Kate going for the bump and the attempt to take this ball back for Gen.G. There she is again. Nice big clear. Tallybird pops this one up in the sky. Aurora sending it towards that backboard. Courtney gonna clear us down into the midfield. Reset to try and get over Nacho, but instead lands on top of her. We're gonna see if this one can float in. It won't, but Bella's got the follow, and Gen.G tie up game number 3.
I really want to see this replay because I'm scratching my head here. I think Aurora just completely throws Tally for a loop there because they're trying to play that next touch. Again, you do have to play predictive sometimes. If you're behind the play, you have to jump ahead of it. Hopefully the ball gets hit into you and you get the deflection. But when that doesn't happen, I think Tally bit too hard thinking that save was coming in, and then it was not. So all back to neutral. Maybe actually not for long because I saw Tally waiting for that read, but unfortunately can only hit it to the corner. Now Kate, the far corner, looking for a double. Doesn't quite have the boost to keep up.
Yeah, not in the best position right now. However, tied game, even playing ground between these squads. 17 seconds left. This ball trying to get sent to the mid. Tallybird sending it to the backboard of Gen.G. And Aurora, she wants to turn around. She wants to turn this into some sort of a play here, but Bella's going to do the challenge on a Tally. Courtney's going to attempt the clear. She gets it. The bounce could potentially mean it stays up, and it will. And I think Gen.G just want to kill it. Everybody decides overtime is where we're going to battle out for game 3.
Aurora, you're making my heart flutter right there. You thought you were going to try to keep that up. I'm thinking that is not what you want to do with Gen.G, but even still in overtime, it's Nair dribble. That might end it. Pass off the backboard, and it's cleared all the way down. Courtney has to backflip on the half flip even. Get back and make sure the defense locks in. So no early goals, at least in overtime, but who knows what it's going to take. Pass down to Aurora and shut down by Bella.
Great shots coming through. Low boost, though, for Gen.G could be dangerous. Although this one does get sent upfield, it's a little bit of breathing room. Shot taken. Bella just dangerously floating this one in front of the goal. I don't know how many times you are going to be able to get away with that before leftover nachos try and challenge you. Kate sends this one up, takes the shot, gets denied. And 47 seconds in, nobody's been able to find anything other than a couple of shooting opportunities.
Aurora getting another 50, but more and more leftover nachos are in the situation where they need to make a flawless read. Nacho is not one of those. That one is just barely wide. A rare misstep from Courtney. How about Bella? Her effort on the double. Nacho bites, and that one goes underneath, but Tally so well positioned.
Ooh, that was a nice bump there on Tally. You saw it. She tried to go above and beyond. This one goes down. Courtney not quite in the best position, but the floater still can't find its way in. Aurora bailing out Tallybird to keep this overtime going. It's not going to stop. This one from the ceiling and down. Bella tries to get the angle. Tallybird can't find it. Kate has the opportunity to end it here, and she will.
Match point Gen.G. Not unfamiliar words for this team, but it took some doing. That entire 90 seconds, it felt like, Herc, was just constant pressure, and I would say you can only get away with some close saves for so long.
Yeah, I think the ending was very telling of pretty much how this entire series has been going. It was basically leftover nachos fighting for their life, but at the same time having some of the strongest defense this entire week. And then there was Kate. That is pretty much all you need to say in terms of Gen.G right now is, and then there was Kate.
And really, that is so... It just really, it hurts. It hurts deep down because I know that feeling as a former competitor, but at the same time, when you are dealing with games like that, that's what happens when you lock into defense. Look at these saves. They're coming in, they're coming in, they're coming in. But then if you're never able to clear or slow it down and get your boost, it's only a matter of time. It doesn't have to be a pretty finish, and a lot of them weren't even the best of touches or clears, but it was enough. And I think Gen.G showing that when they sense that there's blood in the water, if they sniff that out, they are going to swarm the ball. And they did. It's a great overtime to close this one out. And now, to close out the series, this whole weekend, this whole tournament, trying to add another trophy to the already packed Gen.G cabinet. They just got to play a solid 5 minutes.
Yeah, just one more to go before Gen.G gets to claim a winning flag in yet another event in Rocket League. And they want to do it in a sweep because, well, why not?
Well, you might ask, why not? Well, because if you're a fan of Rocket League, you want to see a close series, and right now it has been everything up and too close, and then eventually it will go over. So these games are very much neck and neck, but the series scoreline may not be the team pinch. If that went in, I would have been going through the roof.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit too close for comfort, but now Gen G get to go to the backboard. They get to try and take a couple shots. Aurora anticipating these a little bit more frequently. And this one's gonna float down. Aurora wants to take a shot. This one centered to nowhere. It's Courtney trying to carry it past midfield. Kate pops this one up high into the air, but Nacho just gonna send it off like another day in the office.
Unfortunately, another thing you might see in the office, well, maybe in certain offices, a demolition to be able to slow things down. This is something Gen G's been doing a lot more, just trying to get right in front. Nacho actually sensed that one coming, saw that with a third eye, flick high, and Bella saw that with hers. That's going to be another save. Aurora into Tally. Not an easy angle, but she makes it look so clean.
She really and truly does. Listen, if there's one player that can make anything look like it is easy, it is probably her.
Really, something about high-level Rocket League where you watch it and you're like, I understand conceptually how that works. I could probably do that, and go into custom training, miss that angle 100 times in a row and realize, oh, these people are doing it first time in a high-stakes matchup. They're truly just built different. One of those players that is constructed differently is Kate, but unable to get that double. I like the pass setup, but it looks like Gen G is more than willing to play a bit more passive, knowing potential for the counterattacks.
This one stays mid. Tallybird, nice big clear up field, and the demo to come through. Courtney, incredibly close save, probably too close for comfort. No follow-up to be found. Bella given the space to make the clear. Nacho, not quite up in the air. She had enough boost to go for it. I'm curious why she dropped down. Instead, it's just gonna be a little bit of a battle. Gen G down, trying to catch up to leftover Nachos. Feels insane to say, but they are. But 3 minutes in a Gen G world is more than enough time.
It does feel like Gen G world every once in a while. That's just a ride at an amusement park or whatever, and it is a bumpy one, especially with these demos yet again. Kate on the put down. I love the placement. Tally did not, which is why immediately dive bombing to get that save. Now on the counter, close flick, not gonna get there. Nacho is too far up to be able to rebound it.
Here comes Tallybird up in the air. Can she turn this into a 2-goal lead now? Nope. Sent off. Roar gonna try and help her. Maybe they can have some fond memories of what we saw in their last series, working together as a duo to find some of these shots. And the clear upfield starts the play again. Can Tallybird take a shot? No, Kate said, stay back. I'm not letting you any closer than that.
Now they're trying to move on out, but they're just going to be sent right on back. Aurora, that is a banger all the way to Nacho, who's actually going to leave it, which means that clear could go to Tally. Bella sensing danger, just sniffing that one out. Leads now to Kate through the corner. Nacho through the midfield. Quickly met is Aurora. Unfortunately not going to bounce out. Another roller, and ultimately I think this is leftover Nachos playing pretty nervily. I like how confident they are going forward, but I would say, what do you know, a second would go very far for them. Nice setup from Tally, but the job was not done. Immediately goes for the demo.
Yeah, there it is. Again, very reminiscent of the series we saw where they qualified to get to the grand finals. It's that duality between both Tallybird and Aurora to consistently break past defensive lines. With 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, leftover Nachos can quote-unquote be comfortable. Until Kate starts to do things, this one drops down. Courtney takes a shot, sent off, and Gen G being held back.
That sounds almost wrong coming out the mouth, you know? It's like, wow, they can't do anything, Gen G. Yeah. And you're like, really? What? That doesn't happen. So I suppose the first time for anything, but especially in these grand finals, they do not often lose, particularly to NA opponents. They got 60 seconds left over Nachos to be able to show that they are for real in this grand final. Kate wrapping one around by Nacho, and then another clear to waste even more time.
Wrap around into the corner. Courtney gets this ball taken away from her. At this point, leftover Nachos might just be trying to play keep away. They just want no chance to be given to Gen G. They're going to send it everywhere. looks like a pinball machine on the field with how quickly this ball is going between every player on the field. 30 seconds left to go. Leftover Nachos still hold on to their 2-goal lead.
Nacho with the roller down, and actually nicely touched to be able to keep control. Problem is, it is fleeting, and Kate is just as fast as that possession is lost. 16 seconds remaining. How clutch can Gen G be?
And then there was Kate. That is literally the statement of the weekend, realistically. This girl has popped off. She's having her moment. She's been everywhere all at once. And there she goes again. Tries to drop this one down. Courtney's gonna need to help her. 8 seconds left to go. A bump could help, but a clear sends this all the way back into the Gen G half. Now it is capable that this ball stays up, but it doesn't matter because it's up in the net of Gen G. Leftover Nachos give themselves insurance to keep the series going.
NA Grand Final ending in a sweep. That is the most cringe thing I can imagine. 1 second remaining, but as you said, it doesn't matter. Leftover Nachos have done the due diligence, sending 2 on the kickoff. I do like that. It's a fun way to end things and a fun way to get back into the series. Granted, it is still very much in the territory of a sweep of the reverse variety, but Aurora, Nacho, and Tallybird can definitely feel happy about this one, particularly when you see that shot count. You said there's Kate, and really, there was only Kate. All 5 shots for Gen G coming from that woman right there.
She, like I said, she's literally everywhere all at once. This girl has done nothing but improved as the weekend goes on. And it's very hard to have improvement when you are on Gen G because you kind of are currently the skill cap as a roster, right? And so it's like, oh, how much further along can you progress? What improvements can you make? Oh, Kate decided that now she gives everybody 0 space and does like the crazy push-ups. She reminds me of the players from Valorant who they get the spike and their like one thought in their brain is go plant. I don't care who's shooting at me. And then they just seem to run faster than everybody else. That's her.
I mean, there definitely is a certain element of players where they play well. Then when they're in a competition, it's just like another level. It's like really just, it puts them into a different headspace. And I do like to see that. Another player that I really feel like does capture that is the player that was at the forefront of that lead from the side of Nachos is Tally. Tally always feels like she tries to show up as much as possible for her squad, no matter what it is in Grand Finals, usually against Gen G, and we'll have to see if this is another one. A long journey still to tread. Many a series also ends right here on Wasteland. Is this just another one of those tails? Pass across right at the beginning, but Nacho can't read.
Oh man, another demo on the Leftover Nachos. Now, listen, this is kind of what I anticipated would be Gen G coming out swinging, attempt at the pass denied. Leftover Nachos prepared for everything that's coming their way right now. At least they are consistently on the attack when they want to be and have the opportunity to do so. For now, Bella gonna take 2 touches on this one, try to get past mid, but Tallybird's got other plans. Crossbar down and in. Leftover Nachos take a lead.
Guess who? Yet again, it is Tally, but I love this from Aurora. Notice, actually, the trail on that first touch was blue, which means that was only one place for that ball to go. If you're going to get dunked, put it above the dunk and trust your teammate to be able to latch onto that ball once it bounces.
Here we go, up off the sidewall. Tallybird gonna take her time. Nacho to the ceiling, drop down. Bella just gonna slowly carry it down and let Courtney push through. This is one of the few times we've seen Gen G, kind of struggle to find some shooting opportunities. There's one, but they don't want to push up too close, too far. Instead, you just let Kate go. Let Kate take the shot. It's a risk worth taking, and it pays off.
Something that happens quite a lot at the higher level, and something you can really only pull off in comms half the time, is when the defense is doing everything that they need to. Ball's going to Bella. There is really no shot based on her momentum. There's nothing that she can really do with it. So let's get boost, let's land, let's grab some pads, and then suddenly the ball dies. It immediately just hit down for the person from the corner to swing around to get the shot. It doesn't feel like the angle is on, but that is why always being alert on offense, even when it's seemingly you're rotating back, is so important. Gen G's communications are always on lock, and hopefully that extends the defense too, because they really needed Courtney to get that one out.
Yeah, that was a little nerve-wracking. I saw the plan start to formulate. Thankfully, Gen G was able to walk away with the save on that one. But there it is, Talibird already up in the air. She wants to challenge you from behind even. No space given, zero respect to Gen G, and that's what you gotta do, right? It's a level of ego and confidence, right? A nice balance that allows you to play against teams like Gen G.
The backboard, sometimes even Tally can't get those reads. That was asking quite a lot. Ball hit across, that's going to be in somewhat open space. Courtney will get the boost first, which means losing the ball. Long clear. Tally, that's a wide turn. Can she get back to it? Of course she can, but that's going to expend all the boost, which means this should be open on the far side. Kate, high shot, put back by Courtney, and that's the lead.
Well, there it is. Courtney slowly starting to wake up here. And by wake up, I mean that in the most respectful way possible. You guys don't even try to come at me. Courtney taking the shot gives Gen G their lead back here on match point. Less than 3 minutes to go. Can she turn it into a 2-goal lead? She will, because she is her.
Courtney shooting 100%. Things that you see really is the stuff of nightmares. Not fun to see, even off kickoffs. Could slot that one past the cheat up. It looked like Aurora was destined to hit it, and yet now you are really in the most clutch of circumstances. It's one thing to get a comeback against Gen G. Lauded is one of the best teams in the entirety of the women's scene, but do it in half a game, it's a whole other thing. Could have been worse if this one potentially goes through. Thought the build-up was more dangerous, but apparently not. Another clear.
This one down. Courtney, hat trick, 100% shooting average. Gen G back up in the win. Everything you could think that should go right for this squad is going right, and then some.
That's a tough one. Bella getting the perfect bounce on that. Honestly, I think Tally was expecting a different read. And then unfortunately, because she was trying to go for the hard read, going for it immediately, it just did not go her way. And now it's really not going leftover Nacho's way. Tally needs this read and will not be a full clear, so Nacho has to slow down and grab this one. They lost the boost. It's Bella trying to put this one to bed. Courtney with a backflip, keeps the pressure on, but not another shot. Kate, your side could be open. Bella trying to just cap this one off. Number 5 on match point.
There is no stopping this team. They are the definition of you poked a sleeping bear. All right, here's the fighting reaction you're gonna get. Gen G running away with game number 5 right now. Is there anything leftover Nachos can do to stop them? It doesn't feel like it. The post has been the most successful right now.
At the end of the day, the solace you can take is that they scored quite a lot. You have 2 minutes, but the thing is, they scored about 4 of those goals in about 2 minutes. So I think you can very much say that it is doable, but it's going to have to take a little bit of a miracle. Tally trying to provide that miracle. The air dribble saved away by Bella. Initially, low shot from Aurora. A good choice. And now it's within 3.
There is time. I'm not going to sit there and say that there isn't, but it's going to take a lot of hard work and creativity, and also you're going to have to create defensive mistakes for Gen G, right? You can't just hope that they continue to happen. That was a really good shot and opportunity. Now only 3 to catch up with just over 90 seconds left here, but the scary added pressure of being on match point means you have no chances after this.
Wow, the delay from Courtney. She's lethal. She's not shooting 100%, but 4 goals. I suppose that's good enough for a grand final pop-off.
Has this ever happened? What is the most someone has been this accurate for?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. We're going to have to check the record books, go through a little bit of the Wikipedia sources, but ultimately that goal looks like a mistake from the defender. But what are you supposed to do if Courtney is coming at you, has a dribble and the lob up? You're expecting the air dribble, you're expecting a 50, you're maybe expecting the lead bump. You don't even know, which is why Courtney knows that you don't know. Goes low, gets a little bit of a cheeky goal, and again, Gen G just really trying to stamp down on their authority, close this one out decisively, not having to play down to the final seconds. And I think at this point for leftover Nachos, they're just searching for anything to go their way.
Yeah, you gotta take every opportunity you can get, and then some. This ball pops up into the sky. Talibird trying to back up so she has the opportunity to even read this. Instead, it's a shot towards the net. Kate goes for the bump onto Nacho. You can tell there is a level of frustration starting to come out when leftover Nachos just throws themselves at this ball. And it's getting cleared to nowhere. And instead, Gen G doesn't say, oh, let the ball fall. They said meet that ball up in the sky, on the ground, wherever they want to send it. Musty it forward, because when you've got a 4-goal lead and 22 seconds left to go, there's not much your opposition can do to win.
The WCB World Champions, the Rocket Clash World Champions, and now it very much seems like, at least in NA, you are the still queens of the region. Final seconds ticking down. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black is just going to continue to get all the applause, all the accolades, and at least 3 more medals. They are your NA champions for the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown.
They looked so consistent and good, and like I said, if there was a team that I thought could have gone up against them, it would have been any of the 3 that made it here to today. But Gen G, there is just no stopping them. I think the best sentiment I could give and the highest compliment is Gen G really and truly are a skill cap right now for the women's scene.
I do have to say, hats off to their opponents, Leftover Nachos. It's unfortunate, but I mean, the name kind of suggests that this was a bit of a new team. Like, yes, they probably have been doing some scrimming and preparing for these tournaments, like all good teams do, but sometimes they still do fall short. But Gen G has had a lot of practice. I mean, this team has been together for more than a year at this point, so certainly you can't expect them to be able to be fully up to it, but you see those flashes, you see the brilliance, and obviously I think with a lot of teams, I can see how Gen G could lose, hypothetically. It doesn't happen too often, but I would say give this team some more time, maybe some org support. Who knows, orgs? It's always a great time to get into the women's scene as the regular season for all these leagues start to kick back in. But credit to Leftover Nachos. He kept it close at times, but Gen G, just too good oftentimes.
They really and truly are. And my goodness, if you guys, thank you so much for being with us. We do still have a little bit more underway, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a really short break, and we've got a fun little surprise for you guys after this.
Each new blessing I
What a way to wrap up the day. GG's and congratulations to Genji for winning it all here in the Radiant Star Chasers Showdown for the NA region. Herc, that was a blowout match, but that scoreline, I feel like, doesn't tell the whole story. Leftover Nachos, they still gave a really good fight despite it all, especially for being more of that pickup style team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think Leftover Nachos should have their credit where it is due. They put up a huge fight and definitely, in my opinion, made Genji work for it at least a little bit. Especially because, you know, you see the names Aurora, Nacho, and Talibird, and you're like, okay, individually, these three are incredible. You put them together, that is, you know, a potential team that could take down Genji, but it's the same as you said. The reality is they don't have as much history together as Genji does, Genji being together for about a year or so at this point, right? And I think with time, that actually could be a very threatening roster to the women's scene.
It's a really good point to be making, seeing if this team decides to stick together and gel. But talking a bit more about how Genji performed in this grand final, Taco, what were your main takeaways?
It's mainly just that they are very aware that they have to always play at their top. There's never a game where I feel like I watch Genji come in and it looks lazy, it looks sloppy, they're just trying to goof off like, the win will take care of itself. They understand that as a competitor, you have to come in with 100%. And I think that's what we really did see. It's almost like Leftover Nachos were sprinting to keep up with them, and then eventually they twisted their ankle, and they just kind of stumbled down on Wasteland. They just couldn't keep it up anymore. Courtney popped off. Everybody played their role. I mean, obviously, hats off to Kate. I feel like we talk so much about the duo, the long-standing duo of Courtney and Bella, but Kate had probably the best series I've ever seen out of her, and it took place in a grand final. I mean, no better time to be able to find that peak.
Yeah, absolutely. Big kudos over to both these teams, and of course the Genji. We'll have an interview just shortly, but before we do, I want to give Herc and Taco a big thank you for joining me on the desk for casting today for the NA region. And Herc, you kick us off, then Taco, you say your final words afterwards.
I mean, I just want to say thank you so much to Sapphire and Radiant and Rocket League, you know, for allowing me to be a part of this huge event. When I saw you know, the community events get announced, and I saw that Radiant was going to have its own official tournament, you know, with the game, I was just over the moon. And then to have the invite to get to be a part of that is super historical, and to see, you know, women's Rocket League progress and start to get recognized officially by Rocket League is huge. And I think that this was such a major success, and I cannot wait for the future.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I think it's a really special thing because I already had a lot of friends that played Rocket League alongside me, and we were just hanging out in streams, in different calls. We comm together, we hop in VCs, and to see them then get a league for women and marginalized genders, and being able to cast that, because I love all levels of Rocket League, but women's scene, having known these players for so long, is so rewarding to cast. I've been blessed to be able to be part of WCB and part of this Radiant gig now, DreamHack involved with now, hopefully a future Rocket Clash as well, and obviously working alongside you ladies in the booth and being able to work with all the lovely production people in the back end. It shows there's a lot of passion in the scene, and I hope it continues to get the support, because I know the players love it, I love it, and the fans will soon discover, yes, they will love that as well, as this is the kind of one of the fastest growing scenes, and I can't wait for it to just blow up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's on the come up, but unfortunately we have to say goodbye to our casters. Thank you again, Taco and Herc, and say hello to Courtney from Gen G. And we chatted with Courtney earlier. Hello, congratulations. The shades are on. The confidence was there on the pitch. How are you feeling?
I feel fantastic. I thought I'd whip out the shades, you know, show my Chad energy, you know, that is within me.
Yeah, I got that Chad vibe going on. You had the Chad energy in the earlier interview too. Yeah. I love that. It's just like stayed consistent throughout today. I asked you a lot more like kind of like technical, more like ecosystem kind of questions beforehand. The only one I'm going to throw out there is just, I'd love to know what the vibes were like, particularly in this grand final. I think that there were points where Nachos definitely put up a good fight, like especially on their defense, but it was very undeniable, the performance that Genji had.
I mean, we were having fun. I mean, we were definitely locked in. It was obvious we were playing our game, but like when moments happen, you know, sometimes you just laugh. Like it's an important part of the game to enjoy it.
I think that's a really important takeaway, like for anyone who's a player, like listening right now in chat and whatnot as well, just like that mental factor to be able to have a good time. That's the whole point of playing Rocket League and participating in events like this. So for you guys, I think I know the answer that you're gonna give me when I ask this question, but I want to hear it from you anyways. Gen G has essentially built a legacy right now within marginalized genders Rocket League. Does that create any sort of like weight on your shoulders as a team to kind of continue to meet those expectations, or does it continue to like energize you and drive you to continue being the best of the best?
It 100% drives us. I feel like we don't get pressure from other people about it. I feel it's the pressure we put on ourselves, which I think it's what we need. It helps us. It keeps motivating us, and we just keep wanting to be the best. We don't ever want to stop.
Yeah, that healthy sense of drive and that desire to compete overall, right? Speaking of competition, though, without giving too much away, I guess, what's next for Gen G right now? I know it is the off season, but can we expect you guys to be expanding more into some additional open scene tournaments and whatnot? I know that you guys have played in those events in the past. Is that something that you're looking forward to looking for more of those opportunities to compete more broadly?
No, 100%. We are playing the draw on Friday. We're actually playing Hercules' tournament on Wednesday. We literally try to do everything that we possibly can, and it's to get better, but we also just love playing with each other. Like, we love hanging out, we love all that energy, and we have fun, so why not?
It's the whole point of it at the end of the day. And curious too, like being together for so long at this point, also having so many dubs under your belt too, how do you guys like to celebrate at the end of a tournament when you get these wins here, when you win it big?
I personally DoorDash some food. I mean,
yeah, valid.
And yeah, because I like to treat myself, because I like to think I work really hard. I think we all do, and I think we all like to treat ourselves. I go to bed early. That's always a nice treat, but
that's true. Working hard on those gamer hours, you gotta get that. You gotta get that rest sometimes, for sure, to keep yourself fresh. But I'm not gonna keep you too much longer because I know it's been a long day overall. But again, any last thank yous, shout outs, final words, even if it's not a thank you or a shout out that you want to say before we wrap up?
Shout out to the haters. Shout out to Gen G. Shout out to Mobile One. Shout out to all my friends and family watching. Shout out to my teammates, everybody that worked so hard. I appreciate you all very much.
Well, thank you so much, Courtney. It's been a pleasure to talk to you twice today, and keep that Chad energy going. I'm going to be looking out for it in future events. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. Well, what a day it has been. EU and NA all wrapped up now here for the Radiant Star Chasers. And at the end of the day, it's been a long one, but a big thank you again to Radiant and Psyonix for being able to put on this event here for Marginalized Genders Rocket League, and a big thank you also to the audience for watching. You guys at home are the whole reason, alongside the players, that this event goes on, and shout out, of course, to the teams for participating in this event. So as a reminder, you guys should go and follow Radiant GG on all socials, especially Twitter, if you want to keep up to date for maybe any future Rocket League events that might be cooking. But we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for watching.
grapes in hand, looking up. Endless wine fills our cup. Draped in fine, couldn't close. Oil's hair, skin brown. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco. Glory note between these walls. Glass rose-colored lips, thousand candles, glowing face. Music play, wind is blowing. Light as a feather, bright as the morning. Music play, the fist begin. Fills the air, steps quicken. Rhythm beats, high fresco.